It is a brisk morning, but Carissa Moore is rugged up and ready to head to the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Vera Mamiya coming from the same island as Oahu as Carissa Moore. Bronte Macaulay looking for another big result as a wild card. And world number one is looking for his yellow jersey. All Brazilian matchup to kick off the quarterfinals with Medina and Toledo. And Bronte happy to hang down in Gracetown for a few days with her friends and family, as all competitors are gearing up to what appears to be finals day. Felipe Toledo, number 77, the defending world champion, takes on a good friend of his, a three-time world champ representing Brazil as well, Gabriel Medina, in the first quarterfinal to kick off a big finals day here in the West. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro, stop number 5 of the season, has had a few days off with some wild weather and some serious on shores. And we are back here to see what's happening. Let's make it official as we say a quick hello on the Harvey Norman host set. Let's go down to the call with Chief of Sport, Jesse Miley-Dyer and Stace Galbraith.
Thanks, Joe. Morning, Jesse. Thanks for a few days off.
Of course. Morning.
And what are we up to today?
Yeah, so we're going to have finals. We're looking at, actually I think this is the biggest we've seen it. It's solidly overhead. And we're going to start with these men's quarterfinals. We're going to be overlapping. So we're going men's quarters, semis. We're going to be overlapping that 6 heats, going into the women's semis, overlapping as well. And then we're going into our finals. So it's a really nice day down here. We're really lucky that the wind as well. We've got this nice offshore wind and it's expected to clean up as well, but pretty solid waves out there and I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, it's been a couple of cracking waves in the warm-up. Looking forward to it. Thanks, Jesse.
Thank you, Stace. Great call from our Chief of Sport, Jesse Miley-Dyer. Happy Finals Day officially to everybody watching around the world. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Flick, we've had a few days off. How good does it feel knowing that we're crowning our champions today?
Yeah, it's super exciting. I mean, we had a few days off. It was really stormy and there was a lot of swell. And by the looks of things, that swell's still here and we're going to have a really exciting and really good finals day. I'm looking forward to
Bugs,
it.
this was the day you were hoping for. When I saw you a couple of days ago, you're hoping that we'd be running on Friday because you want to see these guys in the biggest surf possible.
Yeah, I really did. I mean, you get down here in the dark and you look out there and you can't quite see. You're always going, oh, it's pretty small today. Then as it comes light, you see a little stick figure going down the face. You go, yeah, it's going to be 8 foot.
Oh, really exciting when you look at the heat draw first. You know, the big topic, Medina versus Toledo. It's not something you see every day. 2 Brazilian world champions. Obviously, Medina with 3 titles to his name. But Felipe is the one who's had more success specifically at this venue. Felicity, how do you see this one playing out?
Yeah, I'm so excited about this heat. I mean, they're 2 Brazilian superstars and, they're good friends as well. So it's going to be fun to see them in the water. I was looking at their stats. They're really, really even. And, I can't wait to watch it. I think it's going to be feisty. And I think Felipe is probably really hungry to get a win over Gabriel. That's my thoughts.
It's getting a little bit later at night in Brazil, but everyone's going to be staying up to watch this big battle. Let's prepare for quarterfinal number 1, Toledo versus Medina.
Look at this. Felipe Toledo against Gabriel Medina.
Felipe setting himself up.
Absolutely laying the board on rail there.
The big Brazilian world champion.
One of my favourite heats on paper. This guy is just a miracle man.
Gorgeous look at the morning. There's even a little rainbow out there in the clouds. Toledo versus Medina to kick off finals day in this first quarterfinal. Remember, it's going to be a rapid fire finals day because we're overlapping the quarters into men's semifinals, getting the women's semifinals out there to try to capitalize on this swell and the great conditions that we have this morning for Felipe and Medina. It'll be interesting to see who takes over early. I was just refreshing my memory on some big moments early in their career. When Felipe was a rookie in 2013, and remember Medina qualified the halfway point of 2011. They had a wild heat in France in the semifinals, high performance surfing, a ton of big airs. A lot's changed since then, Bugs, heading into this lineup here at Mainbreak.
Oh, I certainly have. I mean, Gabriel Medina came onto the World Tour just on fire. He won 2 events in his first, wasn't even his rookie season, I don't think, that first half year. But Felipe Toledo, he has matured. He's a reigning world champion. And we are going to see a great goofy natural showdown out here. Not sure who it's going to favour.
It's such a good point because Medina got to taste victory incredibly early in his career. And compared to Toledo, 2013, he was already sensational, but it took him 2 seasons before he finally won a championship tour event. But when he did, everything changed. 2015, he won at Snapper, and it wasn't really the airs that you were talking about. It was overall performance and the power that he was bringing to that right as we potentially could get things started. No takers there. Felicity, being the local, little breakdown of the conditions we have for finals day.
Yeah, look, like I said before, we had that big front move through. We had a lot of swell, and with that came a lot of wind. And you can kind of see the texture on the water right now in this shot. I mean, it is a little bit lumpy still. There's a little bit of bump in the face of the wave. And what I'm actually noticing too, it's going to be really hard to pick a really good one today. There's going to be a lot of waves come through that are going to be, you know, they're going to go fat. They're going to peter out. They're not going to give that much opportunity. So what I'm thinking is that, you know, Gabriel on his backhand, he has the ability to go super tight in the pocket, whereas someone like Felipe, he's going to have to pay attention to the sort of the waves that he picks, because he's going to need to find the waves with the pocket.
As we check out the maps from Surfline, showing us what we have for today, this solid southwest swell. They knew it was going to peak today, Friday, in the morning, and then ease into tomorrow, and really trying to capitalize on that offshore flow. We're starting the day with, Bugs.
Yeah, well, it started out southeast. It's going more east as the morning goes on. It looks like around about 8 or 9 o'clock it goes even more offshore. So to Felicity's point, maybe it'll clear out some of those lumps and the early bumps.
Yeah, I think really smart idea to do the overlapping heats. I mean, later on today, you know, we are seeing that the wind, you know, it's going to drop off a little bit, but then I think it's going to pick up later on. So, and it is going to go onshore. So smart decision to do the overlapping heats, and hopefully we can get it all over and done before this onshore hits.
Look at that. Thank you so much, Surfline. And you guys can all take advantage of all these forecasting maps and features. Looking at this morning, 6 to 10 foot faces. And still holding solid this afternoon, but the wind should change as you can head up to your screen right there, scan that QR code and get 30% off Surfline Premium. And so you can get yourself into some world-class waves more often than not. Toledo and Medina have the water now, and they will have the priority part of the heat when Joao Chianca and Connor O'Leary hit the lineup. That's a bit of a rematch from what we saw in Portugal earlier this year, where Joao got past Connor in the quarters. So they get to battle once again at a totally different type of venue. Colapinto and Barramamia in quarter 3. And a big one that people have been talking about for a long time is John Florence taking on Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, here we go. I think we're having a look. Someone's going to paddle out the back.
First wave goes to the 3-time world champ. Gabriel Medina throws down the first turn of the morning. Gets out in front, nice top turn, beautiful flow, and a big section to ride away nice and clean. Nice steady work from Gabriel Medina. Being in the quarterfinals here at Margaret River matches his personal best in his career at this venue. So it's an event that's given him a little bit of trouble. And even going back to his 3rd world title, this was his lowest result on the calendar. Toledo. Little transition carve. The face is going flat on him. He's got to kick out. Advantage Medina on the opening exchange.
Yeah, Medina's opening ride was is pretty strong. It'll be the scale really will be set around that ride, and you know, just to that point with there's Medina on his backhand, a good solid double overhead wave flick.
Yeah, I really liked this opening wave. I mean, nice first turn off the top. Cuts back here, but I feel like this turn here was so critical, that last lip line, and he's looking really controlled and smooth. And here we see Felipe on his opening ride, and you can see he's just picked one that doesn't have too much wall, so he knows it. He's out of there pretty quick.
These two have seen a lot of each other as friends and in free surf sessions, but haven't seen a ton of action with each other in matchups over the years. I mentioned they had that heat at France back in 2013. There was the kind of the awkward heat at Pipe for Toledo when Medina had gone into the beach to do his post-heat interviews, clinching his 1st world title. And Felipe almost was confused on what was happening. Medina politely excused himself and said, hey, my heat's still going on. And he ended up winning that heat. And Toledo was kind of left scratching his head. It was one of those ones where Toledo's like, I didn't know what was happening. And for Medina, he was just feeling the adrenaline and the accomplishment of that first world title.
Yeah, he had a lot of swagger in his game that day. And, you know, doing an interview mid-heat is not, you don't see that every day.
Exactly. And you also look at, you know, the famous 2021 title match, you know, when Medina clinched his third world title. He had to beat Felipe in back-to-back title matches, Bugs.
Yeah, he sure did. I mean, and when you look at their stats, it'll show that it's a 4-3 towards Medina. But the conjecture to me is that one of those was a best-of-3 matches, right? And I can speak to that because I surfed in a lot of best-of-3 back in the day. And even though Medina got that 2-0, it's really only one match. So, you know, to my mind, they're just 3-all.
I like that. I like that. Yeah, but let's dive into that story a bit further. Remember, it was the first edition of the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Medina was just on a run that year that was amazing. He had 5 final appearances, 2 wins, and it showed up at pumping lower trestles. Almost felt like it might have been too big for lowers at certain stages of that day, but it was a hi-fi world title showdown. Toledo making it into the title match, but with these lefts on offer for Gabriel Medina, he was able to feature a backflip rotation.
No, absolutely incredible. I mean, mind-blowing. And yeah, he knows it. Look how excited he is.
These guys, too, at the peak of their careers, both dangerous at lower trestles. There's 4 wins for Medina, which includes those 2 wins on that day in the title match scenario. Felipe Toledo has 3 wins, and one of those is from the Surf Ranch the last time they held it in Lemoore, where he was able to take out Gabriel Medina. So if you want to wipe out the wave system technology, and, you know, take one of those away from Medina in the title match scenario, it's pretty even, Bugs, looking at what they've done so far.
It's really even. We'll get back to that a little bit there.
And Medina on the backhand, he'll get stuck in transition, but his opener, nice, solid score, 6.33. Toledo, 2.17. And one thing you focus on with Medina, his wins have come where he has an opportunity to go left as well. Obviously, it's probably going to be coming down to the main break ride throughout the day today.
Yeah, I believe so. You know, that, and going back to those best-of-3s, I mean, now back in the day, we used to serve quite a few of them, and there was, as we see this wave here, this is going to be a pretty low-scoring ride. It's going to count Felicity.
Yeah, look, I mean, you can just see, I mean, the bump and the lump in the face here. He just hits a huge bump. I mean, what we've seen in the last few days of competition when we were running is, you know, it was nice and clean and smooth. He would have made that maneuver any day of the week. It's just today that, yeah, there's a lot more lump and bump in the wave, and yeah, a lot more to think about.
Rainbows. Always feels like you're in the right place when you see one of those through the sky. Great to enjoy it on the Western Australia flight cam. Nice, cool, brisk morning.
Yeah.
Everyone reaching for more jackets upstairs and beanies. The water still feels great when you're out in the water, especially when they're using a lot of energy mentally and physically. These guys are going to be warm. Medina, 3.33 is his low score. Toledo searching for a 7.49 for the victory. But what a great clash. Medina last season really jumped into Toledo's corner. Remember, Gabriel took the first half of the season off to take a break. But he had so many great things to say about Felipe, and he was supporting him in his world title campaign. As we see Medina knife it through the whitewater, and there's a carve off the top. And finding a nice connection, even with all that foam on the face. Looking loose and in total control. Small inside section, and carves his way through. So it was a smaller wave, but he did really well there.
Yeah, I'm thinking that was a bit of a mind game too, because Medina would love to get 2 waves up to nil on Toledo. I mean, these 2 guys here, I thought Toledo would have wanted to get that second ride to keep in the game. He wouldn't want to let Medina get 2 good scores on the board and then go into his full gamesmanship.
Gabriel Medina always came in with confidence. One of the toughest guys to figure out in a matchup. People feel intimidated by the way he controls the heat. He can step into your personal space. as we check out this last wave flick.
Yeah, I really liked it. I mean, it was a smaller, frothier wave, but he surfed it so well. I mean, these waves, he looks like he's surfing it and it looks easy, but man, that would not be easy wave to surf. I mean, there's so much lump and bump in the face of that wave, and just like what Bug said, I mean, a nice backup wave, and now it's almost 2-0. I mean, Gabriel's got these 2 waves, and Felipe out the back, he's got that 2.17. I mean, you've got to think, though, that that's going to be a throwaway, and he's probably thinking, oh, wow, I've got a bit of work to do here.
Gabriel Medina getting the lift on the Red Bull ski.
Yeah, I'm thinking that if in his mind, if he can get out there now, get back into priority, sit under priority again, and look for a third one. It's only a 4.33, but it's just that little niggling wave. You wouldn't think it's going to be in the top 2 in the end, but it just puts him, like, look at the score. Toledo needs an 8.5 already.
Such a smart competitor, so smart. Sometimes he would look at the WSL rulebook and see what he could push, and there's been some rules added to the rulebook after certain heats in Medina's career, and I think that's a great compliment as a competitor, understanding the rules and knowing how you can push them when you need a win. We know the conditions can change, so sometimes you gotta really think on your feet to make sure that you can get the win at all costs.
Yeah, and there's been quite a few rules made around competitors. I mean, the elite competitors tend to, they see the perimeters of the rules, they go to the far edges of them, sometimes beyond the envelope.
So good. 27 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock here. Toledo with a 2.17 opener. One thing we've noticed about Toledo this year is he's been a bit uncomfortable about some of the numbers he's been getting from the panel. As you see Joao Chianca enjoying this rainbow that's actually doubling up now.
Double rainbow. Yep, it's a beautiful shot. And yeah, Connor O'Leary getting ready for the next heat. It's going to be a good matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be a great matchup. Connor, the lone non-Brazilian. When you think about it, like that top half of the draw, 3 powerful Brazilian surfers, 2 world champions in the current world #1.
Oh, so exciting. Rainbows are so beautiful, as we know, but very significant as well to the Wadandi people. There's a dreaming story for Rainbow Cave that our good friend Zach Webb tells in Prevely, as we always are thanking everyone we meet around here for enjoying us, or joining us in educating ourselves in culture. And so happy to be here on Wadandi Buja, the country, and scoring here on finals day already. Clean conditions, pumping swell, rainbows in our lineup. 6.33, 4.33 for Medina as he holds the lead. If he can keep this lead, it would be his first semifinal appearance of his career at Margaret River.
Yeah, and that's a huge thing. You think about it, Joe, like he's never made it past this point. He just had 4 days to think about it.
So much downtime. And one thing I notice is the surfers kind of keep their routine. Joao Chianca had all of main break to himself when he paddled out, and Carissa Moore as well has been doing her laps with local legend Andrew Sheridan. They just, even though there's been lay days for us, we might check out some of the local vineyards, but for them, they're keeping the reps up, even if it's onshore and messy.
Yeah, it's a really hard thing to do. I mean, having 4 lay days is massive. It almost seems like 2 separate events. And if you don't maintain that routine throughout those 4 days, you're waking up on this finals days feeling like, wow, I mean, when we were originally surfing, that feels like months ago. I mean, 4 lay days here when it's rainy and windy can feel like a long time. So yeah, it makes sense for these surfers to be getting up early, coming down to the contest site, still putting their reps in at main break and still continuing that routine. I mean, yeah, very smart. I saw a few of them actually utilizing the sauna and the ice bath and the Red Bull athlete zone. So yeah, making the most of that.
Now look at that wild water there too, Joe. I mean, this has just slightly fallen into Medina's favour. That was like a 10-foot set through there. Just washed through. Toledo not able to capitalise on the bigger waves. Caught inside. Now there's a lot of white water. It's going to have to settle down a bit. We've already had 16 minutes of this heat, so uncharacteristic slow start for Toledo.
So interesting for Toledo getting caught. Still has priority, but a slower start than what he'd be hoping for. Toledo winning this event in 2021, adding to his amazing mantle of trophies from all around the world. Took over Margaret River main break that season. And it's been a fun one for Brazil, going back to the QS days. Neko Padarat's won out here in 2004.
Yeah, well, now, when you talk about rules made for competitors, there was a Neko rule made too. He dominated out here, but there was some period there when there was 4-man heats. And in a 4-man heat, the dominant surfer could kind of look after their mates in a way. And I remember there was a bit of a rule made where you couldn't do a pincer movement.
Right, yeah, that's all part of surfing history, Bugs. I love that. Gabriel Medina, Felipe Toledo have the lineup here in the first quarterfinal and dealing with a lot of size in the sets. Back for more right after this.
We're here at Surfers Point on beautiful Wadandi Budja for the Think Mental Health WA trials.
Yeah, so happy to get into the main event through the trials. It's a really good opportunity for all the Western Australian surfers to come up against the world's best.
It's definitely like a huge achievement to win the trials. It's such a special moment for me, and yeah, no, I'm really stoked.
Yeah, we're really excited to partner with Healthway and the new mental health campaign around Think Mental Health. I think it's an incredibly important message.
Today we've got board member, committee members and presidents from all throughout the state, and it's a really great opportunity to educate those people on the importance of having the conversations about good mental health.
You know, it'll be quite a reflective day, I would think. You know, I know a lot of the people in there. I know they'd like to make a difference in their communities.
Big thanks to Healthway for being an important partner for the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Felipe Toledo has been giving his time for the cause of the Healthway activation right here on site. And Toledo's been so open about his journey with mental health, and you can dive more into that on Soundwaves on worldsurfleague.com. Produced by Shannon Waller, and Felipe was really open about that journey, even through wins, just making sure that he's mentally strong and healthy, and he's so happy to be where he is today. You can see his name on the staircase here as a champion of this event. You'll see the Palmatier last name on the staircase as well. On the other side of it, it's really cool to represent the locals and their events out here at Main Break, and also the big names on the championship tour. Flick?
Yeah, those steps are pretty special. I mean, they've been there for as long as I've been surfing out at Main Break, and I remember being a little kid and starting surfing here and walking up the stairs and, you know, seeing all these, you know, world champions and world tour surfers on the stairs. And yeah, it's really cool, especially for our younger generation, to like pay respect and see that, and yeah, and then obviously watch them right here today.
As you just heard that horn sound, that means the heat is on for this man. What a start. Joao Chianca right on the buzzer will take off in the non-priority side of his heat with Connor O'Leary. And world number one, big section ahead of him, attacks it well and rides out clean. And you can see how the first half went for Medina and Toledo. For Joao to get a wave like that so quickly, it's a job well done, Bucks.
Yeah, I think Joao can see this as falling in his advantage. I mean, this is going to be one of his strong points. I remember a couple of heats he had at Bells, and when it was big and wild and unruly, he looked really good. And what a great start. Within seconds of the heat beginning, just slams it off under the lip there. So Flick, he's just sort of bringing it around to this final move. Solid.
Yeah, I really loved it. I mean, you can see when he takes off too, He does hit a little bit of a bauble on his bottom turn, but he pulls it back together really quickly. But out the back, live action with Felipe.
Wrap to fall for Toledo, so he's going to have a small score there. Only had a 2-1-7 before that. So a rare moment where Toledo is still trying to warm up in this heat. Joao Chianca, Connor O'Leary just getting started. Rematch from the quarterfinal in Portugal earlier this year. Chianca trying to get more room on the rankings. Remember, unfortunately, we lost Jack Robinson from the draw with his knee injury from Bells. And Chianca already making a little bit of room over the WSL Final 5. And he'll get even further ahead if he gets into the semifinals, Bucks.
He sure will. I mean, he's trying to make a little bit of daylight between him and the rest of the field here. Certainly in his wheelhouse out here today. A bit wild and unruly. He's surfing matches, but Connor O'Leary is one of the strongest goofy footers throughout the whole tournament. He's, you know, they've already had one great match in Portugal, and it was pretty close, but Joao, that's how he got to the top.
Yeah, he went all the way, got past Connor that day, all the way to the final, won his first CT event. He said it was everything he ever dreamed of. As we look at our goofy footer getting started. Nice connection there on the backhand of Medina. He's in that priority heat with Toledo and squares up for a solid backhand crack off the top and hangs in there. That probably felt amazing to be able to ride away from such a big section, looking to improve on a 4.33.
Yeah, I really liked that last wave. That last section was so critical, and because it was converging so much, it was so critical that he had to come out in front of that white water, and he only just squeaks out in front. He just has enough speed just to shoot himself out in front of that converging bit of white water. But yeah, it was definitely touch and go there.
And then on Toledo's wave, Bucks.
Yeah, Toledo looks like he's set up to just rip into this wave, catches an edge super badly. He was just trying to transition very quickly to get back onto that next section.
And Medina capitalizing once again, Flick.
Yeah, a beautiful first turn out of the top here. Just a cut back, sort of transitioning back to the power source. And yeah, this last move here, this is what I'm talking about. The water was converging so much, and he had to do, you know, really maintain that speed just so that he could shoot out in front of it. I mean, you'll see it right here. He lip lines this section, comes down, and both of these walls of water are moving in two different directions, and he just hangs on. So you can see, I think he gives himself a little fist pump. Yeah, he's happy.
Gabriel Medina surviving one of the toughest end sections on tour. And seeing all the size this morning, I think that's playing into his game out there. He's looking really comfortable in these big open sections. Medina trying to improve on a 4.33 with now 15:45 on the clock. Chianca's opener a 6.17. Fun waves for finals day. Let's get more insight with Richie Lovett with the Oakberry surf conditions.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Hey, team, good morning. And Oakberry surf conditions, well, it's 10 to 12 foot faces, so it's really solid. We got 6 knots of south-southeast wind, and the swell to me looks a little bit more from the south, and that's why we're getting these peaky conditions, Joe. But what I'm seeing down here is a little bit of morning sickness, and that's what we call it as surfers when we've come off 3 days of onshore, really strong onshore, and now we've got this offshore wind which is trying to groom out those little lumps and bumps. So it'll get sorted out in the next hour or so. The other thing to consider too is the sun is just starting to come up from the hills behind us here. So these surfers are actually dealing with sun in their eyes when they take off, especially for the goofy footers. They're turning off their backhand like this, and they're basically, you know, maybe bottom turning blind because the sun's in their eyes. But look, there's some size to it for sure. Like, you can tell the waves are breaking a lot slower from where I'm looking at here, which means it's big. There are diamonds in the rough out there for sure. You've just got to, it's the medium ones for me that are walling up a bit better. You can see Medina's he's really picking the eyes out of it and got the advantage at the moment. So tough conditions, but it's going to test our surfers, and can't wait for today. Frothing.
Yeah, thanks so much, Richie Lovett. Solid report there for the Oakberry surf conditions, and a lot of elements he was discussing there with that glare. You know, we've kind of felt that every day of competition when we start first thing in the morning, where you almost have to trust your instincts to know where you are at all times.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, look, we're looking at this shot here, and we're looking out. You know, we're looking with the sun. You see the beautiful rainbow up there, but we're looking with the sun right now. So And it's really easy to see, but we saw that water shot, and that's exactly what they're looking at when they're paddling into down these waves. And yeah, it's hard.
As we have more action right out in front, Toledo really needs to get involved in this heat. He's able to reconnect with the white water. This one's already staying pretty full. Gets back to the pocket. Has to get there early, an awkward section to work with. But good news for him, he stays on his feet. He's been put into a pretty big combination with the work from Medina. Gabriel's last is 7.67. But you can tell still that wave selection a little bit tough for Felipe. That was a pretty hard wave to surf, Bugs.
It was, but Toledo had to get going. I mean, really wouldn't have worried him to be in a combo situation simply because he knows he's had just absolutely nothing. But this wave, it's a tough ride. You know, it's not allowing him to really go full pelt into all these major maneuvers, and there's a bit of a check move, but he's looking to finish this one, Flick.
Yeah, look, he gets the finish, just hangs on to it, but it kind of goes back to what I was talking about earlier. I mean, Gabriel's just, wave selection has been better, and also on his backhand, it's allowing him to get tighter in the pocket. Felipe is really going to need to, you know, select a wave that's going to give him a bowl, because at the moment on his forehand, all it's allowing him to do is do these open face carves. I mean, he gets this inside section here, which he manages to lip line, but, you know, it really is about wave selection today, and it always is about main break wave selection, but even today, way more critical with this lump and bump and, yeah, residual sort of leftover from the front that we've had the last 4 days.
4.17 for Toledo, so now getting dropped off from the Red Bull ski. He's going to hear that he still needs a whole lot to come back in this heat. He needs a 9.83. Medina still in control and with priority.
Yeah, in the big picture, that wave actually isn't going to help Toledo at all, because only a 4.17. I thought he might have got around the 4.5 point mark, but it was never going to get above the 5 point mark. It just didn't have any real substance in the wave. As Felicity said, there was a fat face. He wasn't able to go into his carve. He's really got to find one of those ones where he can come from behind the peak and just attack the lip.
I always think about these surfers like Felipe, who looks like a superhuman, sometimes like a video game for how amazing he is. But the judges have seen him at his best, so they know what he can produce. So if he looks like the slightest bit off, sometimes it's even harder to get a score, because they kind of in their mind, they know what he's capable of.
Yeah, I think that's a funny thing about judging, you know, it's like, we're just judging what we're seeing here, or are we judging what we think the surfer can do, or what they're capable in waves like this? And I think, you know, when we talk about this sort of conversation and topic, sometimes I think, you know, back to John and over the last few years, and, you know, he's such an amazing surfer, and you know what he's capable of. And you know, sometimes I would think that, oh, is his score's not being reflected because, you know, maybe the judges think he can surf these waves a lot better. But I mean, back to Felipe, I mean, he just surfs with so much speed, almost like up another level, I think, from a lot of the other surfers on tour. So like you said, it's like a video game, you know. It's like, what maneuver is he going to do next? And we know he's capable, I mean, of great scores out here. It feels like he has been surfing really well, but yeah, in this heat, just not really finding the sort of waves that's going to allow him to sort of open up and do the surfing we want to see.
And still has a little over 10 minutes, so definitely enough time to turn things around against Gabriel Medina in this first quarterfinal on finals day. Speaking of finals day, let's get caught up on the Bailey Ladders leaderboard with Kaipo.
Thank you, Joe. Yep, right here on my sturdy Bailey ladder, and the leaderboard. We're in the top half of the draw right now in this overlapping format. I'm looking forward to the bottom half of the draw for the men's quarterfinals. Let's take a look at what we got coming up. Griffin Colapinto, Baron Mamiya. That is an evenly matched challenge there for both of the surfers. That's going to be a great one to watch. And we're going to end up the quarterfinals. Ethan Ewing, can he go back-to-back? Well, he needs to get past an on-fire John Florence in quarterfinal number 4. Things are heating up here. Things are warming up right now here at the leaderboard, the Bailey Ladder leaderboard, and I'm just lounging right now on my always sturdy Bailey Ladder, Joe.
I like that, Kaipo. He's kind of trying to stay with the pace of the event. You can tell he's not trying to climb to the very top just yet, because we'll get to the finals very soon. Some big matchups to look forward to. Ethan, John Florence. John's got Ethan 2-0 heading up into that matchup, and then with everything else that comes John's way, surfing here in the West, And Griffin Barron really enjoying that. Barron was really open and honest about not feeling his form. He feels like he's only showing the world about maybe 60% of what he can really produce. I think the positive of Barron identifying that is he's still making heats at this level. And so he's got a lot more to show the world. For Colapinto, he'd kind of be the driver in that one, being a high seed. And I think he's probably feeling the opposite, that he's feeling like he's 100% ready to win.
Yeah, that's definitely the way I see it too. I mean, Griff is definitely the one to beat here, but, you know, I really do like how open Barron's being. And I think throughout this event, we've seen moments of Barron surfing. You know, he's had really good moments, like one turn, wow, that was amazing, but not quite stringing the whole wave together yet. So, I mean, who knows, maybe, you know, he's open about it. He realizes that. He knows he's got a little bit of work to do. So he's coming up against a really informed Griffin. So, yeah, he's going to need to put it string a wave together and, yeah, make it count. Yeah,
well, Barron said, rightly said, Joe, that he was surfing 60% in this event. But he said before this event, he felt like he was on 40% of what he can do. So a lot of scope for, you know, improvement there. Griffin, of course. You know that he's going to keep pushing because he's just been outside the final 5 last couple of years at his home break. So he's looking for big results. And talk about big. Look at this set.
Solid one approaching. Chianca lets it go through. The priority heat lets it run through as well. So seeing a ton of size this morning. Definitely going to be easing through tomorrow. So capitalizing with this overlapping format on the peak of the swell. And using overlapping for finals day to try to get things finished up before the onshore wind comes this afternoon.
Yeah, well, Medina is playing a very cagey heat out here. Starting that 6.33 was such a good move. Joel's also started his with a 6.17 because now Medina's going to really use the clock. So he likes a bigger set where everyone's a little bit skitsy and not quite in position. He's got priority. And, you know, he's going to try and put a bit of a stranglehold on this heat.
Gabriel Medina is incredible with running out the clock with the lead and priority. He's managing it right now against Toledo as we jump into the Harvey Norman recap and look at all the different variety of events they've been in. Medina leads 4-3 over Toledo, all Brazilian world champ heat. And Medina looks like he could be on his way to his first semifinal at Margaret River. Yeah, he's put together a really good heat and a really smart heat. I mean, he's got, you know, he had those first 2 scores pretty early on, the 6.33 and the 4.33, really putting that pressure on Felipe. And yeah, that last maneuver there, just absolutely putting the nail in the coffin. And you can tell that he's really stoked about the position he is in this heat right now. So Medina trying to get a victory over Toledo, and it would be one of the first that he just did based on his backhand attack, where Felipe has often got the jump when there's a running right involved in their history.
Well, time is really of the essence now. We're under the 6-minute mark. Toledo needs to get moving in this heat. He needs to at least get a 6-point ride under his belt here to challenge, because a 9.83, you think about it, Medina 7.67, you know, he needs to better that by more than 2 points. I don't see that happening.
5:25 to go. We've got a commitment here from Felipe. Needs to break down a 9.83. Nice bottom turn, and he gets hung up. That wave just changing gears under his sharp eye. And it's going to be a tough end section. Toledo looking out of rhythm this morning with just picking the right waves.
He does look like his biorhythms are a little out today, Fleek.
Yeah, and I think that's probably the first time we've seen that all event. I mean, he's looked so on fire, so smooth, controlled in all these other heats. And look, I mean, he probably knows it now. Like, time is ticking down. And look, I mean, here we go. We're going to have a look at the replay. I mean, he hit that first bump there, comes up for this second turn, and look, the wave sort of fattens out. You can see that, yeah, just misread the section, but also a really hard wave to surf.
And also, you know, you think, you know, he knows he only got a 4.17. He needs to do something like explosive on the outside. He had to go for it. That was an all or nothing attempt there, and it didn't, you know, just didn't pan out for him.
You can see just wave selection, like you're emphasizing, Felicity, being so important today, and how much time you're going to spend out of position if you're on the wrong wave. Felipe up against it as we watch the opener of Connor O'Leary. The big man loves big sections like this, goes down swinging on the end section. Remember, he's in the heat with Joao. Chianca already with a 6.17. And falling on the finish, he'll have some work to do. But this is a positive for Connor O'Leary. Quartered at over in Portugal, had a nice rhythm at Bells, quarters at Margaret River. And I love that bottom turn too, Bugs.
Yeah, so do I. He's so solid on his backhand. That's a great move there. And he was looking for a big finish here. This would have been right up there. You know, I think he would have been up there around the 7 mark if he'd pulled that off. But it also goes back to the point of just how that one move of Medina on the converging white waters, the foam balls hanging on by his toenails.
Yeah.
And only, you know, really not many people can do that.
Yeah, no, he did a really good job at maintaining his speed through that turn, so he could shoot out in front of those two converging white waters. I mean, we saw Connor just kind of get gobbled up, but I think what you said, Bugs, if he would have made that last turn, I think it would have been a really good opening score. But I'm liking what I'm seeing. I think he's looking in form, and yeah, if he gets another wave, another opportunity, I think we're going to see big things.
After a series of lay days, you kind of never know how you're going to wake up the morning of finals day. If you're going to have the same energy from your previous wins, different types of conditions, when you compare all the different rounds that you've had, a lot of surfers just say they wish they could just keep going on the same day when they get that winning feeling, so they don't have to go to bed and try to recover that form the next morning.
Yeah, look, a lot is said for momentum. You even look in a heat situation, you go, oh, wow, he sat for 17 minutes. It's a bit of a worry. Well, what's it like sitting for 96 hours?
Exactly. So we break down Connor's form here, Flick.
Yeah, it was a nice first turn off the top, but this second turn here, I mean, just great timing for this second section. I really love this turn. Oh, no, this is the last turn. Sorry, excuse me. But, yeah, we're just looking at how he just couldn't quite get out in front of that whitewater, and he just got a bit gobbled up. But for me, I really liked the first two turns of that wave, and, you know, he's got that 3.5 there. But, yeah, it would have been a bigger score if, obviously, he'd made that last turn.
So Connor and Joao with a ton of time. Not much time left for Toledo. World number 3 in this quarterfinal with Gabriel Medina and chasing a 9.83. And you look at the back end of the season, it was Felipe and Medina in the final at the Surf Ranch the last time they met there. And with the change of starting with a right first opposed to the left, Toledo got his first win at that venue. You look at Brazil, and he's favored over Medina because Felipe is the undisputed king of Rio with his dominance from Barra da Tijuca and also recently in Saquarema. You got Jay Bay as a multiple-time champ there. Medina's also won at that venue. Tahiti, severe advantage for Medina. These two guys are going to be battling in an exciting way for the rest of the season, even after this quarterfinal wraps. Taking a look at that was Toledo, but a wise decision for Medina to take it with priority. Already has a great connection on the wall. There's a backhand float to create some space. Solid hack there. One more late, but it doesn't matter. Medina really looking comfortable at main break this morning.
Well, Medina's had a dominant performance. These guys, you know, they really get inside each other's head, especially the Brazilian Storm leaders. Like, you know, you watch when Italo Ferreira and Medina have a heat, they rattle each other. I think Medina, I kind of think he got underneath Toledo's skin with that coming out firing in the opening there, and now Toledo just never got in this heat.
I really think the most critical thing was the wave selection. I mean, Gabriel's waves just really allowed him to get tight in the pocket, and here we have Felipe out the back.
Last chance for Toledo. He throws out the fins quickly and now gets into this part of the open face. He's still waiting for something big to show itself. Chasing maybe a big ramp. Toledo winds up, throws down the full road, ends up going down. And it was just one of those mornings for Toledo. It was all about the Medina show on the solid backhand attack. He's going to get one more decent number on his road to his first semifinal at Margaret River and his first semifinal of 2023.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to have draw a lot of confidence from that. And to me, he looks in form. He looks like he knows what waves he wants to choose out there. And yeah, I mean, he's really put the nail in the coffin there on that last wave. I think he's surfing really well.
Well done for Gabriel Medina, who looks fired up, ready to get involved in this WSL Final 5 talk here at stop number 5 of the season. We're going to take a quick break. We'll bring in Griffin Colapinto and Bear Mamiya to the lineup when we come back, along with Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Tourism Western Australia, official tourism partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By Yeti, built for the wild. By Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of the World Surf League Australia. By Rusty, official apparel of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. And by Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League.
Why I love Quabba Station and Nalu, this region, to me, it's just so special. I had such good memories here as a kid growing up, and yeah, I just feel like there's always an adventure awaiting around the corner. As soon as you jump in your car and you go on that dirt road, you never know what you're going to see. It's just an amazing getaway for me. I feel like every time I get here, I just forget about everything else, really just focus on what's around me. What makes Western Australia so special is it's just such a unique place. There's always something to do. You're either surfing, you're diving, you're fishing. Everything that's here kind of captures your attention. Just the environments are completely different, all on one coast. I've been a lot of places, but I haven't seen a place like this where it just has so much energy and so much raw beauty, you know, all in one. That's why we appreciate Western Australia.
Welcome back to the show. We're here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, stop number 5, and it is finals day. And we've just seen our first big upset, really, of the day. Gabriel Medina on his way to his best ever result here in the West, and it couldn't have come at a better time. He wants to start moving towards that final 5 picture. Here on the Harvey Norman host set, Ronnie Blakey, joined by a former CT shredder in Richie Lovett. And we're going to continue on with the overlapping heats out here, Rich. Really good battle happening here between Joe Chianca and Connor O'Leary.
Yeah, it is. You know, Connor on his backhand has just been so strong through the whole event. And, well, he hasn't skipped a beat. Straight out there in tough conditions on your backhand too. So many shifting little lumps and walls out there. Really hard to navigate, but he's doing a great job.
Gabriel Medina did all right out there. Quarterfinal number 3 also out there in the lineup at the moment. Griffin Colapinto carrying a lot of form coming into this clash, and Bear Mamiya, you know, he's the one surfer that came into this stop below that cut line. He saved himself. He's on the CT for the rest of the season and, of course, into 2024. But it has to be said, Barron's going to have to find another gear against Griffin Colapinto. The big numbers have been coming his way, and you know Griffin's even got a bit more to give. He's on fire this year.
Yeah, absolutely on fire. Was in form down at Bells, has been in form throughout this whole entire event. And but if I was Baron Mamiya, I'd be channeling Sunset here, because the waves, they're big, they're lumpy, they're shifting around, and not too dissimilar to a day at Sunset. So water's obviously a little bit cold. I can tell you now, man, the air temperature out there, it's frosty. So these guys, you know, it's a day against the elements at the moment, but so far so good. They're absolutely nailing it.
Stace, we're rubbing our hands together at the prospect of seeing Medina and Toledo battle here this morning in the quarterfinals, and Medina catching fire.
Absolutely, Ron. What a matchup on paper, and it certainly delivered on your end, Gabriel. Some nice words there with Philippe. What did he say? I think I know what he said.
Yeah, I mean, he's a good friend, as always, and we support each other. And as I said, we always have good battles. And yeah, it feels nice to make through. Felipe is one of the toughest competitor. I learned that one pretty good, huh? And yeah, so it feels good to make through. And semis, and as I say, we always push each other, you know, just saying good stuff, put our mites up, you know, and that's how we go.
Do you think the wobble and the wonk and the conditions this morning played into your favour?
Yeah, I mean, there's swell for sure, and it's not easy to surf the wave. It's still good size and yeah, a few bumps, but yeah, it feels nice to get a few, and as I say, the same is good.
You think you can go all the way?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I really want to do the finals here and hopefully win, and yeah, I had this on my mind since forever because it's an event that I always struggle, and I've been working a lot for this one, and it feels good to make some hits.
Do you think there's some pressure off your back now, even making the semis? Is that a small win in your mind?
I'm just happy to make through the 9, really. So whatever happens now, it's a win for me because it's as I said, it's a tough wave to surf, and it's not for my surfing. I feel like it, but yeah, it feels good. Yeah, this guy can surf. Yeah, he can surf a little bit. But yeah, I'm happy to make it through. Let's keep going.
Absolutely. Thanks for your time, Gabriel. Well done.
Thank you, Stace. And yeah, man, what a fantastic result there for Medina. The momentum through the earlier rounds really was with Toledo, but Rich, I think for Toledo, just having to sort of marinate on that matchup and think about taking on the 3-time world champ maybe worked in Medina's favour for a few days off there.
I think so. You can't help but think about your opponent when you've got a couple of days off, and certainly Medina, one of the most daunting opponents that you're ever going to have. I went and actually caught up with Gabriel a couple of days ago, and he just seemed so relaxed, been working out at the gym, going through the daily routine. He had his friends there. They were all just had such a good vibe going. There's been an intensity to Felipe that's been there since sort of Bells. We've noticed it. You know, maybe there's a bit of pressure that he's putting on himself.
For sure. I think too, Stace was spot on. The conditions today kind of took away a bit of Felipe's advantage over Medina, if you will, because we had really nice clean conditions through those opening rounds of the competition. Felipe was scoring well. Medina, on the other hand, kind of putting up great numbers himself. In fact, as far as the goofy footers go, I think he'd had the highest scoring performance. That was in the opening round. But today, you know, you look at the bump, especially for their matchup. Felipe, if you're going to compare him to a vehicle, kind of like low profile, lowered car, sticks to the road, likes a smooth track. Medina, just a four-wheel drive with fat tyres. And he just motored over all those bumps out there so well. And yeah, just completely activated this morning, ready to go on finals day.
Yeah, really good analogy, and I said it in the Oakberry surf conditions. There is morning sickness out there. This is all that residual bump that's come through from 3 days of 40 to 50 knot onshore winds, and you know it could blow a gale from the west for the next 2 hours, but there's still going to be that little underlying bump on the face of the waves. And you know, the other thing too to think about is that, you know, Medina in that interview said, you know, I'm just happy to get through the 9th round. So he's pegged this event. There's two things going on here. His results haven't been great this year. So that's one thing. And, you know, he's obviously stoked to progress and get into the semis. But he hasn't pegged this as one of his pet events. So for him to be starting to heat up now in the semi-finals, things are really starting to click for him. But don't be fooled, man. He's going to reset his goals on finals.
Yeah, someone's going to have to, you know, wrestle the trophy out of Medina and Toledo's grasp over there at the surf ranch too. As we see Barron Mamiya up at the moment, looking to tap into form, surfing his first head-to-head matchup against Griffin Colapinto here in the quarterfinals at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Couple of nice hits there, but the lefts typically haven't led to big numbers throughout the event.
I just had a really interesting discussion with a bunch of the coaches standing on the stairs just then. Okay, so the only left-hander that was ridden this morning was Barron Mamiya, and I was told, I didn't see it, but I was told that he absolutely tagged on it. Then we just started discussing, what do you think he would have scored on that wave? And, you know, Kingy went, oh, it was maybe a 6 or a 7, and Bemi was kind of around the same mark. But then we started discussing, like, is there a thing in the judge's mind where they will only go to a certain part of the scale on the left? Like, is the left out of 8 or is it still out of 10? It's like you have to do something incredible on these left-handers for it to count. And it's typically a bit more of a slopier wave here. So you watch here, Barramamia gets up and kind of grinds through that first turn, carves through it, waits for it to stand up again, but it's almost going away from you the whole time. And with this south swell, it's really just breaking into the bay. So, you know, not too much wall that's really standing up, but a bit of jockeying here.
I like it. Bit of hustle there. Well, the left-hander, you know, it's a one-course meal, and you've got to really make the most of that first section. The right is kind of like a 3-course meal. But you eat your main, and then you kind of have your entree in the middle, and then you get the dessert at the end.
Well, you really don't know what you're going to get with the dessert. It could be anything from Rocky Road to, you know, bowl of ice cream. It could be just a couple of dates served up on a plate. But
but it is true, you know, that the left just doesn't have the critical section at the end. So you got to dig in big time on that first turn. And over the years, we have seen people do that. I've seen Kolohe Andino with an unbelievable backhand vertical approach on the left here score really well. We saw Italo, you know, with a single turn actually turn in a reasonable number in this event. So I think that theory, you know, is kind of spot on. The scale only will take you so far because you just don't get the oncoming section. Therefore, there's a critical element missing on the left-handers. But out there at the moment, with just 7 minutes remaining in quarterfinal number 2, to see who takes on Gabriel Medina, we've got Joao Chianca out in front. But this heat is far from over. Conor O'Leary in second spot, only needs a 3.18. Just one previous heat between these two surfers. It was another quarterfinal. That was at Portugal earlier this year. And there was nothing separating these two in the result at that venue. Conor just falling shy of getting the number he needed there to overtake Chianca. But he's on a magic run at the moment, the Brazilian. You know, joins a very small cast of surfers on the CT that have actually worn that yellow jersey. And the progress that he's having in this event will more than likely see him hang on to it heading to the next stop.
Yeah, he's, you know, when we think about the Brazilian Storm, the 3 pilots, you know, Medina, Italo and Felipe have had the lion's share of event wins over the last couple of years. You know, this guy's been a co-pilot and fast becoming one of those pilots. He really wants that to bust into that top 3 position. He's doing everything right at the moment. He's got, you know, a different sort of approach. It's really aggressive. You know, he puts 100% and then some into every single section, every turn.
He's in the eye of the storm at the moment.
Yep.
He's just that calm sort of presence in that, you know, chaotic pack of surfers. He's so confident. It's actually ridiculous. Considering too, he, you know, butchered the first half of the season last year despite a couple of magic performances. He got knocked off the tour. So, no, he's clawed his way through that Challenger Series. We'll be focusing on that after we move away from stop number 5, and you're going to see, you know, an incredible level of performance on the Challenger Series, but also you consider, you know, how many heats you've got to surf to get yourself to in a position to claim a victory on the CT. It's not that many, really. Looking at Joao's run through this contest so far, first round, he had a second place finish behind Kelly Slater, but still progressed ahead of Jack Thomas there. Jarvis Earl in the round of 32. This is a real big bonus to getting yourself well situated on the seed list. You know, he's overcoming competitors that he's got a real edge over. Jarvis, no experience surfing this wave in competition for the first time. And then Callum Robson, you know, that's a difficult heat at this venue, but performance-wise, Chianca's been on another level to Callum this season to earn his place here in the quarterfinals. So, you know, that momentum early in the season really gives you a huge advantage, as we see the man leading quarterfinal number 2 up at the moment, doing a good job of smoothing out these lines. He was out here yesterday in really ugly conditions, just trying to find his place in this lineup. And that'll back up the 6.17 nicely. He's going to push the requirement up now for Connor O'Leary. And he's going to be after a score, a decent score heading into the final 3.5 minutes, but some frustration there.
Yeah, you can see he's annoyed that he didn't finish that final manoeuvre, and just knows that that's he's probably left 1.5, 2 points on that wave, and that could be all the difference in this heat. Let's check the replay here. So a bumpy section to start things off, gets a good slash out on the face, drives around the section again, another layback carve, and then comes through to this inside section, that white wall of water just coming right at him at a 45-degree angle. So hard to negotiate through. But really, these surfers, their legs and thighs at the moment, shock absorbers. Just trying to absorb all that bump on the face while still getting that rail really locked into the face of the wave here. And I love this turn. This is the money turn of this wave so far. You can see just grinds through it, and that's what this guy does. Just overpowers it. He's riding his 6.2, the Magic Sunset model. And working very closely with shaper Britt Merrick. And this is a unique little thing that they've got going here.
One thing I love about Chianca is since he came onto the CT, you know, he's like a boxer who is always pushing forward and putting pressure on his rivals. He doesn't stand back. I think just having watched the way Felipe, Italo, Medina compete, just going for everything as hard as you possibly can. At times, probably, while he put in some big heat scores last year, at times he probably needed to show a little bit more restraint, but this year he's tapped into that perfect balance. He's an attacking surfer. He's always on the offensive, and it's awesome to watch. 4.67 for that last ride. Connor O'Leary now after a 7.34. So wow. He finishes that last ride off, and he's, you know, really starting to close the door on the Australian.
Well, even just, you know, thinking about it as a competitor, if you hear 7.3, you go, okay, I'm down with that. I know exactly what I do. But when you start hearing 8.5 and 8 and 9s that you need, that's a bit of a blow to the guts. You know what I mean? So, you know, by all means, Connor O'Leary's still in it. He's got a minute and a half to find this 7.3, but that clock is going to go so damn fast.
Yeah, I think in, you know, offshore conditions, you can kind of rely on Margaret's to serve up some set waves, but when it's got this bump on it, you really don't know what you're going to get, and that's what we saw happen at Toledo in that first quarterfinal heat. You know, he got waves, but they were lumpy, and he was a little off, and you know, it just made it really hard to turn the heat. So I think Connor's really got his hands full here as he does take off now. Late takeoff, drops to the bottom of this one. Let's see if he can prove me wrong. Waiting for his opportunity to strike on that first section. Not a whole lot in it, but might be able to make up for it here. This wave's going to shut down, though. It's exactly what we were sort of alluding to, just the fact that there's a real unpredictability to what these set waves are going to do out there at the moment. That quick start's crucial.
So important. And just talking to Jake Patterson then, hang on, we'll get back to the point.
Yeah, it really felt like when Chianca got going in the first minute of this exchange, he was going to hold a really good edge. And the fact that he's, you know, up and looking to finish this one off, this is going to take a lot of strength, and he does manage to reappear in front of that white water. And the hoot is sounding now, and the current world #1 continues his charge towards another big finish. Just on an absolute heater this year. Fourth time into the semi-finals out of 5 events. Remarkable.
Yep, he's setting himself up really well for that final 5, but he put together a great heat, you know, and it's positioning today, it's wave choice, and it's moments. Starting moment on the wave and finishing moment on the wave, because there's sleepiness in between. But let's check the recap, and you can see Chianca, he got things started really well, just good, solid surfing, really committed. And I love the power in this guy's turns, just attack mode all the way. And that really set the tone for the heat. This is his final ride here, just in the last 20 seconds of this heat and basically just snowboarding. Look how difficult it is to surf this one, and somehow just magician-like finds his feet through that end section and rides out.
Yeah, dominant performances from a couple of surfers through those first quarterfinal heats. And we've got more big wave action coming our way with big names hitting the lineup. Stay with us. We're going to take a Bonsai brew break.
Ethan Ewing, John Florence, that is going to be a fire heat.
Definitely a good battle. Ethan's been surfing great these last few years. I mean, I always kind of stick to my strengths.
Look at the power and the style.
When I surf in these heats, I don't really think about who's in the heat. I just kind of surf.
Massive layback jam in the pocket. Absolute mastery.
Welcome back to finals day here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. There's a good shot of main break, letting you know what's on offer today. And here's our competitors that are going to be battling in quarterfinal number 4. Ethan Ewing up against John Florence. Ethan coming off the back of a stellar performance down there at Bells Beach. John Florence, he's put it together a typical campaign here at main break. Excellent scores in each of his heats. He's just been an unbelievably dominant force rolling through the rounds, and he's going to be a good test here for Ethan. Ethan's looked sharp, but John scored a lot higher on his road through to this point in the competition. At the moment, Griffin Colapinto up, looking to answer to Barramamia's 3.5 opener. Griffin with some foam on the face will be doing well to ride out of this final turn, gets out in front of it. Oh, he did so well to hang on for a moment there. This one during the break. Ethan Ewing climbs up into the section. Nice slice under the lip there. Looking to put up a solid score against John Florence here.
Yeah, well, Ethan looking really good through this inside section. Does he outrun it? Go, mate. No. It absolutely runs him down here, but a couple of nice carves to open up on this wave. And there's that precision, form and style that we're used to seeing from Ethan Ewing. He's acquired so many fans around the world. He's sort of the modern day Tom Curran, shades of Andy Irons in the style for sure. And just throws that final hit and just tries to outrun this thing and gets detonated. But Jake Patterson, his last advice to Ethan was, mate, you're going to have to catch some waves. Just don't sit there. Don't be dormant. You're going to have to try and get some reps up and find some sections.
I like it,
Whoa.
which is, John Florence. Just a rare catch of the rail there. Yeah, I like that advice. I mean, that has been the recipe for success for Ethan Ewing throughout this event and also throughout the Bells event. He rode basically half as many waves as his rival in the final down there through that event. But, it's interesting today. We've watched the more patient surfers through those first 2 quarterfinal heats lose out. It's the surfer that got the quick start, didn't have that priority, and built a bit of a foundation out there that ultimately went on to get the victory. Semi-final number 1 is established. Gabriel Medina taking on the next generation of Brazilian star in João Chianca. And that isn't too far away because we're going to roll straight into semi-final action for the men. after this quarterfinal clash is done between Ethan Ewing and John Florence. No big numbers on the board yet for these two. When you think about their history, and sometimes, you know, we focus a lot on that head-to-head history. John Florence does have the edge over Ethan Ewing, but they haven't met since 2017 when Ethan did his first run on the CT. And he was basically a little boy at that point. John Florence was in world title winning form, and he's just a different surfer now, and probably about 10 kilos heavier as well. As we see Griffin Colapinto up again on a tricky section, hangs on to the floating re-entry, drives up into the lip again, and he does really well to hang on to this one. That's a bit more like it. Had a 5 on his last ride, so did get the better of Barron on the opening exchange, and now he's about to bank a better number and push ahead here. This guy's just looked every bit like a Final 5 campaigner this season. Added speed to his repertoire, but a little bit more consistent throughout each venue on the championship tour this year, Rick.
Yeah, he's looking good, isn't he? And that final manoeuvre there, not a problem. Late takeoff. And watch Griffey, he sort of jumps up on the lip here, projects out with it, stays out of the danger zone, and then just navigates through these bumps. So watch this, gets the line, and goes, okay, up and over, jumps up on the lip here, gliding on the roof, and then right here, just, you've got to come down before that lip explodes behind you. Otherwise, you know, your board's buckled and you're going to just get kicked off.
Ethan Ewing at the moment looking to finish this one off in style. Doesn't quite get on top of the section, but still does ride out of that final hit, and he'll make his way into the Red Bull ski and get back to that takeoff zone in no time. Still plenty of minutes on the clock for Ethan Ewing and John Florence here. 12 minutes for Colapinto and Mamiya. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat into the semi-finals for the 4th time this season, Zhao Chianca.
Thanks, Ron. That's right. Firstly, Zhao, how's the body?
Body's all right. It's healthy.
You're bored, not so much?
No. Board just flipped under my feet on the 3rd wave. So, yeah, that's okay. Happens, part of the job.
It's a big day here at competition. What do you do between now, the quarterfinals, and your semi-final?
I'll probably just reset. That was such a tricky heat, you know, like not too many waves. Like you don't want to get the day started like this. You always look like clean conditions like offshore, and you imagine like catch a lot of good waves and like put into a good rhythm, but that didn't happen. So I had to like just sit there with Pryor and make good decisions. So hopefully we're gonna get like more waves on the semifinal, and I'm gonna be able to deliver.
We hope so too. We'll let you go and get warm. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, Zhao Chianca, I think hitting his knee on his board as it flipped over. It's just inevitable that you're going to come into contact with the reef or maybe your equipment when the swell's big here at main break and you've got those two big absolute walls of water coming together. Here goes Barron Mamiya. Needs a number to get back out in front, and it's a pretty hefty one now with Griffin Colapinto putting together a pretty decent couple of rides there, a 5 and a 6.67. Mamiya, not a whole lot he could do with that end section there. The ski kind of just making its way out of the zone. There would have been some texture there, but really you want the big start to get a big number. You know, that's really the only way you're going to turn in an excellent score, is to start well and finish strong. John Florence here at the moment just trying to turn around a pretty scrappy start by his standards. Looks like these walls are maybe cleaning up a little bit, and there is a typical trademark John layback, and look at the finish.
Wow. Two-turn combo. Like yeah, have a look at this. This one stood up perfectly for John, and just goes for the big layback hammer off the lip. Just, you know, got that foot right above the tail, right on the kick of the tail pad there. Trying to maintain control, and not just one, backs it up with a great combination here. Bit more vertical in the attack on this one, Ron.
Yeah, a bit more vertical, I think, than we've seen any of the regular footers so far today. Kaipo, we get to see it in super slow-mo here on screen, but you're sitting out there. You can really see just how well John Florence navigates his way vertically into the bowl of these waves.
Yeah, navigating is a great word, Ron, because there's still a lot of bump out here, more bump than you would see from the beach, and it's navigating some of that bump out here. There's still a little bit of mooring sickness, wave selection coming into play as well, but John doing a great job of that. And also in the priority heat, you know, Griffin Colapinto getting that score, that was under Baron Mamia's priority, and then Griffin saw Baron go again, was smart enough, he caught a wave behind him, kicked out early to maintain that priority and heat control. So we look at Griffin Colapinto, high heat IQ, you know, he has the lead and he has priority over Baron Mamiya right now.
You got your watch on out there, Kipes?
I sure do.
Did you see that score come through for John Florence?
I have, sorry about that, I don't have their
heat on screen.
Heat on, yeah, because overlapping. What was the number, Ron?
It was an 8, mate. That's about 45 excellent wave scores for John Florence in this event now.
Unreal. Well, he's the favorite for a reason.
What is it, Rich, about John Florence? I mean, how come he gets the 8s more often than not? We'll come back to that. Here goes Colapinto now, trying to get rid of a 5 to really put the blowtorch under Baron Mamiya. Nice hook off the top. Well, it does well to almost fit 2 turns into a tight space there, but goes down. Good size wave. Colapinto getting involved in the lip. Not getting the finish there is going to hurt him a little bit. But he looks on.
He does. He looks really, really good. And I like it. These guys are starting to ride more waves, give themselves more chances. Back to your question, 10% more speed, 10% more sort of critical nature to the manoeuvres. A different line too. He's taking a steeper and more critical line on the bollier sections, live action.
Well, Mamiya tries to put a bit more into that first turn. This wave now backing off for a moment, but it'll be smart to stick with this one and look for that big finish. Now getting away from that right-hander as he attacks the oncoming left, gets in early. Smart line there for the Hawaiian surfer. As we now see Ethan Ewing up. Nice slice. He's got to respond now. Big test for Ethan Ewing, who's had some very strong scores of his own in this event. But on his road through to this point, just been a little behind what John Florence has been able to do. But Richie Lovett just breaking down how John finds the edge and frequently gets into that excellent range. Smart. This is going to be a better ride for Baron Mamiya.
Okay, so look how Baron kind of snaps up into the lip there. It's a different style of manoeuvre. John probably would have gone to the big carve and really just filleted that section, but a great wave nonetheless for Baron, a real comeback wave in this heat, and I just love the timing on that final section. Just really didn't put himself in harm's way. And we draw our attention now out to Ethan Ewing. Oh, just textbook carve. Love how high, you know, he's kept on the top third of that wave through that carve and was able to whip it back around. But he knew right then, okay, look, I'm only looking at maybe a 5 or a 6. That's not going to cut it. Don't waste your time. Get back out there and find a better wave.
Yeah, most definitely. Well, just over 5 minutes remaining here. The competitors, you know, they don't, on days like today, you know, they're so far away from the beach that on-site announcers' calls and updates can be pretty difficult. The surfers have the official wearable of the WSL, those Apple Watches they can call on. Kaipo at the moment is really paying close attention to what's happening in heat number 3. But as that last quarterfinal heat comes into the back half of their exchange, then the numbers will start to show up on his dial. But John Florence posting an excellent score. Ethan Ewing, he's got to watch himself here. He's got to get a better number on the board, because at some point John's probably going to put up another 8-point ride, just going off his typical performances here. And Ethan you know, a 4.33 is not going to cut it.
No, absolutely not. It's a precarious position that Ethan Ewing is in at the moment, given that John has priority and is looking for a second score. Here we go, Griff just trying to get into this one.
Well, he had priority, but there was not a whole lot he could do. Lucky for him, Barramamia attacks the lip and goes down. Barramamia, a 5.33 on his previous ride. Things are starting to tighten up in quarterfinal 3. Absolute whitewashers in the first 2 quarterfinal heats. Joao Chianco, Gabriel Medina just right on point. But let's have a look at what unfolds here.
Great view here. This wave actually lined up really well. And unfortunately, Barron just overcooks it on this first turn. And potentially some more points left on that wave. Flattened out a little bit.
Yeah, didn't see it heading towards a big oncoming left-hander. Those lefts kind of bowl out at south side. You know, the brake just obviously to the south of main brake.
Yeah.
They come in with so much energy.
Yeah.
So hard to ride out of.
There's a lot of reverb coming from that side too, just due to the south nature of the swell. You know, these little residual swells. There's wind residue from the last couple of days, and then there's swells coming over from south side. Lots going on over there. Really Hawaiian-like conditions right now.
Magic. Been so fun throughout this contest to lean into the knowledge of some of the custodians of the magic culture in this region, the Wadundee people. We want to acknowledge them as the traditional custodians of the Margaret River region, and thank them once again for welcoming us to Budja, which means country. I want to say a big kai to everyone tuned in and watching on. That's a big Wadundee hello. We want to obviously thank the Wadundee community, their elders, past and present. Wadundee Budja, saltwater people's country, a magic place. And all the surfers have been really relishing their time here. As we see Barramamia.
Oh my goodness.
He was so close to maybe getting the strongest end section hit in this morning. Didn't ride out, and that's going to cost him big time, but that might have been the number he needed to get into the lead. He was after a 6.45.
I'm calling if he made that final turn, he probably got it. And he somehow found a wave under Griffin's priority and knew he had to throw everything. You could see him. He was hanging on by his tiptoes.
This is such a tough spot. A minute and a half to go. He's not all the way in, but if sets come, he'll waste the opportunity to maybe catch a wave in the final minute. But then if he goes into the red ball ski, it might take him that long to get back to the takeoff anyway.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard, but some good surfing on this one. Have a look at the size of that final section. Geez, he did really well to really stay in front of it until these final moments, but that's a really good carve from Barron as well.
That was the wave. He got a 3.23 just for that turn. This was a 5-point turn.
That is a full poster moment right there. And you can see here his motivation right now is hang on, get through this heat if I hang on to this maneuver. And just trying his best to switch the core on and just stay on top of his board.
It was on. Sometimes that doesn't even matter here. How switched on your core is or how good your wax is. Sometimes the wave just says, nah, get off.
Well, you can see how low all of these surfers are getting at that final, on that final maneuver there. And it's, well, it's because as a spectator, it's actually quite entertaining, isn't it, to watch them attack that final move and try and ride out of it. But Griffin Colapinto in control here.
Yeah, well and truly now. That was the wave. But time winding down now, and we knew it was going to be difficult for Mamea to get back out there after that fall and get another crack at it. And Griffin Colapinto is going to charge into that second semi-final, and he will be matched up against the winner of the last quarter-final, Ethan Ewing or John Florence. Still 20 minutes remaining in that battle. As we dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap. Barramamia got started earlier than Griffin in this one, Rich, but when the opportunities came, Griffin Colapinto made him count.
Yeah, he certainly did. Really consistent in this heat, just very sure-footed, making those final maneuvers count. And you can see here, picking some fantastic waves. Really showing some variety. Open face calves, a great snap off the top. And not making that one, but this was the comeback from Darren Mamiya, the final wave. And opportunity, unfortunately, lost here for Darren Mamiya. And that was the decider of the heat. But Griffin Colapinto moves on.
All right, so impressive stuff there from Griffin Colapinto. Hanging on. We're going to take a quick break here and enjoy the second half of quarterfinal number 4. Ethan Ewing and John Florence still hard at it.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Tourism Western Australia, official tourism partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the WSL Australia. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL Australia. And by Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the WSL Australia.
Welcome back to the show here on Finals Day. Live action unfolding here as John Florence looks to light up main break once again. Strong opening turn, transitioning now into a big frontside carve, drawing it right back into the bowl, getting tangled up in the white water, but has complete control as he finishes this one off on the bricks. Didn't quite get the end section turn right this time, but it was a big combo on the outside. Definitely goes into his top 2. And he's starting to put the squeeze here on Ethan Ewing as he makes his way through to the inside, even over dry rock. Still got a smile on his face.
Yeah, he sure does. And foamy section, but that's no problem for this guy. Goes to that trademark layback hook. Still eyes set down the line. Have a look at it. And now he's following the path. Carves through this turn. Bang, puts the release on. Redirects, just plays with that little foam ball there. Comes through to this final section and basically just ran out of water up and over the roof. Came down, and really this is, again, I keep coming back to that Hawaiian reference. This is any given day out at Iukai Beach Park, right in front of John's house. And a couple other things to note here, Ron. 2 surfers that came out here yesterday when it was howling on shore and really messy and unsettled. John Florence was out here doing really well in this heat so far. Jiaochenka was out there as well. So right now, these guys have been in the worst of it, and they'd probably be looking at these conditions going, this is fantastic compared to what we surfed yesterday.
John wasn't just doing well, he was out here doing backflips.
Backflips, yeah.
6.83 on that last ride. Ethan Ewing now needs a combo of 2 rides. And, yeah, 2-wave total of 14.83. And that's just at this stage. That 6.83, I don't expect that to be in John's top 2 after these next 15 minutes play out. He's been so strong travelling with his entourage once again. Just got to, almost brings, that comfort with him to every venue now. With his wife, Lauren, mates Eric, Brendan has been hanging about as well. Ross Williams not here at the moment, but those guys obviously do a lot of conversing on screen, getting prepared for these heats. Kaipo watching on out there in the lineup. John Florence busy again. Kaipo, take it away.
There we go, John. Looking solid here. Nice carve, smaller wave, under priority. Don't know if this is going to go into his top 2, Ron.
No, it is a smaller ride, a beautiful opening carve. Just, again, just that freakish ability to rip these calves back into that bowl. And it's a scary bowl to kind of get tangled up with Kaipo because it can really pack a punch.
Yeah, I mean, John matching power with power, right? And in contrast to what we're seeing from Ethan, which is a very paced, mechanical, great technique and smooth approach. But John just going to town out here. And you mentioned yesterday's, warm-up. It was big, it was messy. John came out here, did a backflip.
Amazing seeing the replay of that last turn, Rick.
Oh, just so much power and control. Have a look at that final quarter of that turn where he gets that release and body torque and that hinge between the lower part of his body and the upper part. You can see it here as well. They go in two completely different directions, and what that does is allow John to get eyes on this next section. He's already thinking down the line before he's even finished the turn.
He just got more barreled on that layback jam than we've been in our entire trip here to the west.
Yeah, absolutely. And
not fair.
No, it is. It's not fair at all. But I was actually going to ask Kaipo the question, but I'll answer it. Like, John's now got an almost 15-point total. So he's clear for takeoff now. He can really dig in, start getting under Ethan's priority and really going for it. Maybe take into the air, just, start putting more and more pressure on his opponent.
Yeah, it was a big ask. As good as Ethan's form has been, I think you broke it down really well earlier on when you were talking about why John frequently gets into that excellent range at this venue. He's attacking the bowl. He's a lot more vertical in his approach when the wave provides that big steep section. Even his calves, he actually starts the turn on a vertical line towards the lip.
Yep.
Where everyone else sort of takes that more traditional carving approach. It's a flatter line and you sort of dig into the rail halfway through the turn a little more. So he's looking for a spark out here at the moment to start some kind of fire to turn this around.
Yeah, it's going to take a special sort of wave at this 12-minute mark. But yeah, like John's form out here, he decimates these sections and he matches the power and then puts in more, whereas a lot of surfers are actually just borrowing the power off the wave and surfing with the power of the wave, but John matches it and then puts it back in. And it's something that he's found here, and the recipe or the romance that Felicity calls it is something special.
Bit of movement here at the lineup, but we are looking forward to semi-final heats. Just one spot left. And Ethan, he needs to make this ride count. Let's see what he can do with it. Smooth style as he drives into that first section. Had to get on the attack, mistimed. And he looks a little rattled. He has just looked so confident on his road through to this point in the competition. But John is just really setting the pace at the moment as we have a look at the Bailey ladders bracket. Gabriel Medina, Joe Chianca in semi-final number 1, and Griffin Colapinto waiting to see who he is going to be taking on. But more than likely it's going to be John Florence at this point, just under 11 minutes to go. And let's see how Griff's feeling after his first heat here today. What will be finals day at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro.
Thank you, Ron. Griffin, well done.
Thank you, Stel. What's going on?
Oh, a bit nervous watching that last exchange there. You gave Barron a few looks.
Yeah, I don't know. That wave, when I was looking at it from our angle, it had like 3 side wedges, and then there had just been a wave, so there was like white water on the face. I was like, oh, it's white watery, smaller one, and then he took off and the thing just doubled up. I was just watching from the back going, oh no, here we go. And then it sounded like he almost rode out of the last turn, but didn't. So, I mean, I've had a lot of times where guys ride out of that, and so really stoked for it to go my way today.
And what do you do now? Do you go back and watch your heat on replay?
I usually do, yeah. I'll check out, see how I'm surfing and what turns are looking good and which ones I probably should stay away from. So, I don't know, and surf to my strengths too.
What do you think they are on a day like today?
Well, I think my lip liners have kind of been pretty promising around here. So, and right now, if I'm up against John, he'll be doing those crazy carves, so maybe a little point of difference there could be good. And then I feel like I can do a good carve if I get the right section. So, yeah, it's going to be all in.
It's the only way to be. I think Jack Robinson has an amazing ability to bring that point of difference in days like today. Do you draw inspiration from surfers other like that on tour?
Oh, for sure, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of us that are the same age now, and yeah, it's funny to like look at different guys your age and take things from them. Because like when we were little, maybe like 15, 16, that age, it's like you're so like competitive and like you get jealous and all those little stuff. But now at this level, you like get over all that and you actually like look at it from a different perspective and see the good in everyone. So yeah, it's someone like Jack for sure. He won last year, and yeah, I was down here to psych him up the beach after, so it's really cool. And yeah, I'm actually wishing him all the best in his recovery right now. Him and I have been hanging out a bunch this year, so yeah, I wish him all the best, and he's going to come back stronger and better than ever.
Thanks, Griff. We'll let you get ready for the semis. Cheers.
All right, thanks.
The sponge just continues to slurp up the data, the information. Obviously a big fan of surfing, as all the competitors are, but Griffin, you know, these days able to just take all the best characteristics of other people's approach and look to replicate it his own way, but looking really sharp. Yeah, he has been strong in those lip line moves. I think it'd be dangerous, Rich, on a day where we're going to see a big change in the conditions from the quarterfinals through to even the semis to get one move in mind. I think that's been really the key to John John's success over the years. He just surfs what's in front of him.
Yeah, you can't get too far ahead of yourself here. Let's have a look at John. Just super late takeoff here. Hits the eject button and tries to just sort of pencil dive and penetrate straight under that wave.
Well, thank goodness. You know, it doesn't just always result in an 8-point ride. It keeps things interesting. Even John goes over the falls here at Main Break
every now and then. Yep, every now and then.
7 minutes remaining here. 6.5 for Ethan Ewing. What did you think about that score?
Mate, not too bad. Great comeback wave, and exactly what he needed at this point in the heat with only 7 minutes to go. The most important thing, it's gotten him out of combination and given him a chance to get a decent wave. Only 8.3, which sounds big, but Ethan Ewing can do it.
I'd like to queue up replays of John's 6.83 and Ethan's 6.5 and make some comparisons if we can, just to sort of see what the judges are picking up here at the moment. But it's created what we love, Rich, and that is an opportunity in the final stages for a surfer to maybe turn things around with some excellent surfing. But let's have a look at those two scoring rides. This was the 6.83 for Florence.
Yeah, so a great opening turn there. Big roundhouse swoop back into the foam. And this is the one where I believe he went up and over the foam and didn't quite ride out. So the strength of that 6.83 was on those first two turns. Ethan's wave, a little bit smaller. Starts off a little sleepier, but then he starts to get that wrap going. Great fade back into the pocket. Another clean turn. So a two-turn combination without the fall.
Yeah, on the replay, for me, I'm kind of blown away that there's not a bigger differentiation between the 6.5 and the 6.83. John's wave clearly bigger.
Yeah.
And just the rail that he sunk on that second turn and the fact that he actually rode over that whitewater. When someone's getting involved in the whitewater here, that's surfing, you know, to a truly critical nature. Ethan, taking nothing away from him, he surfed his wave absolutely brilliantly. Did he surf it as hard and as high risk as John? I don't think anyone could say that he did. So, you know, he's been gifted a good opportunity here not to be chasing more than an 8.33, and we'll see if he can make it count. But, you know, we're watching it from here on the beach, and it's, you know, obviously a different perspective to what the panel are sitting. We're sitting a little further down the line here. We'll check in once again with Kaipo, who's out there dealing with the elements at the moment. Kaips, it's a bumpy ocean, an angry ocean this morning.
It's a little bit bumpy. It's a challenge right now. John with priority, however. Taking a look at this one. Is he going to play some offense? Sure is. John activates with the lead, gave over priority to Ethan Ewing, but a big carve goes down. This may be the opportunity, Ron, for Ethan Ewing. 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Ethan now with priority. There's a glimmer of hope for Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, it's going to be a good gut check for him, Kaipo. I mean, he's really coasted through the rounds, and he hasn't had an easy run.
No. I mean, look at. The guy wants to go back-to-back. He has the ability to go back-to-back. Right now, the door has been swung open. I was just curious that John took that wave and handed over priority to Ethan Ewing. Just under 4 minutes to see if Double E can do it.
Yeah, just under 4 minutes to go here. Talking about Ethan's run through the contest. Got a second in the first round, but that'll see you through to the round of 32. He had to come up against Jacob Wilcox. Also overcame Interlow in this event. Up on a huge section at the moment. Wow, really attacked that section. And fortunately for Florence Ethan, he can't get to the end of the ride in time to lay into something big on the end of this one.
Yeah, well, it looks like Ethan's going to get a fast track out the back. He's not going to opt for the ski, so wasn't quite in far enough. And, well, if he, it's probably going to take him a minute or so, but let's see what happens here. Big section standing up in front of him. He attacks, stays out of danger, and unfortunately that ride just, the wave just closed out in front of him, so nothing more on offer. But a really committed turn here. You can see, didn't go too high. Just a full lip glide.
Such a tricky section to read when that offshore wind's howling. Just getting the placement right and not being blown away. Did really well to ride out of that, but it's not going to really help him out at all. It doesn't chip away at the requirement here. So now with John holding priority, Ethan's got a lot of work to do. He's after an 8.33, but it's going to be difficult to track down. As we dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap, Florence dropping the excellent score early on, Rich, but hasn't yet been able to back it up.
No, quite unusual for this guy, but this combination here, that turn, probably the manoeuvre of the morning so far, in my opinion. And that was that big score, undeniable in my books. And this was the backup. Little foamy to start off, but just solid surfing that we're used to seeing from John. That big critical carve that we were talking about gets a little, it's almost on the flow rider, isn't he, as he tries to maintain control, does it perfectly. And didn't quite get to the finish, and you have to think that was maybe an 8-pointer if he rode out of that one. But this is Ethan Ewing's comeback trail. Nice wrap to start things off. Really tight in the pocket on this one. Great two-turn combination, but he needs more.
Yeah, and talking about the 6.83 versus the 6.5 earlier on, you know, you could make a really strong argument for the judges too, and just how well-rounded Ethan's opening manoeuvre was. John's a little more down the line. I just love that second carve from Florence. As we see Ethan now making his move after an excellent score, an 8.33. That's a fantastic start. Second section lays a little flat, but he does well to finish it off. No, can't hang on. And with just under a minute to go, that might have been his last shot at it. I think he needed a bit more wall to work with. He's been so switched on for the past couple of events, looking to replicate what Jack Robinson was able to do last year and go back-to-back. It's been a hard task to pull off for those surfers at the top end of the ranks, getting back-to-back victories on the CT. But there is no question that, you know, Ethan is one of the form surfers on the championship tour. An amazing run last season to crack that final 5, and he's going to solidify a place right up there at the top end of the ratings again.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he should go away from this knowing that he surfed amazing through this event. A quarter-final finish is certainly a keeper result, but unfortunately, just he's not going to get the win here over this man who just has so much control over Margaret River main break.
Yeah, looking strong. Another excellent wave score for John Florence as he charges into the semi-finals, and what a semi it's going to be. He'll be taking on Griffin Colapinto. And we do have the opening semi-final clash just around the corner. The current world #1, Zhao Qianka, will take on fellow Brazilian Gabriel Medina. We're going to bring in Joey and Bugs for the call.
You're watching stop number 5 of the season. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro, Gabriel Medina taking on Joao Chianca in semifinal number 1. Thanks for being with us. Griffin Cole-Pinto will have a rematch with John Florence from last year. And that'll be fun. Last year was a quarterfinal. This year it's a semifinal clash. Thanks for being with us on the Harvey Norman host set. Joe Turpel alongside one of the all-time greats, a world champion, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, big, chunky conditions, but we seem to have one real standout throughout the matchups today.
Well, I mean, it's wild and woolly out there. When we first got down this morning, I did think Joe was going to have a good crack today. I thought John will be hard to beat. But of course, we've got this guy called 3-time world champion Gabriel Medina standing in their way, so it's going to be on.
Yeah, real strong-footed surfers are pushing through the bumps today, where it's been just one surfer really taking charge. Let's see if we get some real battles going in the semifinals. Medina and Chianca meeting for the first time in their career at the championship tour level. And Gabriel, the 3-time champ, and now getting to spar with world number 1. The young 22-year-old from Saquarema. And you think for a moment, like Joao Chianca, how big this heat would be for him, the importance to really flex his yellow jersey against one of the all-time greats on tour.
Well, Joe is looking to make a bit of distance between him and the field, obviously, with Jack Robinson out this time, unfortunately. Joe's got a chance to really put a number on everybody.
But now 32.5 on the clock. Thanks for being with us here on finals day. Gabriel Medina doing a great job at stop number 5, getting to his first quarterfinal, now his first semifinal of the season. And also with this semifinal performance, his best ever that he's had at this venue at Mainbreak Margaret River. Going back to 2014, his first world title year, he was able to make the quarterfinals, but he's been stuck there a couple of times. And for a guy that really shows no weaknesses, it was cool that he identified this venue as one of the toughest on the calendar for himself. And look where he sits now. His best results so far in the season before we get to the Surf Ranch. As, wow, looks like these guys are incredibly close to each other, Bugs.
Well, they're within each other's paddling circle there, so... And we see Medina making the break now. He's broken free. He's paddling back to the lineup. It's a bit of they're tacking back and forward, but Joao's got the inside on Medina. Medina doesn't usually like that.
Really quick finals day, so let's get caught up quickly with John Florence with Stace.
Thanks, Joe. John, well done.
Thank you.
Do you go back and watch that heat in this quick turnaround, or do you just go straight off feeling?
I'll just go straight off feeling. Such a quick turnaround. My main goal is to get warm and hydrate and get some kind of calories and carbs going.
Any tricks?
On getting warm? Bundle up. It's cold down here.
Do you change suits and everything, or do you stay in the same suit?
I think I'll... I don't know. Yeah, I was kind of thinking about
New heat every 20 minutes?
yeah. I don't know. I'll probably just stay in the same suit, but I'll probably take it halfway down and get all warm.
Any superstitions? We used to watch Mick Fanning take his rashie off and then put it back on straight away.
No, but that's an interesting one. I try to stay away from superstitions. I feel like, I don't know, if it doesn't happen right, then you're kind of thinking about it.
It is a short turnaround. We appreciate your time. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Love that Stace. John just on the fly trying to think about what he's going to do for the next few minutes. Remember, overlapping format, flew through the quarterfinals, and he's actually right back out there coming up next. So that was a nice opportunity to talk to the best out at main break as he prepares for Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah, interesting to see John in a short sleeve steamer out there at the moment. That's you know, it's pretty cool start to the day. The water temperature is not too bad though, Joe.
And for the amount of reps he gets in a matchup, I'm sure he felt great when he was in the water. And then the chill factor comes in when you walk up the stairs. Things are interesting in this heat. No scores. However, there's been a lot to talk about. As soon as this semifinal started, these guys are all over each other, just trying to get position as we see how things started here. Kaipo Guerrero's in the water, had a great view of the scrappiness of this heat. Kipes, what'd you see?
Yeah, it's on, right? So it's on between these two guys. Before anyone's even got to their feet, these guys have been shoulder to shoulder, elbow to elbow. You know, in this open priority right now, it's been a battle, and you can tell both of these surfers are very passionate surfers, and it's already showing. I mean, the war's already started before a score has dropped.
100%. We're watching the vision of what you got to see right in front of you. Joao Chianca versus Gabriel Medina. And oftentimes this is a risky game plan for surfers that try to play the aggressive role against Medina and try to kind of play the Medina on Medina. And we've seen a lot of competitors go down because it throws them off their game. Chianca did tell me over at Bell's that he loves this part of heats though. He's young to the tour, but he really enjoys when things get really aggressive at the start of the heat. So these guys are giving it to each other for a few minutes of a scrappy battle to kick this one off.
Well, you think about it, Joe, there's a big three in Brazil. You know, Gabriel Medina, Italo Ferreira, Felipe Toledo, they're the big three. Here's the young lion coming into it now. He loves it. He's got pole position. Medina absolutely took him on there. And Joao, he's happy to sit next to him, and he's going to back himself that if Medina makes a quick break, he'll react.
It's also a big statement as well for their first matchup. If Chianca can beat one of the all-time greats, that would be massive for his confidence this season. He enjoys a paddle battle. He likes when someone pushes him early. So he's getting his first taste of Gabriel Medina. And it looks like they're both thriving off it, not giving each other an inch. This is a big lineup. You can actually separate pretty easily if you want, Bugs.
You can, but if you hark back to their quarterfinals, they both came out of the blocks. Their first rides ended up being counters. They kept both of them. Medina got a 6.33, Chianca got a 6.17, but importantly, they put their opponent on the back foot immediately. They're looking for the same sort of start. Now look who's got inside.
But just like that, Medina's pushing a little bit deeper, and Chianca could be changing gears.
So what you'll see happen now, though, is that Medina will try to herd Chianca back into the lineup.
And Chianca's probably going, hey, I'm not going that deep, and don't want to start this matchup out of position, which we've seen done so many times. I remember there was a heat in Tahiti where Medina and Kolohe paddled like around the reef, and about 15 minutes went off the clock, and the announcers kept saying, hey, no restart, there's waves in the contest area, time to get back into position.
Yeah, there was some classic paddle battles back in the day too. There was one absolute classic between Mark Richards and Richard Cram in South Africa, where they actually paddled 2 piers down out of the contest area and then made their way back. And that's how important it is to be in pole position. But what happens is if you chew 15 minutes off the clock, then things really change, because first of all, the head judge is going, well, you know, you guys are out of position, sets came through, you don't get a restart. And secondly, whoever gets away to a quick start then has got the advantage.
So true. So much to discuss in this matchup. Let's get caught up with the local legend, Felicity Palmatier, outside the Red Bull Athlete Zone. What's the vibe like so far on finals day?
Yeah, I'm down here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and the vibe is pretty serious. I mean, we're down to the pointy end of the competition, and I actually managed to get eyes on both our competitors that are out in the lineup right now. You know, Chianca actually came in from that last heat and he was icing his knee. He had a big bag of ice on there and wrapping himself in towels, trying to keep warm. I moved up over here and I saw Gabriel warming up and looking really, really on fire. He had the ropes going. He, had the bands around his legs. He was looking fired up, looking really serious. So it'll be interesting to know if, both they're passionate competitors, but if Gabby's locked eyes and seen that, Zhao's knees a bit maybe sore. And I also managed to talk to Andy King, Gabby's coach, and he was saying, don't get lured by those sets. They're not the ones that are scoring today. If you see a wave with that first section, you got to go it.
Great insight, Felicity Palmatier, local to this part of the world, but also picking up on the fact that Chianca could be nursing a knee injury in this heat. He looked very strong in his quarterfinal performance, a convincing win over Connor O'Leary. Not sure if he did something to his knee then or if it's been something he's been doing some maintenance on this entire event.
Yeah, well, that's an interesting pickup there. We didn't actually see that, how it happened. It didn't seem like one particular incident, but, that last section with converging foam balls, that can certainly put a lot of pressure on your knees. We just saw them duck diving 3 waves there, trying to get in position. Will Medina turn for this one? He's got the inside. No, he's going to maintain that inside positioning. And Nan Chianca, I thought he might go the inside once he got through that. Medina reacted too quickly.
The paddle battle is still continuing. We're still yet to see an opening ride. 23 minutes, 40 seconds, and they've got to punch through again.
Yeah, well, they've positioned themselves so deep, and they were kind of far on the inside, and it might have been what, to Medina's coach Andy King saying, don't sit out there waiting for the big bombs. Sit for those medium ones that are hitting the reef. But that was like 5 duck dives. And, you get these big combing sets on a day like today, mostly 6 to 8 foot, every now and again, and a 10-foot set. And Medina.
Looks like he will spin. Medina's able to get the first wave. Will he make it count? Under the lip, he throws it away. Advantage Chianca, with Gabriel just throwing away that first wave after a serious battle for position. Kaipo Guerrero, that thing got scrappy, but Medina didn't convert on that opener.
Yeah, Joe, that was, I think that the surfers just really concentrating on each other, right? And so they were out of position for that set coming in. Medina finally got the inside, felt he had to go, but did not execute on that. So now we're going to have a lot more tame matchup because priority is in play.
Thank you, Kaipo. We see Medina was hoping for a big re-entry there, and that section just wouldn't let him throw that board anywhere.
Wow, that was a spectacular wipeout. The board nearly clipped him.
Well, this is where we get to see Medina change gears. He didn't establish a big start, which is rare. So you got to give that to Chianca. Well done for the young #1 in the world. But now Medina, under priority, is one of the most dangerous competitors in this situation.
And Chianca still having the duck dive underneath that lip there. But I thought there was another play on there too, Joe, in that Medina, realizing that they'd had 12 or 13 minutes of the heat already, was looking for that quick start to make it a short heat.
It's exactly how he takes over lineups. He can just shut you down for the first 10 minutes, get in your headspace, and usually he starts with a big number. This time not the case, so he's gonna have to dig deeper against Chianca, who's had such a stellar year. Last year fell off at Margaret River in the midseason cut, came back so strong, back-to-back semifinals in Hawaii, then to his first win of his career, and look, another semifinal in the first half of the season at least. Says he just doesn't want to fast track too far this year to think about goals or outcomes, because he's trying to stay present to really enjoy this moment as world #1.
Yeah, what a difference a year makes. Last year, Joe, he was battling for survival in this event at Margaret River. He missed the cut, had to go back to the Challenger Series, charged his way back through that, and look at what is out there now, world #1. And the difference is now, they just spent 8 minutes just jockeying back and forth. It was just such a scrap. the difference now is that Joao can sit actually where he wants to, but notice that where Medina's sitting, just inside, like still, you know, not much space between them, even though we're in a priority situation now.
Well, the battle continues. Hitting about the 20-minute mark. Cianca starting to move his position out the back. Medina following him.
See, Medina's positioning is classic second priority positioning, because he's sort of going to make his opponent really look. See, Cianca goes it.
World number 1 on his opener. His first time against the 3-time world champ Gabriel Medina. Throws out an exciting first turn. Carve, tail release. Has to redirect and stops that turn short to make sure he rides away clean. Great execution to get on the board. And he'll kick things off out in front. Over Medina, 19:25 to go.
Yeah, looking over his shoulder to see if Medina was on the way behind. He wasn't. So that's going to put Cianca in the lead. I'm wondering, though, if that... He went up early for the second turn. I wonder if he's favouring the knee. So he starts out here, Joe. Comes a nice clean bottom turn, nice deep bottom turn. And look at that snap there. Fin release. And then he comes around here. Look how early he goes up for this. He wasn't going to mess with that converging foam ball. You wonder if he's favouring the knee on that one.
Another look at the start. Look how much open face he has and able to capitalize on an explosive maneuver. And then getting there early, 2 sections colliding, and it's easily to go down on that end section.
It is, and like this, there's the money turn right there. Wow, look at that, he just slides the tail out, gains control with that back arm. And now he goes, no, I'm going up super early for this. Probably was looking for a slightly steeper face at that point to do a big carve down the face. Get it in front of that foam ball easily. If he'd left it earlier later, he would have had to actually like do a massive big floater move, or maybe a layback off that white water. And well, you know, it's a 5, 6, 7. Not a bad opener.
Cianca takes the lead. Very aggressive with these 2 surfers at the start of this matchup. Medina got the first wave, but fell straight away. And now Cianca trying to get his first win in his first matchup over the 3-time world champ, who has a ton of experience in big moments like this, but he's never made it this far in this contest. So a lot on the line here in this first semifinal.
Well, the new kid on the block, we talked about the big 3 of the Brazilian Storm. Obviously, the leading edge was Adriano de Souza breaking through for that world title, but then 3 world champions following in hot pursuit of him, and they have dominated at the top of the rankings for some time. And now, is it a big 4? Is Cianca, you know, like boring his way into that elite Brazilian Storm that has taken the world on and pretty much dominated it over the last 5 years?
Oh, it certainly has, Bugs. It's been fun to watch as they add more members to this Storm year after year, and Cianca, the latest, now to lead the tour as he still has the lead over Gabriel Medina. 16:50 to go in semifinal number 1. Back for more on finals day right after this.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Tourism Western Australia, official tourism partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By Bond U, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. By BioGlam, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia. By GWM, exclusive category partner of the WSL Australia. And by Hydrolyte, official oral rehydration partner of the WSL Australia.
Big news in pro surfing. The WSL season wildcards have been decided. The GOAT is back. Kelly Slater and Joanne DeFay have been selected for the 2023 WSL season wildcards. They get entry in the remaining events this year, passing this mid-season cut, plus entry into the first half of 2024. So Slater and Joanne DeFay, great news there. Also, Brisa Hennessy and Miguel Pupo have been awarded the 2024 season wildcards as well. So big moments for these four surfers. And earlier, Stace Galbraith was able to catch up with Joanne DeFay.
Congratulations, Joanne. You have received the wild card for the remainder of the season. How's that feel?
It feels great. Super happy to serve the end of the season, and I do have a bit more work to do on my foot and my body. So we'll see if I do all events, and but yeah, the goal was to get it for next year also, and be 100% next year. Sorry.
And what's it like sitting at home with an injury? I'd imagine it's incredibly frustrating.
Yeah, it was weird. It was the first time for me. But then at the same time, you just have to focus on the injury too, and like heal. And I was kind of, we're doing that for so long and traveling and stuff. So at the same time, I was trying to focus also on like enjoying the process of being home and, taking care of myself. And I don't know, like Pipe and everywhere didn't had such a great wave either this year. So I wasn't like missing out on so much. I felt like I was lucky enough this year to kind of like manage, and I also had a great year last year, so I wasn't too worried. So I don't know, everything kind of came together, and I was relaxing at home.
Glad to hear, and we'll look forward to seeing you for the rest of the year. Thanks, Joanne.
Great news. Congrats, Joanne DeFay. She'll be back, and we got some catching up to do in this semifinal. Joao Chianca getting this wave.
Yeah, Joe, he kind of lost it on that little bottom turn there, bit of a chunk, but he makes up for it now, comes around this section. Is he going to get that last section in? Yes. Oh, his knee looked pretty solid there, Joe. So he gets that's a 5-point ride. Medina on the wave behind, bigger wave. And I know he goes for a huge move here, pulls it off, but not a massive one. Oh, that's it. He was looking for that 1-2 finish, the Medina Classic. Only a 3-pointer, Joe, but the interesting thing now is that Medina needs a 7-6-7, exactly the score he got in his quarterfinal on his high-scoring ride.
And that probably feels good for Medina when he looks at his Apple Watch. He sees the exact number that he's already accomplished earlier today. But Chianca definitely controlling this heat, winning the paddle battle, and getting a 5 and a 5-6-7. So 2 better scores already over the 3-time world champion. Joao Chianca is the famous big brother that's dominating the big wave scene. Lucas Chianca, they call Joao Chumbinho. They've got Lucas as Chumbo and his dad Chumbao. It's just a nickname that his dad got back in the day, and they've got such a close-knit family, raised on the beautiful waves in Saquarema. And Joao said that support crew kind of meant more than anything else, even when he didn't have sponsors in the early years on the qualifying series. As long as he got great feedback from his family, that's all that mattered to him.
Yeah, there's a very tight-knit family, and of course he gets that home ground advantage with the Saquarema being one of the tour spots.
Which has been challenging for Medina in his career when he became just a global superstar, but especially in Brazil, Medina gets a lot of attention at those venues, and it's been a bit tough for him to win that event over the years.
Yeah, well, look, Medina in Brazil really gets exactly what Kelly Slater gets all around the world. Just absolute adulation. The crowds turn up. You can see a surge in the on-beach crowd, a surge in the viewership when these guys surf.
Medina said he really felt the superstardom happen after that first world title, being the first Brazilian to be a world champion. Said he went through a toll booth on his way home, and the toll booth operator just stopped traffic. It was on this major highway, and there's 20, 30, 40 cars started backing up in this one lane because the operator wanted photos, autographs, wanted a little bit of time from the newly crowned champion. And he realized he had to kind of change up his flow on how he carried himself in the public, making sure that he knew how he could get through these big crowds that all wanted to say hi to him.
Yeah, well, I mean, he suddenly goes from just a well-known great local champion to like a superstar along the lines of you know, some of the football, you know, the soccer players from Brazil who are just megastars.
Just like Neymar, who's turned into one of his best friends. And a lot of big world title moments for Medina. We'll look at the VIP area and see Neymar cheering him on. One thing that, well, we have a wave here. Medina looking for a 7.67 for the lead. First turn, nice clean backside snap. Touches around the bottom turn and attacks the lip again. A messy section for the third move, so he'll keep it to 2. But definitely his best wave so far.
Definitely his best wave so far. And he felt the pressure. He's trying to get that 1-2 combo finish that he's famous for, but the last 2 waves not quite pulling off. That wave there, a more complete ride, Joe, and he's decided to paddle in and get the jet ski assist all the way out to the outside bar. But these first turns are just classic Medina. He grabs the rail off the bottom turn, slams it under the lip, comes around for his second turn here. And this is such a money turn here, Joe. But look at that. He just tries to get that 1-2 combo finish in. He knows he needs a mid-7, and he could have got it right there. But I'm pretty sure it's going to fall short.
Definitely one of the strongest surfers on tour. Medina might not post a lot of free surfing clips or movie parts, but he posts a lot of gym routines and how much emphasis he puts into his workout program. Super strength allows him to ride some pretty big boards, so he has the most volume in his surfboards on tour. Always over 30 liters, and he can push those Cabianca models to the limits. Did a great job to get through the lumps and bumps on that wave. A lot of chatter off the bottom turn, but he maintained control. Great comeback wave for Medina. 7:15 on the clock, ranked number 11 in the world coming into this contest, and that's going to change dramatically with this result. His best of the season so far, and his numbers in. A 6.0, best wave of the heat, now needs a 4.67 to take the lead.
Yeah, best wave of the heat so far. And one thing I kind of touched on the other day, just that psychology of, you know, that breaking through the ceiling when you've been kind of caught in a zone and not being able to go beyond a certain threshold, which was for him the round of 16. 4 times in a row he did not get through that this year, Joe, in those first 4 events. Equal 9th, not a bad, but certainly not good for your top 5, you know, berth. Now he's broken through, and I did feel that once he broke through that ceiling, he'd be challenging for the final.
Definitely. What a breakthrough moment for Gabriel Medina, who's had years where he traditionally gets hot in the back end of the season, where you're talking about why isn't he getting this quick start, and then he starts absolutely firing. You think about the Surf Ranch, where he's only lost once, and that was last year, or the last time we were there when he was runner-up to Toledo. He's now figured out Jeffreys Bay, a place that gave him a little bit of trouble in the beginning of his career, and the most consistent surfer on tour when it comes to competing in Tahiti. So a lot of great events to come for Gabriel. As we look at 5:45 on the clock, a spot in the final is on the line. As we look at the Harvey Norman recap, one thing you won't see is the 10-minute paddle battle to try to outdo each other for position. Medina went down on the first wave, and Chianca opened up straight away with a 5.67.
Yeah, it was a good solid ride. He left it a little bit on the table there. He could have got a bit more on that finishing turn, but his second wave here, again, he gets a little bit of a bobble there, so not much scored so far. Here's where the scoring begins for this one. Comes around nicely, and this time he does get that finishing turn out of the lip, 5-point ride. They went pretty tough on him there. And Medina finally breaks into this heat. This wave here. Joe, the interesting thing is these finishes where he's not quite getting the finish in, is holding his score back. He only needs a 4.67.
As we see John Florence, a short break. He'll be taking on Griffin Colapinto, and now back-to-back seasons at Margaret River.
As is Gabriel Medina.
Griffin and John's matchup in the quarters last year was talked to be maybe the heat of the year of 2022. They'll get another chance at it, this time a semifinal. Snap off the lip for Chianca, and he's got to eject, so that wave limiting him to one move. And that move he got a bit hung up on, not expecting anything changing in his scoreline.
No, just getting hung up there puts him out of rhythm, and it showed he wasn't quite ready for that second turn. Again, we don't know what the knee situation is. Probably just bruising, but when he got kind of out of kilter on that wave, he decided he wasn't going to really go for that finishing move and try to get better. He's only got a 5.67 as his high point, Joe. That leaves the door well and truly open now for Medina, as we see a bit of a bobble off the bottom there, and he gets caught up in the lip, and his timing was all out from that point. It's not easy out there.
And it's never easy to surf in pain, but I think it's even harder when you have conditions like this, when there's a lot of bumps and ribs on the face, where it's like testing all of your joints, and anything that might be hurting will just be emphasized in conditions like this.
And we don't know. I mean, Joe, you got to think about it last at Bell's. You know, Jack Robinson came in from his heat, and he was sitting on the stairs at Bell's, and he was kind of just rubbing his knee. And at the time he went, well, this couldn't be much. It was enough to keep him out of this event. So we don't know where Joa sits with his knee situation, but they are not to be underestimated.
Yeah, Joao Chianca, such a warrior. Was able to catch up with him on one-on-one, which is featured on WorldSurfLeague.com. He was very open to talk about his whole story and open to talk about the battles that he wants to have on tour. He's really hoping for rematches with John Florence, and he pointed John out just specifically because John beat him twice last season, which ended up costing his spot on the championship tour. And then he went on to say, yeah, well, there's a lot of more people that I really want to smash as well on this tour. And I really just enjoyed his enthusiasm for big battles, for the big names. He's exactly where he's supposed to be with that kind of headspace. #1 in the world.
Well, he paddled right up to Gabriel Medina, then really just sat on his coattails.
With now 2 minutes on the clock, Stace Galbraith, how's the Medina camp looking?
Pretty confident as always, Joe. Andy King in the zone down here. They've had a pretty good campaign so far, and I haven't seen Gabby with his back against the wall like this, but there's one thing we know, this is where he shines. So a very exciting minute 45 to go here.
Yeah, that's right. With Andy King, you know his personality quite well. What a great partnership joining forces with Gabriel Medina, Stace.
Yeah, they've had an amazing run. Obviously, the world title in 2021, and just a great energy. Andy's a pretty light, fun bloke, but he's an amazing reader of the ocean. And on a day like today, that's going to go a very long way, because it's not that classic Margaret River main break that we're used to. But if there's one thing Andy does really well, it's dissect these tricky lineups.
Also, Stace, watching this. We've got Gabriel Medina with an important wave, needs a 4.67. Throws down that first snap. He's patient off the bottom. He just touches that rail, the Cabianca, then blows up off the lip. He's done well to pick his points on this wave in this turbulent lineup. And Gabe's got one more in him. Redirect. He's run out of water, but he's already celebrating. Andy King. Look at him. Probably let out a growl right before that. Proud of his athlete. Medina enjoying this moment with a bit of a smile as well.
Yeah.
As we expect the lead change with 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, well, you know, he's more than making an appeal there. He's sort of going, yeah, I got it.
Happiness from Medina on a venue that's given him a lot of trouble over the years. Let's take another look.
Yeah, and this first turn's a beauty, Joe. Just slams it under the lip there. Look at that. He really makes sure this grabs his rail to get that stability. Huge rooster tail off the back. This wave looks like it's petering out. He knows he needs a finish. And even though it's a smaller wave, he maintains his composure.
And a job well done for Gabriel Medina, still waiting for the official number to come through as he was chasing a 4.67. So the judges will look at the replay.
Yeah, I believe they'll have a look at Zhou's 5-point ride. And it was definitely better than that.
Numbers look fantastic. It's official. Gabriel Medina takes out world number 1 and enters his first final of his career at the Margaret River Pro. Joao Chionka put up a big fight, especially knowing that he had ice on his knee right before this semifinal. And just like Medina loves to do, hits the halfway mark and starts taking over the tour.
Yeah, you're right, Joe. He loves the second half of the tour. But, you know, for making a final of any championship event is so special. But when you're making it an event and cracking the final for the first time at a troublesome event, that puts a bit of wind in your sails.
It certainly does. Medina will take on the winner of semifinal number 2. It's time for the Griffin Colapinto and John show in the second semifinal. 35 minutes, top 2 waves. Let's enjoy this one. We'll be right back.
Mark Cliff, and I'll tell you what, Mark, how was that exciting finish that first semi-final? Well, you know,
What's going on? Right now, if I'm up against John, he'll be doing those crazy cards.
Any superstitions? I try to stay away from superstitions. Like, if it doesn't happen right, then you're kind of thinking about it.
I feel like I can do a good carve if I get the right sections.
I'll just go straight off feeling.
It's gonna be all in.
Welcome to semifinal number 2. John Florence looking to get another title here at Margaret River Main Break, taking on San Clemente's Griffin Colapinto, a rematch from the quarterfinals that we saw last season, where John got the jump, went on to the final, and finished runner-up to local boy Jack Robinson. But as we know, Florence is always the man to beat when we come to the West, when it comes to performing at Margaret River Main Break, and Griffin is well aware of that reputation, respects it, but he's all in, ready for a big fight. Things got started quickly for John Florence during the break, wanted to get a quick start over Griffin Colapinto. So you already see the priority rotation underway on your screen. You already can see that score of a 3.83, and this is how he got that number, Bugs.
Yeah, got off to a very quick start, but this wave, it just ran off at him. Didn't really get around this last section to get one of his trademarks, laybacks in. And Griffo, geez, he looked like he was going to pull in there for a second, and he's out of there. But what a contrasting start to, you know, that last heat, the last semi-final. We had the young lion taking on the alpha male of the pride. And then, you know, as Stacey Galbraith said, 90 seconds to go, the Medina camp was confident, and he moved on to that inside section that his coach Andy King had said look for, and he made it pay. He got a 6.5, clinched it.
So true. Kaipo, what a contrast to the start of this heat compared to the last. What did you see?
Awareness is what I saw from John Florence. Being in the moment, as soon as the horn sounded, John was on that first wave. I know it was a small score of that 3.83, but John being aware and getting that first score, then catching the ski ride out, looping back around, a failed attempt by Griffin Colapinto. John now with the lead and priority. Early heat control to John Florence. I just think that showed high heat IQ by the surfer from Hawaii.
Good man, Kaipo. Nice read there. I think John just likes to get heat started. I don't think he's a guy that wants to deal with hassling or a paddle battle. He really wants to focus on the surfing, doing the talking. And looks like he'll use priority once again. Florence sets that rail, the Pisdale into the lip, incomplete. Griffin 0.7, 0.5 now with priority. But I think that's what helps Florence in his comfort zone, when priority's already established and he can just focus on laying down big turns.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, these guys, they would have watched the start of that last seed, and I'm sure John went, you know what, I don't want to know about that. I don't need that. And, you know, this heat, these are two in-form surfers.
This man just keeps producing at main break, no matter what the size or the conditions look like. He really sets the mark for how you perform on this venue. John up again. Setting up a wrapping turn, just setup work so far. Florence lays into it. An absolute crushing power hack, and he'll step off. As we focus on Florence and his career at Margaret River, in 9 starts, 2 wins, 4 finals, which includes 1 10-point ride, 44 excellent range numbers, which is just total dominance. Remember, look at all those excellent wave scores. 44. The next closest currently on tour is Jordy Smith with 15. So aggressively in favor of Florence being the man to beat. The finals, he did not win out here. This last season, runner-up to Jack Robinson in 2015, runner-up to Adriano de Souza. Back to his last wave.
Yeah, well, John, he doesn't need to get the biggest waves to get an 8-point ride. And look at this wave here. There it is, the layback snap. And this wave, Joey, kind of peters out. Doesn't really cooperate for the second turn, but it's a 5.5 for 1 turn.
That's what you love about Florence. Doesn't need quantity when it comes to maneuvers. The quality in them are unbelievable and undeniable. One big section, 5.5. So Colapinto already with some work to do, needs an 8.63 to take the lead.
Such a different contrast. John has such confidence. He knows he's just got to surf. And it's what a weapon he's got there, because he doesn't need to wait for the 10-footers. That wave there looked like a small wave. When he took off, he dropped down the bottom, was still 3 foot overhead.
The guy just feels so comfortable. First with the water patrol. Pretty common for John to call up his best friends for surfs on the outer reefs. Knows what it's like to step off into big surf all the time. Just even outside of his history at Pipeline, he has a lot of waves like this to work with at home. As we go back to this one.
Yeah, no, and right here is a 5.5 for that 1 turn. And that is what the advantage of John at Margaret River is, because this wave here, it didn't offer much at all. And, you know, he wanted to get going in this heat. Now he's got a 5.5 under his belt. He'll try and build on that. And that will just very subtly put the pressure on his opponent. But Griffin is a pretty cool cat.
Yeah, and he's definitely comfortable in his headspace. Griffin understands how to just push doubt out of his mind. He's been having a lot of fun as well this week, along with being focused with his coach, Tommy Whitaker. Playing a little bit of golf and then getting right back into gear, staying focused for the call for finals day. John rolls in again. Sets that rail. What a cutback. Right picking into the pocket. Just the range of that carve is sensational. And how he can change gear but push at 100% while keeping a higher line. When you think the turn's over, he'll push even harder to blow the fins out.
Yeah, another just one big turn. It's enough to ruffle anyone's feathers, really, just seeing him take off on these inside waves. And this wave, it looked dangerous from the start, a smaller wave, but there's one big slashing turn here in the whitewater and jams it up into the pocket. And that's all that wave offered, but, you know, it's still a highlight reel, Joe.
It certainly is. Right here, you're looking, okay, traditional carve, and how about that need for a directional change? Completely stopping with that body torque. And that's what makes us keep on guessing with all the varieties of his layback, the different places he can go with his lines.
And, you know, and that move right there, when he just slows it up, that sets him up for the next one. I mean, that's how he gets those 8-point rides. But that wave itself just petered out. Hasn't quite had that finishing touch on his waves yet. Just a 3.77 for that one.
Let's just get an update to see how these guys have progressed in the last season since they met last year in the quarterfinals. John versus Griffin Colapinto back to 2022. John with his brother Nathan preparing a little music for Griff. Waves were solid as well, and how about that? It was John once again throwing down the famous signature carves that got him the jump on Colapinto last year.
Yeah, and Colapinto was on fire last year at Margaret River. Certainly one of the standouts. And he knows what he's in for when he's up against John. And he's got to do these massive turns. At that time he went to the air, very, very successful, even in that hard offshore wind. And look at that, he was super stoked.
And it was a superheat. Both surfers with 2 excellent scores next to their name. John won with a 17.5 total, 9.5, and an 8-point ride. And Griffin lost that quarter with a couple of big 8-point rides as well. When you look at their history, Griffin 2-1. However, one of those wins was a walkthrough when John got injured. And so Griffin's real win in the water when John was healthy was in Portugal on finals day. And then John's win was what we just watched. So it's kind of more like 1-1, and this will settle it here in the semifinals. Both producing big numbers against each other. Griffin knows this is a big opportunity, just like Jack did last year, of trying to beat the best guy out here at Main Break.
That's right, and you know, do you adjust your strategy? Like, you know, Griffin, even in, you know, he comes out of the quarterfinals, Stace asks him what is, you know, what's he got planned for the semi-final? He goes, well, John's going to go out there and do those big crazy turns. He knows that's coming.
Yeah, it's like, you know what he's going to do, and you just know you have to produce 100% of your ability. Colapinto did identify a type of turn on the lip line that'll separate himself from John. He said that point of difference will be nice. And then at the end of the day, you don't want to overthink it and make sure you just pick the best waves. I know Leo, when he had John out here at Main Break, his whole idea was keep John off the sets, keep him off the best waves. And then if he could get the sets, he felt he had a great shot of taking him down.
Yeah, well, John looks like he's just looking to keep busy there. He was even having a look at that small inside wave. 22 minutes remaining now. Time not yet a factor, but Griffin, you know, really yet to get off a shot in this semi-final. He's having a great year so far, looking strong for that Rip Curl Final 5.
Oh, he certainly is. Griffin Colapinto final back at Sunset Beach was a great statement. Remember, we have semifinals coming up next for the women. Local wild card coming out of the trials. Bronte McCauley has Carissa Moore in the first heat of the semifinals. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. Back for finals day right after this.
Margaret's the end of the earth. The tip of Australia where everything passes by. The ocean is big. You feel very small when you surf out there. I remember growing up, I would always ride my bike up to this one spot on top of the hill, and it would be a little tiny view of the box. And Margaret's is out to the left. I think one of the first times I ever surfed the box, it was a real pinnacle moment. You just get to see Mother Nature in raw beauty. It takes a lot to be calm in the chaos. You feel this aura, this energy. Mother Nature is always bringing something new, especially on the West Coast, and I think when I'm out of my comfort zone, that's also when I'm most alive.
Beautiful piece with Jack Robinson talking about home and all the special feels he gets when he surfs in this big Indian Ocean. Our friends at Yeti are giving away a Yeti Tundra 110 for every 10-point ride this season. Callum Robson got the first of the year with his 10 in that cave that he packed at Super Tubos over in Portugal. And will we see that perfect number? If one man can do it, it could be John. He's got a ton of 9s to his name, 110 in the past when he got absolutely shacked out here at Main Break. And we have all our competitors excited to see what he's going to do next. Bugs, John had just got this wave.
Yeah, John is looking to put a bit of a stamp on this heat now. And it is a big layback snap out of the lip, and a trademark move that he's made famous here. He gets his second turn in, and look how stretched out he is, in complete control, and then uses that lip. He just comes down in front of it. No problem for John Florence.
Great execution for John, riding out with total control. And now back on the Red Bull ski, ready for more. Numbers are looking like he's ditched the 3.83, turned it into a 5.77, extending his lead over Colapinto and putting Griff in a subtle combo.
Yeah, it's a strange combo because the high point is only 5.77. These are pretty mediocre scores even for the great John Florence. But that means for Griffin is still, I know he's in combo, but he's still well and truly in this heat. 17 minutes remaining. What do you think his camp would be thinking?
Oh, right there. He's got a lot of time. He's got to stick to his own game plan and just really get started. He's been waiting for a while, being very patient. But I know they'd be relieved if he got a good answer to Florence's rhythm in this semifinal. Waves on the way, priority with Colapinto.
Yeah, good size wave here, Joe. Look at this wave for Colapinto. Doesn't like the look of it. Pulls through. He thought about it for a second.
So still being patient. It definitely appears to be like Griffin is just trying to monitor all the sets.
Oh.
He doesn't want to let John have any of these sets. And they both have to watch this one go through.
Yeah, he had a bit of a look at that one. Was it an intentional paddle for it? At this point, no change in the priority. So, but you know, again though, a cycle of sets just went through. He was just not quite in position for either of those waves.
So if he is managing John, trying to keep him off the best waves of the heat, he's doing that well, but he's also keeping himself off the sets. So Griffin still with priority holding position, and he'll wait for another one to come through. Winner of the last heat, beat world #1. He happens to be a 3-time world champ. Gabriel Medina into his first final at Margaret River is hanging out with Stace.
Gabriel, always good to have a heat like that right before the most important heat of the event.
So true. Feels good to get that one, the last one. Yeah, I knew I needed a 4, and I was looking for just two turns wave. You know, it's kind of tricky out there to find those ones, and feels good to get the score in the end. Yeah.
Talk to me about the second bottom turn. It seemed to last for an eternity. Were you thinking about the score coming into that second turn?
Yeah, I was gonna go straight the second turn, but I saw like a section coming, and I knew I needed 2 turns. You know, like, and yeah, I was just making sure I was getting the 4.
Well done, great competing. We'll see you in the final. Good luck.
Gabriel Medina in the final for the first time of his career in the West. 3-time world champ, got past the current world #1. And we'll keep you posted if we hear anything about the knee of Cianca. He was icing it before that battle. But Medina certainly looks strong. He'll either be taking on John or Griffin Colapinto for the win today.
Yeah, well, when it was put on Medina earlier in this event, you know, about those 4 9s he's got, he actually came out and said, hey, I need to win titles. I need to win championships, because all he's thinking about is making it to lowers.
Rolling in now, Griffin Colapinto, holding priority for a long time, finally swinging on the open face. Great start for Griff. Fading cut back on the open face, needs more for the finish. Channels all that speed towards the beach. Great decision on the final maneuver for the Californian.
Well, you'd have to say that was the strongest ride of the semi-final so far. Wow, he waited into the second half. The whole first half, he was playing a bit of defense, looking for the right wave, being very, very patient. What a wave this is, Joe.
Such a great read, especially with that big first hook.
Yeah, and then he comes into the second one. Just a nice cut back there and sets up. He knows he's got to make this one. Gets up, gets in front of the foam ball, and super solid, lightning speed. That first snap there puts the judges on notice that a big score is going to come in here, Joe. Love the finish here, but look at that start. Wow, he just brings the board right around, just beautiful body torque, technique to perfection. This second turn here, kind of a bit of a check turn, but he puts a bit on it, a little bit of spice. And this finishing turn here, gets up above and rides that lip out, uses the speed to get in front of that converging whitewater, and he loves it.
Job well done for Griffin Colapinto. He earns himself an 8.5. Kaipo, patience paying off.
Exactly. You took the words out of my mouth, Joe. The patience of Griffin Colapinto, and then the wave comes and he finds one. Great wave selection. Finds a wave with a smooth wave face, and that allowed him just to tee off on that wave into the excellent range. Playing the game well, Griffin Colapinto.
Job well done. Kaipo, are you noticing that Colapinto's really trying to manage all the sets with priority, especially during that patience game?
Yeah, so smart decision making with Griffin, even peeking over the ledge a couple times with John with priority, making sure he didn't paddle for the wave and lose that priority. Well played again by Griffin Colapinto. Game on in the last half of this semifinal.
Good man, Kaipo. Colapinto 8.5, just needs a 2.77 for the win. Florence does have a lot of room now with first priority and a ton of time to answer back. Sometimes you just got to build a solid strategy with your camp when you've got a guy like Florence in the water at main break. And whatever Griff and Tommy talked about is making a lot of sense.
You know, one thing I've noticed about Griffin right through the first 5 events so far is how solid he is, how he's, you know, he backs himself. His repertoire is so strong, so solid. He just doesn't look like he doesn't put a foot wrong. He goes for everything. He knows he's going to pull it off. The confidence he's riding with is supreme.
It's been an amazing road for Griffin. Into the spotlight so quickly. He's a popular human being. People love to get around his energy. He's got time for everybody that he meets, not just here in the West, but on his travels around the world.
Yeah, really interesting situation now, because now the focus will turn to John Florence in 2 ways. First of all, he's got to watch Griffin. Griffin with that 8.5 becomes a present danger to John Florence, and Griffin might look to, get himself a 5-point ride, get himself into the lead. John now he's sort of in a position where he needs a quality wave.
Such a good point, Bugs. I mean, for John as well, he hasn't had a win yet this season. Best result, Bells. He had the semifinals, so he's gone at least back-to-back with those results.
Yeah, so a successful Australian leg no matter what, but this is his, pet event.
It certainly is. such an amazing track record. We talked about what he's accomplished here at the CT level, but he also won out here in 2012 when it was still a qualifying series event. So many years of experience, many video parts filmed with himself and his brothers and his favorite surfers that he invites to make those movies.
Joe, look at this. Lots of waves coming in now. Where are they in the lineup? You can see Griffin paddling wide. He's going to pick up the edge of this one.
Smart move under priority. Colapinto just needs a 2.77, big layback off the top. He can't control it. Situation remains the same. But John's taking these on the head.
Jeez. Wow.
Love seeing all the energy we have in the swell today. That's why it was a quick call for finals day, quick call to have the overlapping heats as well to really maximize the time and the peak of this energy, and definitely before the wind changes this afternoon.
Whoa, John has to go into that lip as well. And Griffin here, just all or nothing. It's going to be one huge maneuver. Of course, you know, if he'd pull that off, he'd be in the lead. But you know, it's not too disadvantaged. He's back out there again. John wasn't able to capitalize on that. Look, they're so close together again. Griffin was in clear water the whole time. John was just duck diving.
And Griffin still on the move under priority. It looks like he just wants a quick lead change. We'll roll into this one. Not much of an open face. He has to get right out of there.
Well, he's aware, you know, John began this heat kind of doing the same thing, just roving around on that inside, just looking to get a couple of scores on his waves didn't have a finish into it. That kept him under the 6-point mark. Now that 8-5 for Griffin, that set the stage for a battle royale to finish this. 7 minutes 40 seconds remaining, a huge set going through, no takers.
Connor O'Leary with another great event out in the quarterfinals. He's hanging out with Stace.
Here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone with Connor O'Leary. Connor, what do you make of that heat, mate?
Yeah, it was a tricky one. It's pretty wobbly out there, and I kind of struggled in the bump a bit, but yeah, I just didn't give myself enough opportunity. It was a pretty slow heat, but yeah, he just got the edge of that first one on his 6 and I was inside, but I got it on the head, so more to work on, but yeah, stoked with the quarters.
Saw you belt one in your free surf. How does it how's the frustration there, knowing you can put it together out there, but it just didn't happen in your 40 minutes?
Yeah, I just think I had a certain type of waves that I was looking for, and I got a few this morning, so I was like, okay, they're out there, but and yeah, it was a slow heat, and every wave I looked at kind of was real wobbly, and yeah, I just wasn't on my back foot enough, and yeah, it's really frustrating. And you know, quarters is great, but I've had 3 now in a row and want to go further. So yeah, it's a bummer, but yeah, I'm knocking at the door, and yeah, hopefully I'll push through.
We certainly hope so too. Well done on the quarters, mate.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Connor O'Leary, turning in some great results this season. Back to the water with John. Doesn't look like he's too interested, and that throws priority to Griffin.
Wow, that could be a big turning point here. 6 minutes approaching that mark now. John, again, the damage he can do on mid-sized waves, though, Joe. He would have been looking. This was a bit of a speculator. He'd waited a while for this. It collapses, it flattens out, and there is nothing for him to be able to do on that. That was a pretty poor wave choice.
Interesting decision for Florence, who's got that incredible relationship with the ocean, and to use priority just to kick out. That was strange for Griffin. I feel like he's managed first priority so incredibly well in this heat. He's got a big advantage now, and maybe his best opportunity to take out John at main break.
It's his best opportunity for sure. 5.5 minutes remaining. The one thing is that he's been so selective. He doesn't probably need to be super selective for his next wave, but he knows he's got this dangerous character. If he leaves him out there and he gets a bomb, John will get a 9.
Florence is starting to change gears, paddling inside. He's got a lot of room from where Griffin's sitting. Griffin's going the opposite direction.
Yeah, Griffin's paddling out now. John's paddling. He's stroking hard, and there's a solid wave. Where are they in the lineup? Griffin stopped paddling, so he must be in a pretty good position. And he's gone through that one. There's one behind it, though. It looks like the one behind has got a big taper on it. Griffin's got his eye on this one for sure. And he knows if he doesn't go, John will.
You're also seeing the amazing paddle ability of Florence, who is so far inside. Griffin takes this wave. Remember, needs just a 277. Unbelievable down carve from Griff. Sets up a nice blowtail in the end section. A big two-turn combo. Griffin says, thank you very much. Snake and Tommy applauding the effort. We'll get that lead change, and we're down to 4:10 to go.
Yeah, well, he did exactly what he had to do, plus some. That was not an easy last section to negotiate. Solid looking wave, big set wave for Griffin. That searing turn out of the top. Now a big fluffy section goes up early, Joe. Kind of, it's a layback jam, and this wave here is going to be a good score, Joe.
Big sweeping down carve and managed to get the finish with that carve and tail release. Whew, that was sweet to watch.
Oh, wow, this is good surfing. And look how early he goes up for this one. He knows that, the fin is completely released on that one. And then a difficult converging whitewaters, and he is giving thanks.
Well done for Griffin Colapinto. I bet his coach Tommy Witz is fired up. Stace is hanging out in coach's corner.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Tommy's fired up. Snake's fired up. Tom, how well executed is that? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, proud of the little guy. There's a lot of work going in to surf, heats all event and then step it up against John, and he's the best here in 5 years. So he's executed a fun little plan. We changed boards and wanted to attack a bit with John in the water, and he hasn't fallen, so he's dropped some scores.
Oh, not only has he not fallen, he's absolutely tearing. Griffin made mention he's been attacking the lip prior to this heat, but it's so good to see him on the open face.
Yeah, exactly. That was the plan. The scores didn't really show in the first heat, but we wanted to surf big and complete in that first one, and then we saw what John did and a few other guys on some medium ones, so we changed the model up and dropped down a board, and we've been changing that all week. So it's been really fun to play around with that, and he was ready to go, and nice to see him sort of tick off.
Leave it to it, Tommy.
Good man stays. Tommy Witz winning this event in 2008. And then Snake next to him winning out here back in 98. Talk about a support crew in the West. Colapinto feeding off that energy. An 8.5 and now a 9-point ride is actually similar to John's total last year when Griffin went down. This time, he's got the better part of the 17.5 total next to his name. Florence with priority is comboed with 1:45 to go.
Oh, there's an amazing turnaround. Their positions have flipped really over the last few years. You'd think you'd see a 9 and 8.5 in John Florence's ledger, but this has been amazing because you've got to remember Griffin waited more than half the heat to get his first counting wave, and now he's got John in combo, and with 1:20 remaining, John doesn't have the time to get two waves. It's pretty much a done deal.
It's probably one of the best, most important heats of Colapinto's career as far as believing in himself, having the best guy at main break, and getting a 9 and 8.5 to have him comboed. I don't know if John's ever been comboed in his career at this venue.
I wouldn't think so, and he's obviously just acknowledged his position and given a cheers to Griffin, and that's been acknowledged back. So a lot of respect between these two guys, and these are, John, look, he still had a good Australian leg. He's had 2/3. That'll help. And Griffin, wow, he looks like he is on the way to the finals to take on 3-time world champion Gabriel Medina.
Well, it's interesting with John, too. You think about the rhythm that he typically has in West Oz. He started paddling inside when the biggest set of the heat was coming through. So you could tell his decisions were a little frantic for John's typical profile out here. And he missed his opportunities to really perform just by being out of position, which you typically never say when John's in the water.
No, that's right. It was obviously John knew that he could get, 7s at least, 7.5s on small to medium waves, but it just didn't pan out.
Well, we're going to have a brand new champion in the West this year. Griffin Colapinto beats John and moves on to the final to take on Gabriel Medina. A final that they've never featured in the past, and both with a shot to win this event for the first time in their career. First final of the season for Medina. And Griffin Colapinto with another chance at a CT final here in 2023. As we enjoy the Harvey Norman recap, things looked, you know, in typical fashion with John getting a start in the smaller waves, but managing priority in the sets really played into Griffin Colapinto's game.
Griffin waited 18 minutes for this opening wave. He gets an 8.5. And look how, you know, just look how solid he's surfing. Not putting a foot wrong. John looking to get in the heat now. This wave here, it's not looking what he wants, and it flips. This was a turning point, and Griffin then takes advantage of priority and gets a 9-point ride. An amazing two-turn combo there, and a 17.5 total. A dominant win for Griffin Colapinto.
I think when you earn a 9, it's always incredible at the CT level, but when you earn a 9 when John's in the water, judges know they're saving that scale for special moments. And to throw a 9, you know that was one of the best waves ridden so far in this event. And Griffin is going to be fired up, moving on to the final to take on Gabriel Medina. Coming up next, semifinals time for Bronte McCauley and Carissa Moore. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey, Felicity Palmatier, and Richie Lovett right after this.
Well, here goes Carissa. Silky smooth rail turn to get started.
The local hero, Bronte McCauley.
Just trying to like stay calm and know that 35 minutes is a long time and throw something at the wall and hopefully it sticks. And
Carissa pulls into the pit and makes it.
I'm so grateful it worked out.
Carissa will now take on Bronte McCauley in the semi-finals. We are now going to move into the women's Western Australia Margaret River Pro, and here is the Bailey Ladders bracket. Semi-final clashes, heavily stacked, regular footers up against goofies in both of those semi-final clashes, and it's going to be a lot of fun to see what unfolds. Ronnie Blakey here on the call with Richie Lovett and Felicity Palmatier. Felicity, what are your predictions for what we're about to watch unfold here?
Look, I mean, you know, Bronte and Carissa, they've both got experience out here. However, I do think that Bronte has got more experience than Carissa. You could argue she's probably the most experienced woman out here, you know, that's in this draw. Her dad's competed out here. He's won out here in '89. However, she's coming up against Carissa Moore, 5-time world champ, Olympic gold medalist. I think we're going to have a really good matchup on our hands. Backhand v forehand, point of difference there. So it's going to be really exciting.
Rich, last time they surfed a heat head-to-head was actually here at Margaret River, and Bronte did get the jump on Carissa, so she's got that positive memory she can call on.
Yeah, she's got that positive memory, but Carissa will be, feeding off the adrenaline of losing that heat and wanting to get one back at her. But it's a really classic matchup, and can't wait for the semi-finals.
Yeah, it's going to be an epic couple of clashes we're going to have on our hands here to establish our women's final here at stop number 5. Bronte McCauley hasn't been into a CT final before. Carissa Moore obviously has racked up a bunch of victories and surfed in so many finals. And we'll see who gets started early here. It's going to be Bronte, but this wave shutting down on her, unfortunately. And she won't get too much out of it. And that's going to hand Carissa Moore the priority. Bit of head-to-head history between these two. I mentioned that battle here at Margaret River last year, but 6 previous heats. Carissa winning 4 of them. Bronte managing to snavel 2 wins away from the 5-time world champion. As we see big swell pounding main break. I mean, we knew the swell was going to fill in. This wind has been challenging for the competitors. And it's, I think, leveled the field a little bit. We saw that in the last heat with John Florence and Griffin Colapinto, but full credit has to go to Griffin. Great game plan out there.
Yeah, that was amazing surfing by Griff. I mean, incredible. And John's one of the best to do it out here, and, he took him down. And I mean, the romance is over for John and main break today. It's unfortunate, but yeah, today's really tricky. I mean, I've said it already, wave selection's going to come into it massively. You're really going to have to be on those waves that are going to allow you to hit that first section. If you get to that first section and it's fat, I mean, you almost may as well kick out, because you're not really going to be getting those excellent scores.
Yeah, it might be the 7-year itch. But I'm sure they'll reignite it. There's a lot to build on there. But John Florence, again, Rich, just giving us unbelievable highlight moments and setting the pace for performance surfing here at Main Break.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Perhaps it's a 45 excellent wave itch that he needs to take a break from. But, even though Griff is just one of the most talented surfers in the world, you'd almost have to say it was a little bit of an upset in terms of who people probably, were thinking were going to get through that heat. Certainly on form through the event so far, John was the man to beat. But, what a win for Griff. This is huge.
You know how much it meant to him. You know how big a task it was, because he celebrated Stace that moment, and now he's getting set for a final.
Yeah, that's right, Ron. Griffin down here regrouping. Griff, initial thoughts on that heat?
Crazy. I don't know. I'm freaking really over the moon, so I'm gonna have to figure out a way to rein it back here, because I'm pretty stoked. But yeah, the start was kind of like I was just farming it. I felt like I was kind of getting sucked into his whole program, because he had been trying to get those mediums insiders the whole time, and then I was kind of like, oh, those must be the good ones, because he's getting huge scores and stuff. But then halfway through, I just made maybe 3 mistakes, and then I realized oh, just be me, do me. And so I paddled further out the back where I've been kind of catching most of my waves in the comp, and then yeah, kind of all just paid off, and I was able to chip in early on my waves and get to those first sections a little earlier and really give it a good swoop and stuff.
Talk us through it when you're both poking the nose over that set wave. How hard is it not to pull the trigger?
Yeah, it was kind of weird, because I mean, he got John, so I'm like, oh, I gotta go on. I'm only going if it's a perfect wave, and both those waves didn't look perfect to me. So yeah, I was actually kind of stoked he didn't go, because he probably could have got a big score. And I actually looked back on the wave, almost doubled up, and it looked like it actually ended up being a good wave. But then I ended up getting my 8.5 because I didn't go on that. So that was a little turning moment right there.
And essentially the 9 with John's little priority let go there in the middle.
Yes, true. That was wow. I didn't forgot about that. Yeah, yeah, the 9. That was big emotions right there. I tried to do this claim I've been working on with my friend. We do this claim where we go and then a golf swing. That's actually Tommy's son. He's 12, but I tried to do it. It didn't really come out very well, so maybe for the final.
Well, it's 3-all Medina. You going to split it up?
Got to do it, right? All right, let's do it.
On your Griff, we'll see you soon.
Yeah.
Back you, Stace. Yeah, Griffin Colapinto. What I love about Griffin is there's nothing automatic or just He's that claim. Yeah, he's been working on that one with Finn Whitaker, Tommy's son. You saw them on the stairs at Bells just prior to Griffin's heats, kind of getting psyched and getting those claims formulated. But yeah, I was just going to say, I love that Griffin in his post-heat interviews, you can see the cogs turning and he's really thinking about his answers and he's listening to the questions being asked, and it's never cliched. It's you know, it's always fun to listen to. You get some real good insights from him as we see a replay of what Carissa was able to do on her first ride here.
Yeah, it was a nice opening ride. Those first 2 wraps were good. She brings it through to the inside and tries to ride out in front of that foam, but just gets bucked off. I mean, and out the back we had Bronte. She's had a couple of waves now, and yeah, wave selection maybe that just a bit fat. She's trying to cut back, but she knows that she's not going to get any good scores on that wave. She's out of there.
Got to be some, you know, nervous times here for Bronte Rich, just having reached this point for the 5th time in her career, and you know, hasn't been to a final yet, so that there's a big hurdle that she's trying to overcome just psychologically.
Yeah, totally, and it's a hard one to overcome too, being so close so many times, and there's the pressure of the home crowd too, and 2 things can happen. You either feed into it, you draw off it, and you allow yourself to really feel that energy and use that in your performance, or you let it overcome you, and all of a sudden things just start to go wrong. And I was just up in the VIP section just prior to this heat, and it is packed with West Australian fans all down here to see Bronte, all spurring her on. So the energy is there. It's just how she's going to use it.
Yeah, and just touching on their experience, because, you know, age-wise, Carissa's only a few years older than Bronte, but Carissa's so much experience. This is her 70th semi-final. And remember, Bronte surfing in her 5th, and just a little over 50% of those semi-finals, Carissa's obviously converted into finals appearances. So, you know, she's in a very comfortable place. She knows that this is, you know, not the result that she's after. She's really starting to chase down some CT victories too, and kind of closing in on Stephanie Gilmore as well. So that's something to watch out for surf fans. But this heat hasn't really started with anyone getting a huge edge over their rival.
Yeah, it's been a pretty sleepy start. And, you know, conditions are so tricky. We've already spoken about it so much. You can see it on, you know, you can see it right now. You can see that lump, that bump through the face of the wave. And wave selection is going to be absolutely critical out here today. If you take off and you don't get that big first, nice bowly first section, you're not going to be getting good big scores. And at this part in the contest, you're needing to put together excellent scores to get through to the final. You know, this is finals day. You want to be putting forward your best surfing. And yeah, I mean, to beat someone like Carissa, Bronte really is going to need to pull out all the stops.
Yeah, totally. And it's a special sort of wave that I feel Bronte's going to need to get as well, so that she can put that backhand hook on display. You know, Carissa on her forehand, she will be able to do that open face carve for the most part, even when the wave flattens out. So yeah, I know, well, if anyone can do it, she's got the local knowledge here. Looks like we have a little bit of a set approaching Carissa.
You're getting a little swamped by the white water there, but not holding priority on that outside section. Nothing lost in having a look at that one. So Carissa, you know, with all the finals experience, but Bronte with a lot of experience in this lineup, and also calling on the knowledge of her dad, Dave McCauley, who had a victory here in 1989, overcame Tom Carroll in the final. And Rich, it was all about the lefts back then.
It was all about the lefts, and I've got to say, they actually look better back then. Or maybe we're just so focused on the right-handers, but have a look at the crowds down here on the beach. Some of the fashion too, a little bit questionable, but back in vogue today. But Dave Macca certainly stoked. Lots of experience, and Bronte's boyfriend on watch as well.
Yeah, Dave's still surfing brilliantly. And, you know, Bronte, like all surfers from this region, Felicity, you can talk to it. You know, a lot of time traveling up and down the coast with her siblings, checking the waves just about everywhere, and just tapping into everything this part of the world offers.
Yeah, I mean, Western Australia is so amazing. You know, it's such a big state. It takes up the whole left-hand side of Australia. You know, that it's absolutely massive. So we've got a lot of opportunities for a lot of different types of waves. And the type of wave that comes on offer a lot is these sort of waves of consequence, you know. And this is where we have seen Bronte do really well in the past. You know, she's had great finishes over at Honolulu Bay when the tour used to go there, and, you know, at Margaret River here. And she's just such a strong surfer when it comes to these waves of consequence. I mean, if you go on Bronte's Instagram, you can watch her absolutely thread some amazing barrels up north at Nalu. So, yeah, she definitely feels comfortable in waves like this.
Yeah, her free surfing clips over the past few years have been some of the best, and probably even better than what a lot of her mates on the championship tour have been able to produce away from competition.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, she's a real surfer too. You know, she really gets into it and looks for the swells and looks to push herself in those heavier waves, and just having that confidence and experience. But, you know, there's a fairy tale finish setting up here as well, you know, with Dave having the win and potentially Bronte having the win as well. We obviously in the last event saw, you know, Ethan Ewing take the win, and, you know, his mum won the event as well. So will we see the double?
Oh, that'd be awesome. But she's going to have to step things up, because it's not just Carissa Moore, who's obviously still in the hunt for the title here and leading this heat at the moment. But in the second semi-final, we've got a couple of the most dominant forces of the past sort of 10 years. Multiple event winners. Of course, Tyler Wright breaking through for a couple of world titles, and she's looking to go back-to-back after a win down at Bells Beach. So there's a lot of work to do, even beyond overcoming the five-time world champ here for Bronte. But you're right, Rich, it would be a fairy tale, especially for the locals here. Just on 19 minutes to go, and just touching on, you know, the wave-rich region here at Margaret River. Almost 130 kilometres of coastline, with, you know, getting close to 80 quality waves, and also some pretty fun beachy setups as well for this city. How lucky are you?
I know, we're very blessed here in Western Australia. Such a beautiful coastline, lots of different landscapes to take in. And yeah, I mean, you know, down here in the southwest, I mean, when you're making the pilgrimage down here and you're surfing these waves, you can guarantee you're always up for a really beautiful walk on the way to these waves as well. Our coastline's pretty spectacular, so yeah, always something different to see, and yeah, amazing coastline.
Yeah. And obviously away from the wave, so much you can get into as well. And well, my fellow commentator Richie Lovett's had his nose in the bottom of a wine glass most of the week. But yeah, been happy to tag along, Rich, and watch it all unfold.
You've done it right yourself, mate. So but we'll certainly reap the rewards of WA for sure.
Still a lot of time remaining here. John Florence out of the mix, but we're setting up for a couple of big clashes with Griffin Colapinto set to take on Gabriel Medina. We're going to take a quick break. every year you pull into this town, it's like coming home in some ways. It's one of the stops that I think everyone on tour really looks forward to. You've got all that southern energy just powering into Margaret's, uninterrupted. To immerse yourself in that and just remind yourself that you're in one of the greatest surfing destinations that the world has is always a real buzz. Margaret River town itself is a happening zone. There's great energy in the town of Margaret River. Really cool restaurants and cafes and food, but it's just one of those surf meccas that attracts a lot of travelling surfers based on the quality of the surf. Just the opportunity to find your own little piece of coast to enjoy pretty much every single day. The town just backs up everything that this coastline has to offer. That's the reason I truly love this place. Welcome back to finals day here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Out there in the lineup at the moment, we have the women's semis unfolding. And Carissa Moore at this stage holding a narrow lead over Bronte McCauley, but this one, it could turn in Bronte's favour with a decent ride. She only needs a 3.11 at this stage. Let's quickly get caught up with one of the strongest performers this season, Joao Chianca, another semi-final finish. He's with Stace.
I'm here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone with Joao Chianca. Joao, another great campaign.
Thank you.
I got some good news. You will retain the yellow jersey moving into the Surf Ranch.
Thank you. That's a pretty cool thing, you know. I'm not really doing searching my results or like doing my heats like how I've been doing like to keep the yellow jersey. I've been really like focused like step by step, event by event. It's such a long journey though. I've been just enjoying.
You've had some awesome strengths through this year. Have you been able to identify any weaknesses that you'd like to work on?
Totally. I'm definitely think that I'm too emotional of guy. Coming to like finals day and just the tour, I'm dealing with stuff. I think I can be like more cold and less emotional, but yeah, I guess it's just how it is for me, and it's hard to contain myself sometimes, but I think today I did pretty good. Like things just went in Gabriel's way, and that's alright, because like once you go up against those guys, like you expect things to go like either your way, either his way. So yeah.
With the emotions, do you feel like they're putting you in a good place at the same time as maybe a hard place? Like it's sort of, you can't have one without the other sometimes.
Yeah, I feel like if you can have like, you know, cold blood, warm heart, you can really do things well, like just find the balance. But like once you get too emotional, you like overwhelm too much, or like let things go under your guard sometimes. So yeah, nothing specifically about my heat or like how things went, but yeah, just how it is.
I like that. I'm going to write that one down. That's a great saying. Thanks for your time, Joao. Well done.
Thank you.
I'm with you, Stace. Yeah, cold blood, warm heart.
It's fantastic. I actually don't want to see him tone down the emotion. I love it. I think it's part of his whole, you know, toolbox of things that he draws on. But you know, reading between the lines, you can maybe see that it's clouding some of his judgment sometimes. But yeah, real good insights there from Joao.
Yeah, it has to be said too. You know, he put a big ding in his board after his quarterfinal heat earlier today, and you know, really hit his knee hard on it. And Felicity, you saw him down there in the area icing.
Yeah, look, I got eyes on Joao after he came in from that heat. I also got eyes on his board, and it was a big ding. So his knee, I'm assuming, went straight into the board. He obviously went out on a different board, backup board, probably was the same dimensions as what he was riding. But, I mean, that's got to play with your head a bit. And, look, his knee, it did look pretty sore. He had a massive bag of ice on it. He had towels around him. He was trying to keep warm. So, I mean, maybe that got to him a bit. I wouldn't be surprised. And, obviously, Gabby capitalising on that and, yeah, running away with the win.
Yeah, you don't ice your knee before a heat without sort of thinking about about it out there in the lineup. Just under 11 minutes to go here, and during the interview with Zhao, we did see Carissa on a wave. She managed to bank a 5.33, but this is sort of playing out almost like that last clash between Griffin Colapinto and John, where I guess the favourite in the heat got the early momentum, but they weren't big scores.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a great second ride for Carissa, 5.33. She surfed it well, looks in control, but I mean, there's still 10 minutes remaining. Obviously, Bronte needs a big score. She needs that 8.43, but I mean, she could do it on one wave, or more than likely she'll probably do it on two today, just with the conditions and how they are.
Zhao Chianca, we were touching on his knee injury. I was also hearing some whispers around the event side as Bronte came in from her last heat, her quarterfinal heat. There was talk, she even said that she might have tweaked her MCL.
Yeah. I mean, that looks super unfortunate for Bronte if that is the case. I mean, and that could be definitely limiting her out here today. I mean, Margaret River's a really demanding wave. I mean, I've actually tweaked my knee surfing out here on that right, doing a bottom turn, hitting a bauble, and the refraction from the wave just came back up on my knee, and just like that, I just heard it like a carrot snapping, and I tweaked my MCL. So if that is the case, I really sympathise with her, and then going out and surfing on that, I mean, you've got to think that maybe that is playing in the back of her mind, and she probably is also weighing up, like, what's my goals here this year? Like, obviously Bronte's not on tour, she's doing the Challenger Series. The next Challenger Series event is coming up at Snapper next week. So, is she maybe thinking, it's a hard position to be in. I mean, does she surf 100% here and risk, if it is the case, maybe re-injuring it? Or does she maybe focus more of her attention on the Challenger Series with her big goals being to qualify for the tour again?
Rich, those strains on the MCL, we know that they, even rugby league players here in Australia, they'll strap those injuries sometimes and persevere and run around for 80 minutes running into oncoming traffic. But so you can kind of still compete with that strain at this level, but the thing about those injuries on the inside of your knee, they're really sore, they're tender, and you're thinking about it constantly.
And Flick, you touched on it, your legs are like springs in this situation, and they're absorbing all that force, not only of you surfing and pushing into your surfboard and driving down the line, but you've got to take those bumps as well. This was Bronte as she was sort of warming up, but I mean, she looks okay, and there might be that little niggle in there. The other thing too, once you're up and riding, adrenaline kicks in, and it washes away some of that pain. It's when you're riding and the pain is shooting and it's sharp, and that's when it gets into your head and it sort of prevents you from really attacking.
The one thing that was probably taken away from Bronte is just the opportunity to get out and warm up through those off days. And if you saw how strong the onshore winds were blowing here, it's not the kind of surf you want to put yourself in if you've suffered, a minor knee injury. So we'll see what unfolds here. We don't know the severity of the injury either, so we'll see if Bronte can rally. She does need an 8.43. She's going to want to put a score up at some point here, otherwise she's going to really have to turn this thing around with a single excellent score.
Yeah, well, she has priority, and there's definitely something happening with the ocean at the moment. Since we got down this morning, things have started to settle down a bit, and you just saw both the women just getting caught inside there. So they're starting to move in for these smaller, medium-sized ones, which have a better wall on them, but there are still the rogue ones.
All right, let's see how Bronte's looking here on the open face. Tapping into this one. This wave laying down a little bit. Not unusual here at main break. What you want, though, is the big finish. And this wave just looks a little disjointed and ugly through the inside. But she knows the importance of banking some kind of score out of this ride. I wouldn't call that last turn complete, even though there wasn't a whole lot of water to ride out on.
Yeah, got super shallow there on the inside. And, I mean, look, the wave itself was, pretty slow. And, it was a bit... I guess she's just thinking, I've got to get a score on the board. There's only 6 minutes left of this heat, and she's got to do something if she's thinking about getting 2 scores instead of doing it in the 1 score of the 8.43.
Might have also almost been considering trying to punch back out then, but gets swamped by that white water. Rich, take us through the replay here.
Yeah, let's have a look. So Bronte comes nice and smoothly off the bottom there. A carve about halfway up the face. And this is a better wrapping turn back into the foam. And she just tries to do a little bit more work here. At this point, she's fully committed and she's looking for more points. So maybe in the back of her mind, she's thinking, okay, if I get this last turn, maybe I can juice a 5 out of this thing. So obviously the judges looking for degree of difficulty, those big, intense manoeuvres. And if you can do them in those opening sections out the back, that's when you're going to get those big numbers. So, but you're right, Bronte needed a score just to get on the board here.
Absolute rattlefest attacking that end section with any kind of knee or ankle injury. And Bronte managed to squeak a 3 out of that last ride. Here's the Harvey Norman heat recap. Carissa Moore had a quick start, but you know, when you reflect on the numbers she's been able to post here at Mainbreak over the years, it's a low-scoring start for the 5-time world champ.
Yeah, it definitely is. But I mean, she's been smart, and maybe she's realizing that the conditions are changing out there. It is really difficult. And yeah, she's been smart. She's got the 4.17, the 5.33. And she, I mean, even though she's, you know, maybe not surfing these waves to what we're used to seeing in the first 4 days of competition, I mean, she's still putting together a pretty smart heat right now.
And holding on to the lead, Bronte's chipped away though, has narrowed the requirement to a 6.5 with 4.5 minutes to go. Kuiper, really tricky conditions through the men's quarterfinals and those semis. How's it looking out there at the moment?
Well, the surface conditions have calmed down. It's getting glacier out here, but the tricky part is the south-southwest aspect right now. Set swinging over from south side, and just some bombs. So we got some closeouts coming here, like this.
Well, Kuiper getting swamped there. And yeah, go on, mate.
So that's the tricky part, is these south sets coming through, walling up. They caught our competitors inside. You know, Carissa got completely cleaned up on that last set that comes through. They're just sweep right here, sweep through here from south side. And yeah, tricky conditions. Got to dodge some of these bombs.
Yeah, good job to the Water Patrol team once again, doing a fantastic job. Kuiper's been out there with Paul Ant-Man Patterson, who's a former runner-up in the Eddie. Had a lot of success on the North Shore and was one of the best surfers from this region. As we see Carissa up, love that big fade. Unfortunately for her, not a big section to lay into on the first turn, but making up for it now. If she can get a couple of hits on the end of this ride, she'll be on her way to her best number. A very measured approach to finish this one off, but that is what this situation in the heat really asks for, and she's going to get rid of the 4.17.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be her best score, I think. I mean, she was a bit slow in the takeoff there, but the last 3 turns were great. She looked controlled, and I think she's definitely going to make that requirement from Bronte a lot harder. So here we go. We're having a look at the replay here.
Really smart surfing here. I love the big fade. And she didn't let this moment there just rattle her. She just goes, okay, I'm going to be patient, wait for these sections. Now she starts to wind up. Wrapping turn to get us going. The second, a nice bit more critical hit in the third, so even better. With each turn she did on that wave, things started to heat up. Nice vertical hit on the front side, didn't overcook it. You can see, look at the eyes, look where they're just focused on this next section here. Now she jams it, starts putting all that pressure on the back tail pad, and just angled really nicely down that wave so that she could avoid the turbulence behind her.
Can Carissa do more? We all know she can, but she is well aware of the situation. Just her experience really on show there. 7.17, so it's a solid score without her even really pushing it to her full potential. And with 1 minute and 40 seconds to go, Bronte now needs a 9.5, and there hasn't really been any signs of her getting close to that excellent range in this heat just yet, maybe hindered by that injury.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's a big task for right now, but I mean, Bronte, she's got a lot of experience out here, and she has got a lethal backhand. If, you know, that perfect wave does come through, we've seen her get excellent scores out here over the years. So, I mean, it's not doable. It is just a hard task.
A minute to go here. I want to take this opportunity to wish a very happy birthday to our fellow commentator, who's no doubt watching the event play out over there in California. Rosie Hodge, hope you have a fantastic day. Thinking of you. And yeah, hope you're enjoying the show. Bronte McCauley needs a special kind of ride, maybe the wave of the day to this point, to turn in a 9.5 and keep the dream alive for herself and also the crowd here at Margaret River, who just give her so much love and support each time she pulls on the jersey at this venue. And something standing up on the outside. Oh, she doesn't get into this one, not quite big enough to cap out there on the boil here at main break. Time ticking by. And just look at how well Carissa built through this heat. Now 4.17, she didn't get flustered, even though they weren't monster numbers. She seemed to kind of really assume the control early in this one.
Yeah, she did. I mean, it was definitely a slower heat from both of the women. But yeah, she just, sounds cliche, but she did build a house. I mean, it just kept getting better and better.
And she is also going to give herself an opportunity to renovate that house and add a couple of extra rooms when she now takes on the final here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Carissa will take on the winner of Semi 2, Tyler Wright and Caroline Marks. They'll be coming up in the next heat. Congratulations has to go to Bronte McCauley again for another stellar finish here at main break.
Yeah, amazing finish by Bronte, and she's put so many good performances out here over the years, so she should be super proud and looking forward to watching her and snap her.
Well, stay with us. The show is going to continue just after the break as we see things getting started already with Tyler Wright tapping in to an opening ride here. And this one just coming to an end here on the bricks as she drives up into the lip. We'll get a replay of what unfolded on that opening ride in just a moment. But right now, it's time for a break.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Shire of Augusta Margaret River, strategic partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Australia. By Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of the WSL Australia. And by Healthway, strategic partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro.
Welcome back to the show, and we've been loving getting this vision from the Western Australia Flight Cam, giving us a great look at how many people have turned out here for finals day once again. A big welcome to everybody who's joining us and those of you watching on at home. And we are thrilled to be back here in the Margaret River region as we get set for semi-final number 2, Tyler Wright taking on Caroline Marks. The winner of this one will serve against Carissa Moore in the final. And we saw Tyler had a strong opening ride, a 6.83 in the really early stages.
Yeah, great start for Tyler Wright to the semi-final number 2. Wrapping cutback to start things off and then extends the line again on the second one. The end section. Now she starts to hook in a nice layback snap to finish off. So a little conservative in the approach, but very smart surfing. at the same time, because she's just seen what Carissa Moore's done, putting together a very intelligent heat with some good foundational surfing.
Yeah, there's a difference, isn't there, between, you know, a nervous-looking competitor and someone who is actually surfing smart, and Tyler surfed that wave really smart. She knew she was onto a pretty good wall, but we'll see if Caroline Marks can really push her on the opening exchange here. Good section, couple of hits, gets there nice and early to finish this one off. Ronnie Blakey in the booth with Richie Lovett and Felicity Parmentier. 6.83, good start for Tyler. Great response there for Caroline. This one could be a lot closer than some of the other semi-final clashes we've seen.
Yeah, I think so. What I like the most about this, I mean, we've got they're actually sort of similar in, you know, stature, being like very compressed surfers. Like they get really low off the bottom. Caroline does, Tyler does. They've got both got really strong legs. Here we're seeing a replay of Caroline's opening wave, and yeah, I mean, she picked a good wave here. Nice first turn, little transition turn, and finished pretty strong there. So she's going to be happy with that. But I mean, we're just having another look at this turn here. Some nice rail work, and sort of a transitional turn there. And yeah, she finishes strong, just snap under the lip.
Been strong through the rounds. One of the highest scoring surfers of the event this year. Has put up really solid numbers on a road through to these semi-finals. 15 points plus in the opening round. Top scored in the round of 16, 17.27. And then had a 16.5 against Sally Fitzgibbons in the quarters. So she really has been on. And yeah, the judges are picking up what she's putting down out there at the moment. She's going to have a pretty comparable score to Tyler's opening ride, 6.17 here, Rich.
Yeah, good matchup here. I love it when both competitors start strong and we really get the heat underway. Allows our surfers to really open up. But some really good surfing on the backhand from Caroline. But let's have another look at Tyler's wave here. So that beautiful carved, clean open face. So conditions really improving minute to minute here. And then this final turn, just it's becoming a bit of a trademark of Tyler, that layback hack that she leans into. And then Caroline, very smooth first turn, really powers out of it, sort of jumps around a little bit. There's a couple of bumps on the wave to navigate through, but Caroline, I loved that she got up to that section with plenty of time to get the turn done and get out of danger.
Here goes Tyler now, live action. A good looking wall. Things seem to be improving as Tyler just attacks the bowl there. And now loads up for more on the inside. Gets that turn in early, but mistimes it and gets it wrong. That was a big opportunity to bank a solid score and really apply some pressure to Caroline. I love the way she attacked that first section.
Yeah, I mean, she really went for it. And then after that, you could see halfway down the face of the wave, she actually looked over her shoulder to see, hang on, what's going behind me? Have I like mistimed this? And before we knew it, that last section, like unfortunately, she didn't really stick that turn. She sort of misread it. But this first turn here was really nice. And I liked where this wave was going, just so strong and in control. But yeah, just this here, you can see she's just sort of mistimed that there. And
you could see what she wanted to do though, right?
Yeah,
she was trying to get up early and just do that big wrapping cutback, maybe get the rebound off the foam. And then she just went, oops, I've run out of road here, and just unfortunately mistimed it. But this turn here, just look how tight the radius is on that little pivoting turn. And now here she's thinking, okay, go for the big wrapping cutback. And then she gets it up high, loses a bit of momentum and speed. And then all came undone, just dug on the hillside rail.
Trot on the main break bear trap. She's got clasped in there, but she's on her way back to the takeoff zone, 3.67. Caroline Marks now needs a 4.34. The winner of this one taking on Carissa Moore in the final at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Carissa is with Stace.
That's right. Thanks, Ron. Carissa, great start to the day.
Thanks, Stace. I'm super stoked and get to surf one more heat out here.
You've had great battles with Bronte over the years. Must feel good to get that one.
Yeah, Bronte is such a talented surfer. I truly believe she belongs on the championship tour. And yeah, I think the last time I had a matchup against her, she got me pretty good. So it was, I knew coming up against her, I definitely had to surf a smart heat.
we got some late news that she might be carrying a little bit of a knee injury. Is that something you pay attention to?
No, I think for the most part I'm pretty much in my own little bubble, and I try to not think about too much about what the other girls are doing. But I did, unfortunately, I did notice something was up when she was walking before a heat, but I had no idea.
Quite often we see competitors come into heats and go, you know, to a new level with a niggling injury like that. You know, do you create a game plan around that, or are you just simply focusing on yourself?
I simply just try to focus on myself and keep the blinders on, but I really hope she feels better soon.
Yeah, so do we. Thanks for your time, Chrissy. Good luck for the final.
Thank you.
Yeah, Carissa Moore loving her time in the West, especially now that she's into the final here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Just saw Caroline Marks too on screen, finishing off a ride. She did need a 4.34 out of it to get into the lead.
Yeah, here we go. We're having a look at the replay right now. So nice second wave here, straight up into the lip, and sort of transitioning through this fatter section, but looking to bring it through to the inside. She gets another finishing turn. I think it's going to be close.
Yeah, interesting. That was a full mogul run, Rich.
It was indeed.
That was a lumpy, ugly-looking wave. It was sort of a single wave set. It came through. There was nothing to groom the lineup before it, and there was nothing after it, which kind of might work in Caroline's favour.
Yeah, it was a little bit stop-start, but the turns got done. You know, she really hooked the first one and then stabbed the second one with a bit of sort of nonsense in between. But the judges definitely liked the moments on it, and they've dropped that, well, 5.17.
Yeah, just enough to get her up in front. We've got to give props to the Water Patrol team out there on the Rebel skis, doing a fantastic job. This is always a really tougher event for them. So to Paul Ant-Man Patterson, Perry Hatchett, who heads up the team, former head judge on the championship tour. Also Richard Sills and Dino Adrian. Awesome work this week, and you know, they obviously have such an amazing read on this location. Just dodging, doing the slalom through the inside, finding all those nice little deep spots on the reef there to pick our surfers up.
Yeah, I mean, if these guys all on the back of the skis, they're all really qualified watermen, and you know, they've got a lot of experience out here. They know the reef really well, but yeah, it definitely is challenging. I mean, they got to bring, and they're super skilled. You watch them, they as soon as that surfer is on that piece of whitewater on the right, they're lining up their sled so that they can just ride on up straight onto the sled. And yeah, they're all super talented. All the athletes I know feel really comfortable knowing that they're getting on the back of a sled of a really qualified waterman.
Yeah, and they'd be loving the fact that today is a relatively short day by their standards. They have done 13-hour days sitting on the steel horse out there in the past, or the fiberglass horse. But Dino Adrian, you know, what's he going to do after sitting on the jet ski for 10 to 13 hours? On his day off, he's going to go play golf at the Margaret River Golf Club. That's where I saw him. So, you know, they are true animals.
Yeah, they are. And the boys certainly earn their coopers at the end of the day. No doubt about that. But, yeah, perhaps going with a bit of the facial rug to keep things warm.
I like it. Well, 23 minutes remaining here. Caroline Marks getting herself into the lead. Tyler Wright has been in great form. Really interesting to note about these two. They haven't really had too many head-to-head heats. Just one. That was way back in 2015 when Caroline was a wild card at Trestles. But when you think about it, Caroline Marks, she kind of came on the scene just as Tyler was having to pull out of events due to that post-viral syndrome back in 2018. So Caroline actually went on to Rookie of the Year honours. Tyler didn't surf the back half of that season. Tyler was missing for most of 2019, only surfed in the final event, the year that Caroline went on to finish second in the world. And then the pandemic happened, and that really took away some of Caroline Marks's momentum. She's just getting back to her best now, Caroline. Tyler's finally back at her best, and here they are in the semi-finals at Top 5 2023. And I think we can look forward to seeing these two go head-to-head a bunch of times in the future.
Yep, no doubt about it. And obviously Tyler coming off a win down at Bells, so she's got that feeling. And clearly she's brought it here to Margaret River as well. Slightly behind in this heat, and mistake in the last couple of minutes. She actually paddled for that wave, has lost priority, handed it back to Caroline Marks, as you can see here. So just that little three-stroke paddle, the judges taking that as a concerted effort to catch that wave. It stopped Caroline. She spun around as soon as she saw Tyler make a motion for it. So they've robbed, well, not robbed her, they've taken priority straight off her.
Yeah. Just a gift. And Felicity, not only is it, you know, a massive advantage to Caroline, but in this situation, and you can touch on it, having surfed CT heats yourself, psychologically, what's it do to the person that makes that error?
Look, I mean, it can either go sort of two ways, I guess. I mean, you can get really in your own head about it and be like, oh no, you know, like, is this the turning point in the heat? But, or you've just, look, yeah, like I said, there's two ways to look at it. Sometimes when you have priority, it can almost be a curse because you can sit out there for so long and be so selective. However, when you don't have priority, I've seen it happen a lot of times, you know, you're being a little less selective and you can sit further in. And out of main break, the best waves out here are not the sets. The sets are big, they're burgery. You actually want those smaller, medium-sized waves. They hit the reef way better. So, you know, I mean, Tyler is in a great headspace at the moment. Like you said, Rich, she's just come off that win at Bells and she's looking really strong. She's looking really confident. So, look, I don't know. To me, I don't think it will phase her. I mean, you know, if I'm in her position, you want to be able to turn that around and convert from this, you know. However, if you're Caroline, you're probably stoked. But here we go. I mean, here we go. Tyler right now under priority.
So she did move to the inside just a little bit, found some space from Caroline, who had that priority. And Tyler now looking to make her pay for it. Only needs a 4.5 to get herself back out in front here. Nice finish. Can she get out in front of that white water? Oh, she just got chased down. It's like trying to run in a nightmare. Just can't get that full sprint happening. Just under 20 minutes to go here. Caroline Marks holding the lead. Tyler Wright with a number on the way. We're going to take a Bonsai brew break. Don't miss the party. The Surf Ranch Pro is the next event on the CT schedule coming up over Memorial Day weekend, May 27th, May 28th. The first event after the mid-season cut. It's going to be unbelievable. And you can now purchase your tickets. We'll show you that QR code again. And you can, yeah, get some money off. But Caroline Marks here at the moment, locked in a really close one with Tyler Wright. Tyler's got the single highest scoring ride of the heat, but has made a series of mistakes. There's that QR code for the Surf Ranch Pro tickets, 10% off. Use that that code, Ranch 10. and get along, see the world's best, those who've survived the cut, and continue to watch and watch really closely as the race for the final 5 heats up. Semi-final number 2 will decide who takes on Carissa Moore in the final of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Let's have a look at what Caroline was able to do on this first section here, Felicity.
Yeah, nice first turn there, but that's what I thought when we just saw her kicking out. Maybe it's just the one turn, the wave run off in front of her, so probably it's not gonna go in her top 2. She's gonna get back out the back, but Tyler's sitting out there with priority, and she does have the single highest wave score of this heat, so she's got an opportunity now to turn it around. She's still got 16 minutes. It's a lot of time.
Loving where these two surfers are at, Rich. Caroline Marks, you know, enjoyed a bit of a sabbatical after, you know, basically going from junior competitor to fully fledged CT world title campaigner. She needed a break, and she looks good for it. Tyler Wright, you know, you spoke about her form, just how strong she's looking physically at the moment, but I think the biggest thing for me is Tyler Wright's turning up to every event so far this year with motivation to go on to get a big result, and I think that's kind of been missing. I think she's been searching for, you know, why she really wants to get those big wins, and she's tapped into something.
Yeah, she's got the hunger back, there's no doubt about it, and I feel like she's also worked on some of her surfing. You know, it was a couple of years ago, could be maybe guilty of being a little bit repetitive on the turns, maybe not getting the rail dug as deep on the face, but you can see she stepped it up again. I think she's maybe put on a little bit more muscle as well. She got really light there for a while, but is looking in world title form, really, if you look at it. And yeah, the hunger's there, and it's kind of dangerous for the rest of the field.
With not a whole lot of left-handers on the championship tour schedule since forever, Felicity, it's been interesting watching the multiple world champions, Tyler Wright, Carissa Moore and Stephanie Gilmore. And you know, for me, Carissa is the one that went away and did the most work on her backhand surfing away from competition to sharpen that up. You know, we're yet to see if the hard work for Tyler on her backhand has been put in, but the surf wrench will expose it. So it's going to be fun to watch that play out.
Yeah, it is. It is going to be really fun to play out. And obviously, it's a really unique event. The way it's run, it's different. And the backhand will definitely be on display. I mean, one thing you can say, yeah, there's a lot of rights on tour. One thing you notice from that is all the goofies on tour have amazing backhands, because they all know. They're like, look, you know, the world tour, it's, you know, 4 to 6 foot, 3 foot, you know, right-handers, like, and you watch all the women, you watch Caroline, you know, Bronte when she was on tour, Tatiana, they have such strong backhands, and they have to.
Oh, some movement here on the outside. Good-looking wall. Oh, an unbelievable grab rail carve to get started here from the two-time world champion. As she now looks to link this one through to the inside, changes up the approach, pressing on those fins, and glides through a beautiful cutback with a neat rebound. And there's that motivation we touched on, just some real emotion from Tyler Wright, and that should be a huge score.
The double fist slam, we're getting kind of used to seeing it, aren't we? And that's because we're getting used to seeing Tyler drop some big numbers, and this is going to be a great score as we see her just trying to make her way over the rock shelf here. Just have to get the starfish going over this little part. You just try and stay as shallow as possible, keep the board safe, and then back into deep water with the safety of the ski waiting for you. But yeah, some great series of unbelievable turns, but live action with Caroline.
Looking for a response now. Caroline drives up into the first section. The wave did lay down a little bit, but she's got something here on the inside to work with. Great second turn. Unfortunately, this wave just shuts down before she can get a third hit in. It sort of went from being a situation where Caroline had the lead to, once she took off on that one, she went from probably chasing a really big number to thinking, you know what, I'd just like to improve on my 6.17 to ensure that the requirement once Tyler's next score drops isn't out of reach. And it's not a combination sitch. But Tyler's going to drop a big score here. I mean, as far as first turns go today, this has been one of the best.
Yeah, amazing first grab rail off the top there. straight into this second section with another carving turn. One thing I liked about this wave is she mixes it up. She has variety here. The way she finishes this wave is really strong. This roundhouse cutty, I mean, you can tell she's pumped. She's loving it. It's good.
Yeah, good stuff. And just watch here, the grab rail allows her to get the board really deep on rail on that heel side. See there? She's just so stable right at that moment. Let's go. The eyes get focused on the next section. Again, nice and low on the bottom turn. A beautiful wrap here. Extends the line a little bit longer. And this wave just kept giving. Just snap after snap. Now, this is that turn that she looked to do on the other wave, and she got it done on this one. Got to the section early enough this time, got the full wrap and rebound. And again, she's showing us stuff that we haven't seen before.
Yeah, I think, you know, Andy King probably has played a part in that. One thing, and we heard Griffin saying it earlier, that the surfers are looking for an edge. They're looking for a point of difference. And I think Andy's sort of said to himself, if you can get out in front of these rights, you know, the roundhouse isn't a bad option. You do have to give yourself plenty of time to get down off that white water once you hit it. But it's, you know, it's another move that requires some real attention to detail here at main break.
Yeah, I mean, it also provides variety too. I mean, sometimes on these rights with the natural footers, you can see that repetitive carve, and unless you can change it up and get variety, it looks similar. And with, you know, variety of repertoire being part of the judging criteria, I mean, you can see it right there. Tyler Wright rewarded for it, an 8.50. I mean, absolute massive score for today.
Really solid stuff. One judge threw her a 9. The lowest was an 8. Those two got tossed out. It was 8.5s across the board from the rest of the panel. We were touching on Carissa Moore's incredible track record coming into the semis. Just surfed her 70th semi-final heat, and she's going to be surfing in her 46th final now. Amazing results too for Tyler Wright. From 91 events, she's had 49 semis. Now she's after her 32nd finals appearance. Caroline Marks, you know, in just a limited events, 38 events into her 12th semi-final. So you're seeing some of the real dominant forces on the CT meeting here in this second semi-final. Massive advantage to Tyler Wright on that last ride, and that's pushed the requirement really high for Caroline Marks, but she's had some big numbers already in this contest, and she's capable of more. 9 minutes to go here. We're going to hear from a semi-finalist in John Florence with Stace.
John, a short morning for you, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was short.
Oh, yeah, excuse me.
No, it was okay. It was fun. That was interesting. It's just challenging out there.
Could see you looking around at those smaller waves. You're generating really good scores in that quarterfinal. It didn't quite get the same numbers in the semi there.
Yeah, it's just really tricky right now. I was kind of watching the heat before with Gabe, and then they kind of seemed like they were kind of battling for those mid-range scores, and so I was like, oh, the first half I'll try to get a couple of mid-range ones, and just, you know, earlier in the morning in the first heat I kind of lucked into some that kept walling up through, and so I kind of was thinking that might happen. It's really hard to tell out there right now, except for like Griffin's 8.5. Like that wave looked amazing when it came in, and it's pretty rare that those are coming in today. Other than that, it's kind of like a roll of the dice and like hoping for the best. But yeah, I don't know. I felt super good physically, mentally, everything like that. It's just sometimes you have those heats.
Yeah, definitely. And looking forward to the pool, a venue you've improved a lot in over the years. What's your main goal moving into that one?
Yeah, just the pool is always an interesting event, so different from what we do and what we've been doing. And so it's going to be really fun. Definitely challenging mentally. You're sitting there and it's just silence and like this one wave's coming at you. But it'll be a fun one just to kind of keep working into, and that's just kind of my thoughts for this year. Just keep trying to better and better and better through these events.
Awesome. We look forward to it. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, John Florence there. You know, clearly disappointed, but main break, we know it's a challenge. He's had his way with this venue over the years. Again, through the earlier rounds, he looked almost unbeatable. Almost. But Griffin Colapinto had a game plan for him, and like John said, you know, sometimes a wave pops up, and I'm sure if you're not sitting out there with priority, you're just thinking, oh no, this is the one I want.
Yeah, it's never fun when you're just watching your competitor get better waves than you, and it can be a little frustrating. And obviously John was thinking nothing but the winner's title here. You know?
Oh, absolutely. That's what he's thinking every time he turns up here to main break. Let's dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap. Things got started early for Tyler Wright. She lucked into this first wave. She made it count.
Yeah, she did. She got that 6.83 and she had a bit of an early lead there. I mean, and she just looks smooth. She looks in control, going to that layback, which she knows so well. But we've seen Caroline open up. She does have that 6.17. She's looking in control as well. Her waves maybe just not offering as much as Tyler's. She's also sitting there with that 5.17, but it's been all about Tyler on this 8.50 with that massive carve off the top there. And yeah, just bringing it through to the inside on that second carve. It was really nice variety on this wave. She brings it through to the inside. She's been looking for this roundhouse cutback, and she gets to show it off right here. And yeah, she's stoked.
She's got that little drift on the tail coming out of that turn too, which I think probably just helped add to that turn. But we've got some big sets coming through at the moment with just under 6 minutes to go. The surfers, they're doing those big wrestles with the crocodile underwater there, just the death roll, dragging you out of position, Rich. It's a nightmare when those ones catch you out.
Yeah, there's just these massive plumes of whitewash that you just can't escape. You can see here Caroline Marks on the right hand of your screen. She was maybe a couple of metres away from Tyler at the start of this, and now she's about 100 metres away from it. So she's going to have no option but to probably come back around. And Tyler's going to, if she can bust through it, you can see here she's got a couple more. She might actually make it back out. But that sucks your energy.
It's an interesting thing when this happens at main break. I mean, right now we can see that maybe there's no big sets coming, but you have a decision to make here. Does she just turn around right now? Look, we can see her debating it. Yeah, like, why would she waste her energy? I mean, sometimes if another set comes through, she's going to get pushed all the way through to the inside of the left. And, you know, it's a lot of time wasting. So I think she's probably making the right decision here. I mean, there's so much foam underneath her. It's really turbulent. We can't quite see it right here, but yeah, that's hard water to paddle through.
Tyler Wright, interesting to note, made a sequence of errors after dropping the 6.83 that really gave Caroline a great opportunity. She wasn't able to capitalise, and then Tyler found herself the wave of this semi-final heat and really did some great surfing on it. Caroline, you know, that was just so unfortunate, Rich, to get swamped by a set, push through to the inside, and like you said, there was really not a lot of distance between them in the lineup at that point.
No, and it can, you know, whether you can penetrate and duck dive and get through it, and Tyler obviously did that, but this couldn't have come at a worse time for Caroline. She's now has no priority, obviously, but she's behind, needing a big score. Just under 4 minutes to go. When she does eventually get back into the lineup, Tyler's going to control things here and look to even extend. So not out of the question, but she's got a big task ahead of her.
Yeah, just over 3.5 minutes to go. Talk to us, Felicity, about the power of this wave, because most of the time these competitors, they're, you know, on this, even on a step-up board, it's still relatively light. You can push that board pretty deep on your duck dive, but at this venue, even a 4-footer can kind of drag you well out of position.
Oh, yeah, I always think back, this is years ago, actually. I remember having a conversation. I think it was the year that I did a few events on tour. It was with Jessie Miley-Dyer, and I remember she was talking about main break, and she was like, yeah, one thing, Grommy, when I always come here, I just have it in my head that I've got to put the iron grip on my board, like iron grip hands. You just can't let go, because if you let go out here, if you give it 1 inch, it'll just take, you know, 400 meters, and it just does. I mean, you push through and you duck dive these waves. What usually would be a 3-foot wave on the East Coast, it feels like a 6-foot wave's hitting you here. I mean, one thing that I learned about this wave is when you're duck diving, if it's a sunny sky and you feel like you can sort of maneuver your way through, you can actually open your eyes up underwater and you can see these air bubbles coming towards you. And if you're skilled enough, you can sort of push your board in and through, or actually avoid these air pockets, but easier said than done. And you can get yourself in those kind of positions that Caroline find herself. You know, it's a hard decision to make. Do I try and punch back out through the right, or do I just, you know, say do I just ride a piece of foam in and get the ski back out? I mean, it's a hard decision to make. And look, we didn't really see if there was any sets coming through, and I'm sure she'll be debriefing about that with Luke once she gets in.
Kaipo, the competitors having a tough time dodging those sets, and even the Water Patrol team having a bit of a tough time.
He got caught inside it quite a few times. Sometimes you're the cat, sometimes you're the mouse. It's cat and mouse out here. Unfortunately, for Caroline Marks, she was the mouse that time. She got mowed in, took 10 minutes off of the clock for Caroline. So that whole process of getting cleaned up, washed inside, having to make a decision whether to paddle back out or catch the ski, that just ate up the clock, and now we're down to just 90 seconds.
Well, 90 seconds to go to turn around what is a pretty solid lead here. Caroline needs a 9.16. And we know that, you know, you can forget the numbers. She's got to kind of outdo the surfing that we saw from Tyler on her ride. And it was just such a complete performance on Tyler's 8.5. I wouldn't have even been surprised if that ride went a little bit higher just with the conditions we've got today, but obviously a little bit of restraint, wanting to leave some room just I think with the amount of time that we had on the clock. But you know, Caroline's now got to sell Tyler on a wave, get her out of position. She needs a wave with a set with multiple waves in it to even have a chance, you'd think.
Yeah, look, I just think Tyler's too experienced to let this one slip away at this point, and you can just see by what we're looking at the ocean, you know, we're normally seeing those corduroy lines. We can only see a couple of little bumps, so this one I think is all but done. I guess with the veteran competitors too, like, you're lucky if they make a couple of errors and give you some opportunities, but they're only going to make so many in a heat, and I feel like Tyler's made hers in this heat.
Yeah, and she's made it quite clear she came back from that, and look, she's in such a commanding position right here. I mean, 10 seconds to go and the ocean's flat.
It's done.
It's all done. Just quickly on the Shaper rankings, it looks like we're going to have a Pizel in the final with Tyler, and Matt Biolis lost with Chris Moore.
Yeah, that's been fun to watch unfold. But the final for the Western Australia Margaret River Pro is now established for the women. It's going to be long-time rivals Tyler Wright and Carissa Moore battling it out for the event win here at stop number 5. But we do have the men's final set, and what a final it is. Gabriel Medina on his way to his best result this season, and he's going to try and stave off Griffin Colapinto, who's looked really sharp and just caused the biggest upset of the day by eliminating John Florence from the draw. That's coming around the corner. Do not go anywhere. We're going to bring in Joe Tappel and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew for the call. It's just the miracle man when it comes to tricky end sections.
He's like watching a gymnast.
Griff just letting some of the emotion fly. Basically body surfing on his back.
It's just a ferocious approach from Gabe Medina.
His second turn was mental.
He just brings wood right around.
He's run out of water, but he's already celebrating.
That searing turn out of the top.
Big two-turn combo.
And he is giving thanks.
It's a great day in WA. Finals time, Gabriel Medina and Griffin Colapinto as we check out the Bailey Ladders bracket. First time finalist for their careers here at Main Break of Margaret River. Medina's first final of the season. Griffin had one earlier this year at Sunset Beach where he went down to Felipe Toledo. And Griffin's probably excited just to have someone else to compete against. He's had Felipe so many times at the final event of CT venues. And now they go head-to-head. Let's look forward to the final. Medina taking on Colapinto. Thanks for being with us on the Harvey Norman host set. Joe Turpel with Richie Lovett and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Exciting times here. Medina in a great position to maybe take this one out for the first time, Rich.
Yeah, it's really cool. We've got the goofy foot versus natural foot matchup, which is a classic in itself. Griffin has just been surfing so well, but Medina, we knew he was going to catch fire at some point. And he's done it here at Margaret River, where he's never done it before.
So true. And the story for Colapinto, a monster win for himself over John Florence. Can he recover from a heat win like that?
Well, he's got the momentum going now, and that was the pivotal win. He got at the 9 and the 8-5 in that heat. Can he repeat that? I think he can.
Look at this. Gabe Medina, 3-time world champ. Griffin Colapinto looking to take out his first win of 2023. But a repeat customer to finals as he featured at Sunset Beach, runner-up to Toledo. It's just Jack Robinson that's been in multiple finals this year. So a stellar first 5 events on the calendar for Griff. He did talk to Stace Galbraith after his win over John. He said he caught himself kind of getting caught up in John's program. And he said, wait, I've got to be me. I'm going out the back with priority. And he made a really important shift to get the win. Medina taking the first wave and a great connection on the backhand. Finds the pocket again, knifes it. And now wraps it through the inside. This wave had a really interesting road and surfed it incredibly well. Medina stays on his feet on the opener and starts off in the lead.
Wow, what an opening ride there for Gabriel Medina. And I liked all of it, Joe. It all looked good. And well, someone who is just in peak form or coming back into peak form, this guy's on.
And it's cool to see how that peak really shaped up with some size. And as it transitioned over the shallow shelf, he read that so well. And trying to get a win here for the Goofies. It's been since 1990 since the Goofy Foot has won here at the championship tour level. And just to give you more info on that, the CT actually went away after 90. So not as dramatic, but Medina looking to get the win. What'd you see, Bugs?
Oh, well, I agree with Richie. This whole wave is just so superbly put together. Every mark, every point is a winner for him. And even as he brings it around to this inside section, just the snaps are so crisp. The finishing turn, and he got the 1-2 in, Rich. That's what he was like missing out on that last wave.
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
Last heat.
Yeah, you got it spot on. Have a look at this first backhand attack from Gabriel Medina. Gets some tail release, so we haven't seen that from the Goofy Footers yet. So just adding that extra little bit of critical nature to that opening turn. And here we go.
Griffin Colapinto with his first answer and his opening ride of the final. Beautiful snap to float, rides out right in transition with the bottom turn. Nice cruisy cut back to fill in that space well. Throws down the wrap and end section. He flows right through beautifully. What a start to the final.
Well, I'll tell you what, this final promised so much. It is already delivering. The waves have cleaned up that easterly wind, that offshore, cleaned it up through that 8 to 9 a.m. period, and now in the final it is peaking.
Really cool to see these guys both switched on, and a fair answer back to Medina's start. In a lot of our matchups today, they've been fairly one-sided rhythm-wise. This one feels like it's going to be much different.
Yeah, this is going to be a real match where they go back and forth, and I don't know, for me, I feel like Medina will probably get the nod on the opening exchange. I could be wrong, but that's just my feeling on it. I just felt there was more variety. The big open face hook at the start for Medina. Really an exclamation point there, but we've still got 36 minutes of this to go.
Let's get more analysis from the water angle. Kaipo, great start to the final.
Yeah, really busy for both the surfers, right? Nice exchange for both Gabe Medina, Griffin Colapinto. You know, he played the patient game in semifinals. He wants to get it going right now in this final. A lot of time on the clock, and like Rich said, the conditions out here are nice. The wind has really backed off. Some of that morning sickness, we're done with that. Looking forward to this final. Looking forward to some numbers popping up for these two and see who got the early advantage.
Good man, Kaipo. So Griffin knowing he had a great opportunity in front of him. But what about that first maneuver, Richie? How hard is that to do at main break?
Yeah, really hard, critical. And Griff said it in his interview, I'm going to keep going with the lippers. And this one, he extends it. You can see his board just shimmied a little bit. Really important that he comes down before it explodes behind his board there. So pinpoint timing on that one. And just a little sleepy on the cut back here, but Griff down the line, he sees that there's a nice big tall section here, slashes, and then from now he's going, I got to finish this ride and then I'm going to get a decent score. So perhaps a little bigger on the end section compared to Medina's, so that could come into play on second viewing of it. But both surfers surfing extremely well on the opening rides.
Really cool to see that, just back-to-back opening exchange. Richie, do you have a feeling on who you're favoring as far as numbers are concerned? Medina to Griffin back-to-back.
Well, I'm actually going the other way. I'm thinking it was Griffin because it was a bigger wave and his first turn was stronger. His finishing turn was stronger. Medina got the volume in, and but what a great opening exchange, Rich, because, you know, you think about it, Medina opens up, that strength of mind of his, Griffin had to answer.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think you've hit the nail on the head when on second review, well, there's a point difference. Both scores have come in 8-1-7, 7-1-7, and I think you're right. It was the height of the wave and the intensity of the two turns that Griff did, the one out the back and then the one on the inside, and then on reflection, Medina's, he connected really well, had the 1-2 combo, but you know, by nature of the wave, I think that's what separated it for Griff.
You know, and I think what a marvellous exchange, really. This final is opened up exactly how the fans would have wanted it to. They've come out firing. Medina, as I said, that strength of mind of his, that would have been so in his playbook in the first couple of minutes to get a keeper under the belt. Griffin answers. I mean, he has been so cool this year. I think he's the most improved surfer on the tour, even though he's already in the upper echelon.
I like that, Bugs. Griffin definitely finding his feet and comfort factor on tour. He came on the scene and had so much success, almost without even thinking about it. 10-point ride at Kira in his rookie debut, won the Triple Crown almost accidentally when he was just shadowing Kolohe Andino. As we get back into this one, second effort for Medina. Nice solid opening snap, big section, goes up quickly. It was a little messy there, but he stays on his feet. Little wrapping cutback, similar looking type of wave as his opener. And he'll extend the backhand float just on his ability to balance while in awkward positions. He could pull that one down. But he almost starts with this big peak and then has that transition wall, just like his opening 7-1-7. Connect well in the first turn and kind of had to feel his way through that second point. And Medina trying to get another big win. Remember his 2021 world title season, he was so dominant. What'd you see here, Richie?
Well, almost a carbon copy of the first ride, really, but this one stood up and he got that second crazy little hit on the lip, and then a nice grinding turn, stays with the pocket, stays with the power, slashing off the top, and then that big projection float over that final dangerous section. But on both rides, he got that really nice roll in that set up the first turn.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you want. I mean, it's a peak performance by both surfers, it looks like, and I feel this is stronger than his first ride. I think the first turn here is just more critical. He gets his board right up there, 12 o'clock, Rich, and you know, as you said, this next turn here, it's nearly like he just sort of jammed that one in. It wasn't even there.
No, somehow manufacturing another few points out of the ride here, but he's left nothing to chance. He's left nothing on it. He's extracted every little last piece of juice out of this.
And this last, as he sets up this finishing turn, even now he gets one more kind of nice little lick in here, sets it up beautifully. That's a strong turn in its own right. But this finish here, Joe, this is dynamite.
Look at that positioning, completely sideways and committed, and somehow gets that board under his feet. Brilliant performance, putting his board in different sections in different ways. Definitely drawing his own lines in this matchup. Medina will get the lead change to go with that 7-1-7 As we think about the Oakberry surf conditions, we had a really cool route to watch through the rip from Gabriel Medina, Kaipo.
Yeah. So, hey, look at the conditions out here. It's sunny. It's about 8 to 12 foot faces. But there is this rib moving from the south, moving from south side through the face. Gabe Medina on that last wave had to place his turn in between that rib. Timed it. It was an awkward looking part of the wave, but Medina fought through that. Yeah, so it is something to be aware of that the surfers are dealing with, a little bit of reverb coming from the south.
Thanks for the insight, Kaipo, as we check it out once again. Richie, first turn dynamic, and now that we know that rib was in the face, even more impressive.
Yeah, just being able to get that read on the wave and go with it, and just really connect with the way it's moving around. Quite unbelievable. And the other thing too that Gabriel's doing on his backhand, he's really powering out of the turns. He's accelerating through them, which on your backhand is extremely difficult.
Yeah, Joe, we had 4 days to really, contemplate some of these matchups in the men's quarterfinals. We thought the Toledo Medina was going to blow. We thought the Ewing, John Florence was going to completely blow up. They didn't quite live up to expectations because they were a bit one-sided. Now this one, it looks like both surfers in peak condition and a peak performance.
Oh, when you see numbers and already a couple of 8s for both competitors, Bugs, this is exactly what you want to see. The build up to a big final. Colapinto drops to second with Medina's 8 coming in. So now he needs a 7.0 to get back into first. And traditionally, watching Gabriel's career, he's kind of always done his own thing. In the early years, he had his whole family around him. You weren't really seeing him in really long form interviews. He was really well protected in that stage of his life. And even with other competitors, it wasn't like you were seeing him too often inviting people into his space. And one person that broke that mold was Griffin Colapinto, where Medina actually invited Griff to stay with him last year to compete at the CT level in Brazil. So these guys, a great relationship as Griffin locks in. All patience for Griff, but he ran out a wave here. He's got to reset and hope for something big on the inside track. And he just has to get out of there. So first mistake for Colapinto in the final.
Yeah, that wave just really didn't cooperate. You can see, Griff had to wait too long at the opening stages to get that first maneuver off. The wave just didn't allow him to get up into the lip, so there was downtime, more downtime. And then you could see he goes, okay, I'm going to try and make something of this. Almost went into the air stance and then just never eventuated. So straight back out the back.
What'd you see, Bugs?
Well, it looks good, but look, it just cascades down right here. It just doesn't quite get into position to attack that lip. And it just it was a crumbly wave. Now, as Rich said, it looks like he's going to have to go to the air, but he goes for the carve, and I think he was going to set up and do a massive air on the bricks. Just didn't eventuate.
So plenty of time in this final. Medina leads at the moment, an 8 and a 7.17. Let's catch up with Tyler Wright with Stace Galbraith.
Tyler Wright, what a fantastic start to the day. It's all starting to come together, sun shining, and you're into the final.
Yeah, that was nice. It's been a few days, so it's kind of getting back into that settled feeling and getting back into my feet. It took a minute, like few falls, but that was kind of always going to happen with today, with that ending. So really happy with how that went. Tighten a few things up maybe, I don't know.
It is still tricky out there, even though with the sun shining and the wind starting to step up on the offshore. Any changes going into the final?
No, you know what, no. I think I'm just going to keep moseying along and then, adjust where if I need to. But at the moment, no, it feels good. Like it's cleaning up, a lot of bump, and there's so much water converging in that end section on the rock as well. I saw it a few times then, and I was like, stay away from me, please. But all in all, no, happy.
We're happy to see you into another final, Tyler. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Tyler Wright is going to have a very familiar face sitting next to her in the lineup at main break. Another big final with her longtime rival of Carissa Moore. As we check out the Bailey Ladders bracket, Carissa got past the wild card Bronte McCauley. It was a rematch from when Bronte took her out of the event last season, and Tyler dominated the clash with Caroline Marks. It's going to be a World Champs final decision coming up right after this.
Yeah, this is going to be super exciting watching those two women go at it. Two natural footers with no more goofies left in the women's.
As we see the goofy standing here, Gabriel Medina crushes the first opportunity. Sets up another beautiful vertical hack with the tail release. Right back up to the top again. Will fight through the third turn and just force the finish on the end section. How does he stay on that surfboard? Unbelievable. Woo. No mistakes for Medina, no falls in 3 strikes in this final.
This is incredible stuff here. You can see Gabriel Medina. He's now got those 2 scores on the board, and he's starting to just turn the volume up a little bit more.
As soon as the wave looks challenging, Bugs, he somehow puts himself in a position to perform.
He sure does. He's just getting stronger as this event goes on. What a time to peak and reach this second turn here. Look at that. He goes vertical once again.
Oh, just... Man, he sat on his heel side rail setting up that bottom turn for so long. A little bauble there, but kind of cleaned it up and got to the finish. And you can see Griff's doing some pretty special stuff outside as well. But he's taking off so deep on the peak at the moment and really setting up these backhand hooks right up in the pocket, man. He's just, look, leaning on it, drags it out, now attacks, gets it right up vertical, gets all that release and pivot off the lip. And the back half of his board was completely disconnected from the lip of that, from the lip of the wave on that final maneuver. Somehow gets back into position to land the finishing turn.
So impressive. Gabriel Medina looks like he's improving on his lead in this final. And this is what happened right behind him. Griffin took the next wave, but he was straight out the back as he's able to maintain priority. And good news for Griff, he still has that 8.17, but he's probably feeling a little bit left out once he hears the sound of this big score. A 9.5 from Medina to go along with his 8, a 17.5 total, forcing Griff to need a 9.34 for the win, Bucks.
Oh, this is outrageous. A 7.17 into an 8, a 9.5. That 7.17, that opening ride, as good as it was, it's gone. And, you know, you just feel that there was a pressure cooker building with Medina. We'll get back to that in a minute.
Can he change the rhythm? Colapinto has that beautiful down carve sweep. The wave's going to go a little bit flat here, and it might force him to get out of here. Yep, Griffin's got to kick out, find a better wave to answer back. He's still going to be chasing a 9.34, but this is sort of like that traditional Medina approach when he just takes out the tour, where he just keeps improving with or without priority.
Well, you know, getting back to that pressure cooker, this is the 5th time he has made the round of 16. It's the first time he got through it, and I just felt he breaks through that ceiling, and he's on his way to the final. And now look at the performance in the final. It is pure classic Medina.
We'll be seeing Medina move up to number 7 in the world with this performance and heading into his favorite events on the calendar.
You know, Joe, earlier on, he did say, as Griffin he's taking inside one, I kind of feel like he's just going to go for the air or something here, Rich.
Colapinto's got some room, and he has to eject.
Yeah, and let's just check if he just has a little moment to check his board, because it almost looked like no, he's all right. He checked it. I just thought he might have creased his board there for a moment, but all okay.
A strange wave choice. I nearly thought he was just going for the jet ski. It was a half wave on a small wave. He knows he needs like a 9 point something. I can't see what his thinking was on that one.
Well, he has to tell himself, just you do you. You be you. I've been hearing him say that this whole week. It's been a phrase that he's been sharing with his coach, Tommy Whitaker. And he's got to calm down. He's definitely caught up in this moment. He does have an 8.17, but yeah, taking this wave did make a whole lot of sense.
No, look, there was nothing on offer till this very final section, and even then it was a bit foamy, so didn't really let him get to the air. You could see what he was trying to do, you know, one big giant aerial, but geez, it would have to be a special kind of air for it to even get up into the 8s.
Exciting moment here in the final. Gabriel Medina looking for his first win of 2023 and his first here in West Oz of his career. Let's see if he can get it done right after this. Hope you get your tickets to join us at the Surf Ranch in Lemoore, California for stop number 6 of the season. It is Medina country. Toledo did get the win last year over Medina in the final, but it's always been Medina showing up each and every year when everyone was still trying to figure out how to handle the pressure of the Surf Ranch. He always performs. He takes on that wave like nobody else. It'll be fun to watch Medina and Felipe kind of lead that showdown as this event continues here at Margaret River. Medina's in a really special place in his career. We talk about the 3 world titles that he shares with a lot of the greats, but he does also have 16 wins. If he gets his 17th today, he'll join Mark Richards and Barton Lynch on the all-time win list. So getting to just share that spot with some of the legends of the sport and get a little bit closer to Damian Hardman, Andy, Mick, Tom Carroll, Tom Kern Kelly, with a lot of room with those 56 event wins. But it just reminds us how Medina has made such a big mark on professional surfing in a short period of time, winning that first world title at 20 years of age. And it still feels like he's just getting started.
Yeah, it's, you know, arguably still in the very first half of his career. He's got so many more years on the tour. Certainly with surfing like this, he can hang around for as long as he wants. But yeah, you definitely won't be surprised if we see him move right up that list there. But he's in great company, that's for sure.
Yeah, a lot of your old friends as well, Bugs.
Yeah, no, it's an amazing list. And, you know, Medina, just speaking of not just the wins, but like he's had a couple of runner-ups in the world title as well. He's been right there, that top 2. At least half a dozen times he's been in that top 2. And as they both paddled pretty fiercely for this wave, Griffin looking at it, he's not going to get it. Yes, he is. He's from way behind.
Colapinto gets this wave under priority, now sets up his first turn. There's a classic wrapping cutback. It's got a good wall, hard end section. Griffin hits it off the top and completely disappears. He's been really reliable with that move in his earlier matchups today. However, that one looked a bit more vicious to ride out of.
That was a really intense section. And you can see there, Griff just taking a little moment just to maybe, you know, get the seawater out of his nostrils. You can see here, bang, just jumps right up on the roof of it, tries to ride out, but it's just an avalanche of whitewash behind him. Now, this is a 10-foot face, a 10-foot section. that he's just trying to attack here. And was just a millisecond too late before his board just re-engaged with the water there, and clean water, I should say.
It did look like a bit of a Griffin Colapinto special there, because he really has made those winners over the last few years. This has been, that final section has been where it's been a money section for him.
It certainly has. So reliable with that big frontside hack. You have so much energy converging in such a shallow piece of water. You can definitely bounce off that brick section quite easily. Griffin has multiple times, and you talk to some of the locals around here in free surf sessions, they're not typically trying to slam themselves on the bricks, but when there's world title points on the line, these guys will risk everything for a big finishing move.
Yeah, they sure will. You know, it's do anything to win. And as long as you can keep the body in one piece, you know, the board, unfortunately, I hate to say it, but can sometimes get sacrificed on those end sections.
15 minutes on the clock. These two have an interesting relationship when it comes to competing. As we take one more look at this, Bugs.
Oh, this is unbelievable. Like, Griffin just gets swallowed alive. He's in there somewhere. You can just see glimpses of him. He was still trying to hang in there and make that.
Yeah. He's gone through a couple of wetsuits already in his trip here to West Oz. But yeah, interesting when you look at Medina being so accomplished as one of the greats. For Griffin, he hasn't been rattled by having Medina in matchups, especially recently. You know, they're both tied 3 wins apiece when it comes to one-on-one heats at the championship tour level. Their first final that they get to experience together, and it kind of shifted 2 different eras. For Medina, he kind of had Griffin's number in the beginning. Wins at Pipe over Griff, wins in Tahiti. He had 3 straights, but more recently, it's been about Griffin going 3 in a row as well. Starting off with a win in El Salvador last year and already beating him twice already this season, Bugs.
And that would sting Medina. Just the fact that already this season he's gone down to Griffin Colapinto twice. It would sting him. But you know, if we break down Medina though, like, he had 4 nights coming into this event. He had that in the same round of 16 in this event. He was against Leo Fioravanti, and he had to get through that, because what would have happened is that he would have had a 9th as a throwaway, but nothing at the top end. That would have been a disaster for his final 5 aspirations.
This is a real pinnacle moment here for Medina. You know, he's going to find that winning feeling again, or perhaps find that winning feeling again. And this could really set in motion a series of events coming into these next few events. Certainly the Surf Ranch, we know he's got that place on lockdown. But this is, mate, there's still some time here. 13 minutes to go, and Griffin has that X factor. And he's been the one that's been in form lately. And you just know he wants to get out of this situation, and what a comeback it would be. You know, needing a 9.34, wouldn't that be something special?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's why it was questionable him going on the way, because he needs something like an 8.5 now to get back in the heat. That's how much of a move Medina's made. Anything, he needs better than an 8.17 to even lower the rate of score he requires, being a 9.34.
12:30 on the clock. A lot to talk about as far as the rankings are concerned. The WSL Final 5 picture before we get to the Surf Ranch. Medina's going to be number 7 in the world no matter how this final finishes. And Griffin's got the opportunity to go up a few spots, even to number 3 if he gets this win. And that'll help his cause heading into California, where he gets to go home. There's a nice break for the CT surfers after this event to recharge if they have some injuries to deal with. Remember, Jack Robinson is hopefully going to be making his comeback, and even having an injury result, Jack still got a spot in the WSL Final 5.
Oh, yeah, Jack's had a wonderful start. I guess anyone, it's particularly in that back end of that Final 5, would be kind of looking over their shoulder at Medina now, because, Joe, the one thing this guy does, he seems to go and win in blocks.
He really does. He's such a momentum surfer, isn't he? Where once he starts winning, he just continues to dominate. And you start wondering how Medina's going to affect the world title race this year, like he always does. And it's sort of changing the formula, watching Steph go from that first match of the morning last year at Lowers to winning her 8th world title. It's like, what's the real advantage coming into that world title day? Richie, what are your thoughts?
Well, it's no doubt that if you finish on top and you don't have to surf your way all the way through to that final matchup, there's an advantage there just through fatigue and being able to watch what's going on and have more of a view on how the day's panning out. But you know, it's been proven that it can be done. Steph did it, and Italo nearly did it. So, you know, if this guy has a sniff, if Medina is in that mix, it's going to be game on, you know.
Yeah, I think Medina actually would be more dangerous in the number 2 or 3 spot. Very dangerous, because then he can do this thing. He can build that momentum. You know, you can hear those hoof prints coming from behind.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, last year it just changed our whole thought process. I think for Carissa, being number 1 in both events, we saw her win her 5th world title, but also lose what would have been her 6th. And I think in both performances, you could see clear nerves from that, where everyone else had a warm-up of the conditions. We'll see what plays out this year. A lot of events to decide who will be heading to Lower Chessels, but that's been Griffin's goal in back-to-back years, and he's just missed out on competing for a title on his home court. Gabriel throwing up another big vertical, controlling this final as he smashes that whitewater section deeper off the bottom and hits the lip once again, and he'll kick out of there. There's so much water moving on the open face. I'm just so impressed how he can stay on his feet.
Yeah, I mean, I think he sort of slightly left the door a bit ajar for Griffin there, Rich, because it carried a lot of bump and chop on the face. It was a one-off wave. Even now you can see smoother waves, but Griffin having to duck dive a monster set.
Yeah, another big clean-up set coming through, but you're right, that was such a difficult wave to ride for Medina, and he is, you know, one of, if not the most solid goofy foot surfer in the field. And even Medina was bumping and jumping around when he was on the bottom turn then. There was that wave. It never really gave him that one clean moment where he could just fully knife in and dig. He had priority, so straight off the bat he goes, "Nah, Griff, this is my one." And he obviously saw something in it. And just that first turn, tiny little bit held up there. And then sort of forces the second one, and it's more of a foam climb than a big open face hook. And connects with the third, and then doesn't have enough runway for the 4th. And then this was what Griff had to deal with outside. Really penetrating duck dive there, getting under it.
And that's the trouble with when you commit to a wave with second priority and you paddle, then the guy with first priority takes it off you, which Medina did, and it puts you out of position. So, you know, the bombing wave that Griffin could have been on outside.
True.
But would have Medina have gone that wave if Griffin didn't go? I don't think he would have.
Well, Gabriel Medina throws away a 7.37, so a lot of points were available on that wave he took off Griff. So definitely a wise decision for Medina just to make sure Griff was off that wave. Medina throwing away 2 sevens already in this final.
And maybe it was an easier wave to surf on your forehand, so was it a good decision? You know, Griff that had that beautiful end section that Medina kind of ran out of runway, but maybe on your forehand you could have timed that a bit different. Griff could have taken to the air. Was it a 9? We'll never know, but, you know, maybe it was the right decision holding him off.
Well, as you were saying earlier, I mean, Griffin is attacking the lip. I mean, it did have he had the big float sections. Medina, I think, did see potential for Griffin on that one.
Let's now look at the Harvey Norman recap of the final. Gabriel Medina versus Griffin Colapinto. Both trying to win this event for the first time in their career. Griff looking so strong. His opening ride, bit rock and roll start off that coping. Wrapped it through the downtime and finished on his feet. Big 8.17. He was right in the mix right out of the gates.
He sure was, Joe. Just a great start. And he was actually ahead with the opening exchange, but then Medina came bounding back, just picking up a couple of gems on his backhand, pushing a little bit harder, getting a bit more release and finding an extra 1 or 2 turns per wave, and just always getting to the finish. Really strong, but what an amazing matchup. Medina hasn't scored under a 7 on his 4 rides. And Bugs, this was a sensational wave as well.
Well, he came from way behind the peak here, got that first unbelievable turn, and this one 12 o'clock high. And this was the ride of the day so far, I feel. This 9.5 by Medina. And he knew it. He came out and went, thank you very much.
He knows how big those turns were, especially out the back. That was incredible. 9.5 for Medina, one of his best scores he's ever had here in West Oz. Kaipo, let's break down making intelligent moves in the middle of a big heat. What are you seeing?
Right. That's why, you know, Medina's so dangerous, right? You have someone with uncanny ability, extreme athleticism, and then you add to that just a high heat IQ, knowing, you know, how to play the game. And I really felt that last exchange or that last use of priority for Gabe Medina. Although, like you guys were talking about in the booth, he did not increase his two-wave total. He played a little defense right there. He's taking away opportunity. That's how smart of a competitor Gabe Medina is. Also, he knows how to pace himself. He's peaking in the final.
100% Kaipo, we love that. He's given us a little bit throughout the morning, some great moments, but he's definitely shown us everything he's got and forcing the judges to give him bigger numbers and saving his best for last. That's not always easy to do, to try to channel that energy to peak at the right time.
Yeah, and you know, the judges are humans. They get caught up in emotion, and they've really, you know, as much as they focus in, you know, if you show them the same thing time and time again, eventually they're going to go, okay, give us something more. Show us a different variation on this turn, and that's exactly what Medina's done in the final.
Well, you know, you look at that, the 7.37 and the 7.17 throwaways, that's a 14.54 total. He'd be winning the final with those throwaway scores right now.
That's the kind of heater that Medina's on right now. Remember his world title year, 2021, his third world title year. He got the yellow jersey in Narrabeen and didn't really give it up until he decided to withdraw from the start of the 2022 season, taking his first break and tried to do what was thought to be impossible. But everyone was questioning if Medina could actually get a spot in the final five, just surfing half a year. And an injury at Brazil stopped that whole dream run for Gabriel, and he had to watch the world title showdown from the sidelines. So now for all surf fans, they want John to stay healthy, Medina to be engaged in the title race with Toledo, Italo, and all the rest of the world title threats. It's shaping up to be an incredible year.
It really is, and I love it how there's ebbs and flows in who's peaking and who's on and who's getting the results, and it just sets everything up so well as a spectator. And you know, share the love around a little bit. It's always fun.
So Griffin with priority and needs a 9.34. Bugs, at this stage of the final, does he just sit and wait for one special wave?
The only thing he's got in his favour now, he's got priority, even though, look how Medina loves to sit in your wheelhouse, just inside with second priority. But I think Griffin now, he knows the equation, Rich. He needs a 9.5.
Yeah, and as a surfer at this level, you can, for the most part, identify what that wave looks like. Obviously, the one that just slid under, that had no points on it, was maybe a 3 or a 4. So Griff's just hoping that the wave produces something in the next 3 minutes. He'll be going through his sort of technique of staying calm so that when he does get the opportunity, he can just explode onto it, because one thing's for sure, he can't hold back on this next wave.
Yeah, well, we'll see what this wave behind, whether it lifts up for him, Joe, or flattens out.
And just all working on his patience. He kind of got himself back into the heat with John Florence by reminding himself to stick to his own game plan. And he's had to kick out a lot of waves since his 817. He's just been on the wrong ones to follow the 817, which has just left him out of the mix.
Yeah, I mean, he's had 7 attempts since that 817 and hasn't been able to string together a total wave.
And now down to the 2-minute mark. And look at the space that Griffin doesn't have with Medina. And Gabriel famous for this, just getting in that personal space, and that could easily do your head in, Rich.
Yeah, well, he's just putting pressure on Griff, and he's going to make him force a decision here when the wave eventually turns up. You know, Gabriel will be looking at it, and that's the other thing. If Gabriel does sneak a wave in under Griffin's belt and it's over, say, a 6-2 or whatever, he's actually going to put him in combo. So Griff's got to be a little bit wary, but I'm sure he's just super focused on which wave is going to give him that opportunity. Some lines coming in now. Hopefully we see him make a motion now. Got a bit of a paddle on, perhaps just getting into position.
It's been a busy finals day for Griffin Medina. Griffin knows it might just come down to one last wave to see if a win here in the West is a part of his destiny. 1 minute on the clock. Griffin's going to take this wave. Needs a 9.34. Looks like a great wall. Nice and hollow to start. He's got a race out in front. Here comes the first turn. Belts it. Ton of power from Griff. Late under the lip, and he goes upside down. Tommy and Snake and Scotty felt that wipeout because they knew that was what it was coming down to. Griffin going for everything he had on that big section, and Medina's already starting to celebrate.
Wow, well that was, you know, go for broke. You can see Griff, he just put everything into this final wave. Almost was maybe thinking barrel off the takeoff, and then it started to run away, so he goes, okay, I've just got to put everything into these turns. The first one was a really nice one, Bugs, but then that second one, just up and under the lip, just a little bit too late. If he had made that, he would have got, well, he would have got us, the judges, thinking about what was going on there seriously.
He had to go for it. It was a valiant effort by Griffin Colapinto, but there's our champion, Joe.
That's right, Bugs, the champion of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, Gabriel Medina, turns in his best performance of the season. Makes the semifinals, the final for the first time, ends up being a champion, making all Goofyfoot so proud. It's been since 1990 at the CT level since we've seen a Goofyfooter take this one out. Gabriel Medina, now world number 7. And what an effort for this man, Griffin Colapinto. That turn and positioning he was in was reminding me of a move he did at Sunset on finals day, where he recovered it. Let's now hear from our champion with Kaipo.
Gabe, you won it. You won the Margaret River Pro. How are you feeling right now?
It feels amazing. It's a contest that I always struggle to win, and I was really focused on that one. Feels amazing to win here. It's a challenge wave, and I'm just happy to surf. You know, like I've been struggling in a few events. It was hard to get in the rhythm again, and yeah, now I feel like I'm back, you know, in competition mode, and yeah, it's amazing.
Yes, you peaked in the final 17.52 wave total. This is your 17th championship tour victory. Now you've won one here at Margaret River. Your feelings on Western Australia?
It's amazing. I've been having a good time here. I brought 2 good friends from home, and I have my coach here, Kingy and Alan, and it's been amazing, you know. Just be patient. I knew it was gonna come. I had some tough loss, which put you down a little bit, but I've been working, I've been enjoying my life, and everything is paying off right now.
Let's give you some words for Brazil.
Obrigado a todos, deu nós, graças a Deus. Pô, abraço para todos os amigos, toda a galera brasileira. Muito feliz com a vitória aqui e só agradecer. Peace!
You're champion, Gabriel Medina!
What a moment for the 3-time world champ, his first win of this season, as he's now world number 7. Time to celebrate. Yeah, that speech with Kaipo reminded me of a moment at J Bay when he said, "I'm back" on the podium. It kind of feels like he knows that he's at 100%, he's in full comp mode, and he's going to try to take down the tour in the back end of the season.
Yeah, and it was never a question of if, it was always when Medina was going to bounce back, and really taking control of the final here, and he's looking back in peak form, you know, and he said it then, you know, there's been stuff going on in the background. He's been down a bit. There's been personal challenges. There's been injuries, things going on, and he's figured a way to get through it like a real champion. And, well, he's shown the Goofyfooters it can be done.
Well done to Gabriel Medina. His celebrations will begin when he hits the sand, and let's prepare for another big final. Carissa Moore taking on Tyler Wright. We'll bring in Felicity Palmatier for the call right after this.
Tyler up and riding. Beautiful first turn.
Carissa pulls into the pit and makes it.
Releasing those fins there.
Such a confident ride.
Any changes going into the final?
No. Getting back into that settled feeling and getting back into my feet.
I simply just try to focus on myself and keep the blinders on.
Well, here goes Carissa. Silky smooth rail turn to get started.
I'm super stoked and get to surf one more heat out here.
Time for another final as Gabriel Medina is already on the chair, heading up that famous staircase. His name will be added to that staircase. He'll be back next year and get to see his name finally as a champion of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. The three-time world champ say he's finally back in comp mode. Recovered from injury last year. Worked hard to get back into world title form. It is officially on. Thanks for being with us on the Harvey Norman host set. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Flick, welcome to the big final. Carissa versus Tyler Wright, a world champs final that we've been waiting for.
Yeah, this is going to be really exciting. I feel like these women, both of them, have been the two most informed surfers of the event. I've been loving what I've been seeing from both of them. However, I do think Tyler Wright has a slight edge maybe on Carissa. She just looks like she's on, and when she's on, she's really hard to beat.
That's going to be really fun to see who takes control early in this matchup, because we've seen so much out of Tyler and Carissa for over a decade, Bugs.
Yeah, but very recently they had a quarterfinal at the Rip Curl Pro Bells at Winky Pop on the final day, and it was a close one, but Tyler had the edge.
Tyler with so much momentum, trying to go back-to-back with her CT wins and have a very dominant Australian leg, which he's already proven. And Tyler and Riss, they've had finals out of this venue in the past. Tyler looking 100%, and Carissa Moore's had some very special moments as well. You're thinking about her board change to recover a win in the early stages, her comeback effort against Lakey Peterson when there was just seconds on the clock, and she got completely shacked at main break and stole the show that day.
Yeah, that was the best barrel of the event. I mean, we haven't seen one better, and I mean, she made it happen in the dying seconds of that heat. Lakey had priority, didn't go the wave. Carissa was like, well, I may as well see what's going to happen here, and all of a sudden drops in and gets absolutely shacked and gets an excellent score.
And don't forget, I mean, the heat before that against Sophie McCulloch, Carissa was way out of the picture. She was actually comboed by about 15 points, and then she came back in that heat incredibly. So Carissa won't be put off by being behind on the scoreboard.
The women getting caught inside by a set, so a good opportunity to talk to our champion. Medina is with Stace.
Thanks, Joe. Gabrielle, we heard from your lineup, but it must feel so good to come into the beach and see all your friends and support network.
Yeah, it's amazing to come in with a win here. That was a tough event for me. As I said, I was struggling to make hits here, but this year I changed up a little bit. I've been training a lot, and yeah, to have my friends here from home is amazing. And win's a win. It feels amazing.
Your last single event win, taking out the world title, was actually Rottnest Island. So I think you kind of love WA.
Yeah, I love WA. I'm having a good time. As I said, this is the best. Even before I win today, just now, was the best time I was having here. Yeah, it's been so many years. Yeah, I've been learning, I've been enjoying every place I go, and yeah, and it's amazing just to get a few waves, and as I said, to have my friends from home, it means a lot to me here.
You're gonna have a big guest list tonight. You're gonna have a party.
Of course, we're gonna go see the wine thing. Yeah, they have a good place to have wine, so. Yeah, I wanna do that, and actually I wanna enjoy tonight, and I just wanna keep working because I feel like I'm the Riven again, and it feels good, you know, just to be in the routine back again. Feels amazing, and the next contest is a really good one that I look to make the finals, and yeah, but. Let's enjoy tonight.
Absolutely. Couple wines. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Stace. Gabriel Medina, well-earned celebration tonight, and so many great vineyards to choose from. Cullen Wines is one we enjoyed the other day. Lewin, Xanadu, the list goes on and on. But one thing that I really picked up from that is he doesn't really want to step out of this rhythm he is for too long. Yes, he will enjoy tonight, but he can recognize a winning feeling probably better than anybody, Flick, and he wants to stay there, foot's down on the gas, and he's ready to take over the world again.
Yeah, I agree with what you said, and I also heard what you said, you know, when he did that post-heat interview with Kaipo out in the water. You know, it's had shades of, you know, that time when he was on made the finals and he said, I'm back, and I feel that too. I really do.
As we get caught up with this final, remember Big Set had him caught inside, and Tyler was able to get some turns out of the way to turn into 3.5 bucks.
Yeah, she just got her feet in the wax, so to speak.
So a bit of a warm-up wave there. Now live action from Carissa Moore. Feeling her way back into the pocket. And now the Hawaiian lights up that section. Great maneuver choice. The whitewater catches up to her when she was riding out of it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Is that a make? I don't know.
No, I think the loss of control there will go against her. The judges, particularly at this level, will scrutinise that.
Yeah, you've got to think so. So, but sort of both of them opening up with, you know, probably pretty average waves and just getting warmed up, I'd say.
Yeah, it's interesting. You think about other sports, like a skateboarder, they land in transition, but the ramp doesn't disappear under their feet. That's what they're dealing with at main break, Flick.
Yeah, here we go. We're looking at this replay here. It was a nice first turn off the top into sort of transitional cutback. She comes through to this inside section here, looks to hit it, and tries to ride out in front of this wall of whitewater, but she just gets taken down.
It wouldn't have been a bad, you know, mid-range score. I feel it was heading towards something that could have put a little bit of pressure on her opponent. I mean, Tyler only got a 3.5, and I think if she'd hung into that one, she would have got up in the 6s.
We just got word from our head judge, Pratamo Arendt, or instead it's Luli Pereira on the women's head judge responsibilities, incomplete on the finish. And so that will reflect the score line at just a 5-point ride. I almost feel like she had time to sell it. If she could have just stepped off real quick and showed that she had control, she might have been able to pull that one off. But let's dive into one of the greatest rivalries we have on tour. 8-3 in favor of Carissa Moore, but we're seeing all these wins now from Tyler Wright. Tyler winning in Maui, finishing the event at Pipeline in that continuation series. And we also had the Bells Beach win from a previous year for Tyler Wright. Getting that first bell, she went back-to-back, and Carissa got her back at Pipeline to kick off the season. But there was that run that Carissa had in the beginning, 7 straight wins, which included some world title showdowns where Tyler was finishing runner-up to Carissa in her early years on tour.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing stats to look at. But yeah, you can see the trend. I mean, obviously early days it was the Carissa show, and now we've seen a little bit of a change. And with Tyler, you know, obviously having those couple of years off, and she's coming back. You know, things are. I think things are looking up for Tyler, and I just see her mindset's different. She's had a bit of a shift, and for me, she's looking really strong. So. Yeah, amazing rivalry that will continue on.
And also adding the win that Bugs was talking about recently at Bells when Tyler had all the big world champs on her side of the draw from Carissa and Steph Gilmore, and then was able to take on the young 20-year-old #1 in the world, Molly Picklum, in that final. And things got interesting in that final vocally. Molly was able to tell me all the stories of what she was saying to Tyler in the final, and I loved the energy coming from the Grom on tour. But you wonder what would happen with two veterans like Chris and Tyler. They've seen so much of each other. It always seems like they just let each other do their thing.
Yeah, there's a lot of mutual respect between these two surfers, and I think they're both happy to let their surfing do the talking.
Carissa with a 5, Tyler with a 3.5. As Carissa has 5 world titles and is trying to catch up to Lane Beachley on the all-time win list. With one already feathering out the back, Carissa decides to get the chip in. Nice patience for Carissa Moore. Now the wall's starting to really show itself. She'll fade it. Drops down again and gets out of there. Could tell Tyler was like, yep, you can have this one.
Yeah, I mean, that wave, it fattened out. It went slow really quickly, and Carissa knew it. I mean, she was out of there. And I've said it already today, but wave selection is just so important. You really need to be on those waves that are going to allow you to get really tight in the pocket on that first turn, because it sets up the rest of your waves. So you can already see, like, I mean, there was a drawn out carve here, and she's looking for this next section, but it doesn't give her anything.
Yeah, I mean, and that's really the swell direction too, right, Felicity? I mean, it had a nice little horseshoe to begin with, but then it just all kind of converged into that massive foam ball with nothing else.
Yeah, I think it's swell direction. I think it's a combination of, obviously, we've had that front blow through over the last 4 days. You can see it in this shot here. I mean, there is lumps and bumps all over the ocean, and some of these waves, when they're hitting main break, they just are not big, long walls. There's a lot of fat burgers out there today, and you really want to be on the waves that give you that first maneuver to get super critical in the pocket, because out here, like a lot of other waves, but here it's even more evident. If you hesitate on that first turn, or if you bauble on that first turn, it just sets your rest of your wave up to fail. I guess you really need to nail that first turn out here for everything else to run smoothly, especially that end section.
Well, interesting here. Both servers having a good look at this one. It looks like Tyler
taking this wave. Already has a 3.5. Looking really calm and just waiting to set that rail. And after the patience, goes right into a bump on the face and goes straight down. Priority now for Carissa Moore.
Yeah, well, Tyler, one thing that has served her very well today has been that opening hook in the under the lip, or over top of the lip. I mean, it didn't eventuate.
It's interesting trying to separate these two, both world champions, on how they perform. Tyler has that traditional laid-back type maneuver that she's featured throughout her career. She could use it as a carve. She could use it as a tail release, as we see what happened here, Felicity.
Yeah, she just takes off. She looks so relaxed here. She looks calm and confident, but just there, that big bauble, and gets taken out by an invisible ninja.
It certainly felt like it. Especially for Tyler, how reliable that rail line's been for her throughout the early rounds. So a fall there will cost her priority. But one thing that seems really solid, and maybe more than ever, is Tyler's headspace. She said she's following her own process, and when we saw her warming up for the start of the season, there was something different about Tyler this year. She truly felt 100%. Her boards look great, and she's really enjoying her time on the championship tour, and that was evident in her backing up her Bells title. That's her era now that she's enjoying at Bells Beach. And to see the momentum in 2 straight events, it's obvious that she is surfing at the top of her game. Tyler now trying to make a move under Carissa's watch. So smart decision here with a wide open face. Slingshot on the bottom turn puts her out in front for the wrapping cutback. Fades it quickly. She's hoping for a solid end section. Another fading cutback for Tyler. And now taps it over the end section. Doesn't have enough room to ride away. And she's chasing a 4.01 for the lead change. So those waves having a lot of energy where they're shoving you down the line. You want those ones that really cup out and give you that lip line to really project off of. She did well to hang on, but that end section, it almost feels like it's got a personality, like I'm coming for you. That one, Tyler had no chance, Flick.
Yeah, look, we're having a look at the replay here. Right here, it looks like it's going to be a great wave, but all of a sudden it just backs off, and she kind of has to resort to, they're nice turns, but she's resorting to this sort of more horizontal style surfing, when really she wants to be getting more up in the pocket, you know, up in the pocket, doing that layback jam. That's Tyler's bread and butter, and that wave kind of just didn't really give it to her. But yeah, we're having a look at this end section here, and yeah, just getting KO'd.
Well, I mean, her scoring potential was already hindered by the fact she had to surf the middle of that wave. She wasn't able to get a board above the lip line. You know, it seemed like where Carissa was trying to take off on that wave from that deep position was the go. That she would have been able to come around that section. Tyler only sort of reacted to that. She turned around when Carissa had missed the wave. That bowling section had passed.
It certainly had. So wave selection, but also positioning on the takeoff. So crucial out here at main break. Tyler Wright didn't need a whole lot for the lead change, so she'll get it there. even with falling on the finish. 4.57, her best number of the finals so far. So Carissa needs a 3.07 to make a comeback here. Carissa always really comfortable in the West. Has been enjoying some practice sessions in these onshore conditions with Andrew Sheridan and her coach Mitchell Ross. Tyler Wright spending a lot of time with Andy King. Same coach that we just saw take the victory with Gabriel Medina. So what a solid event in the West for Kingy Bugs.
Oh yeah, Kingy is on fire. And yeah, Felicity, I'm sensing a bit of a shift in the wind. Like even in the men's final, it seemed like it was still easterly straight offshore. It just seems like there's a lot more of a ruffle on the surface and nearly like ribs.
Yeah, it's a great pickup. I mean, we can see it here. It's super common. I mean, on this right, you see the spray right there blowing towards the north, which means we're getting a bit more of a southerly kick in the wind. And out here on the right, that makes it really, really tricky. You've really got to time your turns in those critical sections of the wave. And here we go, live action out the back.
Important ride for Carissa Moore. What a great drop. Just the takeoff. She had so much control, even though that's the only highlight of the wave. I think sometimes we forget to break down those critical drops in positioning. She knifed that takeoff. As you see her husband, Luke, he's going to hide under the shades for a second. And they're looking very focused right now. Seeing Carissa take that drop was fun for us to watch, but she did lose priority making that move, Bugs.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a bit of a kind of a stressful time in the final because no one has grabbed it yet. No one's really said, like, I'm going to own this space. I'm going to take command of this final. And it's open so that we've only got a 5-point ride as the high point. And Felicity, that wind has just come to a new level, I feel.
Yeah, it's really evident. I mean, you can see it. You can see the spray heading towards the north, which means we've got a bit more of a stronger wind coming out of the south. And back to what I was saying before, so on this right, you start to get rivets in the wave, right? But you've got to time your turn in the right section of the rivet. And if you hit in between two rivets, it's either going to be super fat or super steep, and your whole wave is going to be out of sync. So it's pretty important here on the right to do that. It also, this wind coming up out of the south, I mean, we've seen Carissa go to the air before. It is good for airs. However, it's also really difficult too. That wind's just going to make it so hard. So definitely noticeably harder than the men's probably. I mean, they had nice clean conditions in that final.
So what about the game plan? How's the response to the game plan? Is it now a later wave in the set?
Yeah, look, if it was me out there, I mean, we're looking at, the girls are just paddling under this set here. Look, if it was me out there, I'd be definitely probably going the second or third wave of the set, and not the big ones. I mean, out here at Main Break, it's always these medium-sized waves. We say it over and over again, but they are the ones that, it doesn't matter what size it is. If it's 15 foot, it's always the medium-sized ones you want. If it's 8 foot, it's the 6 to 7 foot ones that you want. If it's 3 foot, you want the one that's just a little bit smaller. You know, it's a funny thing out here, but you definitely, in these sort of conditions with this wind, you'd be looking for the ones with the smooth face that's going to allow you to get that first turn. Really critical.
Plenty of time for these two to continue to battle in this final. Let's now catch up with Griffin Colapinto with Stace.
Here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone with Griffin Colapinto, runner-up here at Margaret River. Griffin, valiant effort.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a good day. It's over now. Well, still half a day left. Probably could go on a wine tour or something, but yeah, good day.
How's the body? A couple of brutal falls.
Yeah, my hip feels a little bit off. Might have to get adjusted soon, but yeah, I love going for it. So sometimes you make them and get a 10, so gotta try.
It's the right attitude. We appreciate your time and looking forward to it at Surf Ranch. Thanks, Griffin.
All right, thanks, Dave.
What a great entertainer. Griffin Colapinto went for just a Hail Mary hack against Gabriel Medina and has ended up upside down underwater, putting on a great show, finishing runner-up in this event. We still have plenty of time to go in the women's final. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break and be right back.
wave. So you can see she snaps it right in the pocket and right in the lip, high, but you can kind of tell she's like, I need to make this. You know, she's a little bit, I won't say conservative, but it's sort of, you know. She knows that she needs to stick a bit, and, you know, here we go.
And she's done that. Carissa Moore, great read, 6.10. Slightly building, but the important part, getting the lead change. So now Tyler needs to provide an answer. Looks like they're just growing and adapting to the changing conditions in this lineup. Our Bugs, you were talking about that wind shift, and that was exactly what Renato Hickel told us this morning, why we hustled with the overlapping format to get things complete before, you know, the afternoon turns to shreds. And we have 15 minutes left. I think it was a great call today.
Well, you know, starting at 7 a.m. was really the key here, because the doctor is in the house.
There's the score. Reaction for Carissa. She is trying to tie up Lane Beachley on the all-time win list. If she can keep this lead, she'll get her 27th victory and move up to number 2 in the record books. And the only one above them would be Stephanie Gilmore.
And of course, Felicity, of course, I refer then to the famous Fremantle Doctor.
Yeah, no, I got that reference. And the Fremantle Doctor is the sea breeze that hits the West Australian coastline in the afternoon as a bit of relief because our land gets so hot. So everyone says, the Fremantle Doctor's here.
And it's excellent for the grapes.
Yes, it is. It is.
I love this whole region. So many great stories. An absolute pleasure sitting next to these two. Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, famous for busting down the door and creating this dream called pro surfing. Big wave charger. Felicity Palmatier watching her local alignment by two of the best in the world. Carissa Moore has done so much for pro surfing. What has she done for you, Felicity?
Carissa's amazing. I mean, I remember the first time I saw her surf was actually in, I forget what surf movie it was, but she had a small part at the end, and it was when surf movies came out on DVD, and I was just blown away. I mean, I think we're born the same year. I think it's 92, and I just remember being blown away with just the progressiveness of Carissa from such a young age, and just already being inspired by her then, but just to watch her throughout her career and grow into the woman that she is now, and just with all the work she does to give back to the younger female surfers coming up with her More Aloha program, and she's just matured into an awesome lady, and yes, someone who's still so inspiring and got a lot to give, you know, and not only as a surfer but as a human.
And you can see how these veterans like Carissa and Tyler have really adapted well to these new changes in pro surfing, where with Pipeline on the calendar, with Tahiti on the calendar, that's still so new. And they're the ones repeating final appearances at those venues. Carissa and Tyler were in the Maui continuation event. They made the final there. Tyler won that one. There was Carissa and Tyler again this season in the full event. And so when there's changes to the tour, these two react so well to adapt and bring more ammunition to their game, Bugs.
Yeah, look, it was pretty amazing when the event went from Honolulu Bay to Pipeline. A lot of the women had not surfed Pipeline. I mean, these two had, but I mean, even Tyler had mentioned that she needed to spend some more time out there. I know in the last couple of winters, Carissa spent a lot of time out at Backdoor, just getting to know the lineup out there, even in amongst the big pack.
Now with 12:40 on the clock, Carissa still leads. Well, we've been hearing all these amazing post-heat interviews from Stace Galbraith, but I'm hoping he's just taking a break and enjoying himself. Where are you, Stace?
It is absolutely fizzing down here at the Cooper's Bar. The sun's come out, the finals are going off, and I don't think I'd want to be anywhere else in the world. You can get down here and get a Cooper's off the wood. I think that after this thing's all done, I might have to tuck into a couple of oranges, a couple of the mids.
Well done, Stace. You certainly have earned it. I love that phrase. There's a lot of great Aussieisms that I try to keep track of. Off the wood, that's another classic one, you know, off the tap there at the bar. And he's in the right place, hanging out with that Cooper's crew.
Pig's ear?
What was that?
Beer.
Is it really?
Pass me a pig's ear.
I've never heard that one. Bugs, you've been
I've been telling you a couple of our slangs, but they all rhyme.
Rubbity-dub.
And they're all kind of fun and tongue-in-cheek.
I love it. Oh, fair dinkum. Carissa Moore out in front, 6-1-0 and a 5. Tyler Wright holds priority and is chasing down a 6.53. These two providing so many great memories for the sport. What about Tyler Wright's impact, Felicity, on yourself, your career, and for pro surfing?
Look, Tyler, she came onto the scene at 14 years old, winning her first World Tour event. I mean, I don't know if we'll ever see that record be broken again. I mean, that's such an amazing feat. Tyler is someone that I relate to a lot. I feel like her story resonates a lot with not just me, but a lot of the women who have come up and grown up on tour. And I love the fact that she's so open and vulnerable in sharing her story in the hopes that it helps other people. And just, I love how inclusive she is. I love that she stands up for what she's passionate about. And I feel like she's really done a lot of work over the last few years to really discover why she's here and why she's turning up. And I mean, I'm just thinking about her as a person and not just her accolades as a surfer. I mean, obviously she's multiple-time world champion, and but her as a person, I really value that. And I just see she's just matured a lot over the last few years. And yeah, I've loved watching it, and I really feel like we're in just a really important time in her career right now, and we're watching her come back and stronger than ever.
It's so true. Well, lovely words there, and I completely agree. She's given us so much. Tyler making a move here. Needs a 6.53. I love this cool, comfortable stance she has before she gets underway with maneuvers. Fits in the wrap and has to kick out. A short ride there, but you can't blame her for taking off on it. It looked like it had some promising moments when she got to her feet.
Yeah, it must be getting a bit more difficult to read from the water out there, Felicity.
We'll even see these little lumps and bumps sort of feathering before the wave even breaks, you know. And one thing that I've really noticed being up here calling these heats with you guys is it looks a lot cleaner than what it really is. Right now, it sort of still looks clean. It's a different story when you're out in the water. I'm sure Kaibo can probably speak to that right now, but that southerly, that southerly wind, you know, it's just really kicking up.
So looking at 9-10 in the final. Tyler trying to go back-to-back. Remember, Chris has started things off in the yellow jersey. Now Tyler has it, as she'll be wearing that bright yellow jersey heading into the Surf Ranch event. And Carissa trying to win this so she can break the tie with Molly Picklum in that WSL Final 5 story. We'll give you that complete rankings update on the WSL post show, which is coming up next. Gabriel Medina won the men's final over Griffin Colapinto, and Medina moves up to number 7 in the world after getting stuck in the round of 16 for the first 4 events. He broke that cycle and took out his first win in West Oz of his career. All the great stories to talk about. Who will be heading to the Challengers Series to try to earn their spot back on the championship tour in 2024. But these are the stories that you love when world champs are going head-to-head in the final of major CT events.
Yeah, Joe, and as we see a few lines just way on the outside, I feel that at this point, this juncture of this final with 8 minutes, this is the critical zone now. The next exchange, I feel, the winner will emerge. Carissa Moore holds priority. You know, she's got to make a really smart move here because she's really only got that 6 and a 5. It's not enough to keep Tyler Wright at bay.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. 100% this next set is going to be very telling. And I mean, the pressure's on for Carissa. She's sitting there with priority, so she's got some decisions to make. Tyler can be a bit more, you know, Tyler's got to sell a wave to Carissa. She's got to force the problem here, you know.
So true, and just time will tell when that next opportunity comes through. Chris is sitting a little bit further out the back with priority. She's had some heroic moments to earn her spot in this final. And you know, when you look at her face and see pure emotion, she's really feeling it. She always wants to turn in really meaningful results, do her best surfing. She's done some of the best airs in competition. That one at Newcastle, world famous. She's won at this venue with some crazy power surfing at the time, thought to be the best ever seen. But it's a brand new year, brand new world title campaign where Carissa Moore's got to dig deep. Remember, after going through her toughest loss of her career last season, said it was like a grieving process, losing the title to Steph Gilmore on one day. dealt with everything, fought back to put herself in this position. You don't want to look back at the year and think about a final that you should have won or could have won, as she wants to close this one out. So interesting kind of pace change. Last heat we were talking about 8s and 9s, 17-5 total. This time it's a little bit different with conditions changing as we look at the Harvey Norman recap of the final. Two world champs going head to head. Carissa Moore started off strong, still keeping her opener of a 5.0, Bugs.
Yeah, they're still in there, the 5.0. It was a nice clean start by Carissa. This wave here, it was looking like it was going to be up in the 6-point range. She did a great snap here and then just got, her legs got taken out from underneath her. This is a stronger ride by Carissa Moore. This is the 6.10, and this is where the scale really got set for this heat, because it was complete.
Definitely was able to work through the downtime well, kept her speed up, time the finish, and like you identified, Felicity, she knew how important it was just to ride away with control.
Yeah, that last turn on that wave right there, that's kind of the difference to why she's in the lead right now. I mean, if she fell there, she would definitely have not got that 6.1 and would have been a lot closer. I mean, it is still really close now, only a couple points between them, but yeah, that last turn was really critical.
Yeah, I noticed just before when Tyler was paddling out from her last wave, Carissa was actually paddling in, and they both sort of settled on that inside bowl looking for a specific wave, then got caught inside. So that actually didn't hurt Carissa as much as it hurt Tyler, I feel. Tyler probably needs to get herself on a bomb.
Sometimes I wonder when surfers do that. I mean, was Carissa intentionally moving in to be like, this is where the peak is? I don't know. I mean, if there's no sets coming through, you can't see that outside bubble, right? That outside bubble, which is what most surfers use as a lineup, only lumps up if there's waves coming through. So, I mean, maybe it could have been a tactical move by Carissa to pull Tyler in a bit, and then they got that one on the head, killed off a little bit more time. Carissa's in a bit more of a better spot and position in the heat.
I think it was a bit of both. I think for sure she came in and maybe you know, that put both of them out of position on the big bombing sets, but it also a bit of defense going. Tyler only needs a 6.5. She can get this on a medium wave.
That's what makes this final so stressful for both Carissa and Tyler. It's incredibly close. Like you mentioned before, Bugs, it's just the next set to really determine the outcome of our champion today. And they've had a long time to really think about it. For Carissa's advantage, she's got the lead and priority. And for Tyler's advantage, she's just fuming with confidence. She knows that she can turn this heat if that wave comes through with or without priority, and she might be doing it now. Positioned better for this wave than Carissa. Tyler trying to take the win off Riss Moore, and she will kick out immediately. And now Carissa will duck dive the next set. Tyler's going to have some water to deal with on her head.
Yeah, now this is going to chew up a little bit of time for Tyler to get back in position, Felicity. I mean, that wave looked kind of promising. It had this kind of couple of loops in it, though. Yeah,
look, I mean, maybe Tyler could see something we couldn't. I mean, it'd be interesting to see what the rest of that wave looked like. We had a really pulled in version, and we could just, it kind of to me looked like, oh wow, this is going to be a massive section that she could lay into, but obviously she just must have been on the wrong side of the lump and things mustn't have been feeling right, so she was out of there. But yeah, like you said, this is going to be chewing up a bit of time. I'm hoping we get one more good exchange in this final. Both of these women have been on fire this event, so it'd really be nice to see a couple of really good waves come through.
I'm with you. I think we deserve it.
Yeah.
As we saw the Wright family there quickly. Remember Mikey Wright on tour for multiple seasons, cheering on his sister Tyler. What'd you see here, Bugs?
Well, I saw these two looping kind of bowling sections, and she was too deep on the first one, and then her timing wasn't right. She fell to do the big Tyler snap under lip. She really only needs to do one of them and then finish the ride off, and she'll get the 6.5. We see a few more swells coming through. I feel now it's turned more into a game of chess than anything else.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, these last few minutes of the heat in a lower scoring final, it really comes down to you got to put your tactician hat on, and you have got to play a game of chess. And if I move here, will you go here? If I take this wave, are you not, you know, it is a game of chess and you have to be smart, and here's Carissa utilizing that priority.
Wow, she's held priority for so long. Can she turn it into a keeper? Nothing really yet, and she is going to commit to this inside wall. Now it's starting to build. Nice sweep. Transitions out of it well. Off the top, and Carissa Moore loses the finishing move. There's a look of concern. Husband Luke there. Sheridan hiding. Mitch Ross behind him with the hood and the shades. A very stressful moment for the support crew as she's left Tyler all alone. Tyler Wright locking into a bomb. Wide open face. Set up wrap. Remember, Carissa fell. Can Tyler convert? Throws down another wrapping cutback, and she chatters out. Doesn't get a finish. Mikey Wright couldn't help himself. Stood up and was frustrated that she couldn't coil up for a big finishing move. This final's going to be incredibly close.
Well, 30 seconds to go. I mean, is Tyler in position? It seems like she's going to need a bit more time. As Carissa has declared her innings, and she is gassed. Like, it's been a big day. Quarterfinals, semi-finals, finals. I mean, no, for the women it was only semi-finals and finals, but still a big effort.
Yeah, these are long heats, and there's a lot of water moving. The girls are catching lots of waves in these heats, but yeah, Tyler, man, I mean, that was unfortunate, that last section. It was really throaty, and look, I mean, it's all said and done now.
Waiting for the last scores to come through. The Moore camp already celebrating as numbers lock in. Not enough for Tyler Wright. Carissa Moore takes out the Western Australia Margaret River Pro once again in her career, and now is equal second on the all-time win list with 27 CT victories that she shares with Lane Beachley. And you can tell by her body language there, her expression on her face, well, that was a challenging one to win.
Yeah, that was super tough. You could see when she was getting onto the back of this ski. I mean, she was like, oh, wow, like, what was that? You know, it's sort of survival of the fittest, storm at sea, and yeah, it got really hard there for the women's finals. So, I mean, a win's a win, and it was well fought, and yeah, she utilized priority there at the end really well. And yeah, I mean, Tyler had the opportunity. It was just that last section was looking pretty scary to hit.
Yeah, it was, and you know, Carissa did go for hers, and it really gassed her. Like, she looked like it was like at the end of her tether. I didn't even know if she knew that she was ahead.
Yeah, she definitely looked stressed. It might have been just the fact that she knew Tyler got a wave in. She knew that she fell, so she didn't improve when she used priority, so she left the door open for the two-time world champ. One thing I'm loving is kind of the resurgence of this rivalry between Tyler and Riss. They've had so many meetings this year, and for Tyler going on with her injuries and health issues, she's missed out on some great moments with Carissa in the last two seasons. But this rivalry is back. Tyler's #1 in the world, and Carissa Moore is getting extremely close to fighting back for that yellow jersey.
Yeah, it's shaping up to be a really, really exciting year, and I think we're going to see more battles between these two women. And I'm sure that they're both hungry, you know, because I feel like that final, they didn't quite get to, like, surf at their absolute best. So I'm looking forward to more matchups in the future, and, yeah, ready for them to start putting down some excellent rides.
Yeah, it certainly was an amazing effort for Carissa Moore, an exhausting one, a lot of wipeouts, a lot of water moving. And her support crew is going to catch up with her right on the beach. Carissa Moore now 27 event wins. And it's so cool we have women like Riss, Steph Gilmore, Tyler Wright in the same generation, providing so many great moments for us, Bugs.
Well, it's been a generation for the ages. I mean, they have, you know, they stand the test of time, both the, you know, the power base of Carissa Moore, obviously the silky skills of Stephanie Gilmore, again, the power of Tyler Wright. Between them, they've won so many world titles.
They've completely dominated this era of pro surfing since 2007. And Carissa there, Andrew Sheridan, and her husband Luke were about to get the chair. Carissa might relieve them from it right there because there's a big staircase to deal with, so they get a little jump start on the ride up this famous staircase. Carissa's felt this feeling now 27 times in her career.
Enjoy it. Soak it up. Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's such a fun week.
Yeah, it's a victorious moment for Carissa Moore. It's been an awesome tournament. And obviously it was more of a game of chess in the final than it was just a blow for blow heat of exchanging excellent scores. The chess game, she was in position to seal it. Tyler, one last effort. The wave didn't really cooperate.
Carissa managing priority for the back end of that final was very impressive. Left the door open, and Tyler just missed out on a big finishing move. It was a wild-looking end section, and she just had to get out of there. Great job to our champions today, Gabriel Medina and Carissa Moore, taking out the big win in the West. We're going to go through all the major highlights of stop number 5 of the season and get ready for a big presentation party. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett for the WSL Post Show.
Welcome to the WSL Post Show. Carissa Moore has just stitched up CT event win number 27, her third victory here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. They might need to put another step in the staircase for her. An unbelievable performance. Ronnie Blakey here on the Harvey Norman host set with Felicity Palmatier. Rich Lovett. Rich, epic day, a short day, but certainly plenty of highlights.
Yeah, absolutely. There were some incredible rides from both the men and women. The surf came to the party. we somehow timed it perfectly because the wind's gone a little bit horrid now, so we absolutely nailed it.
Yeah, it was tricky through the back half of the women's final, Felicity, but Carissa Moore again just proving that she's got the power to match the energy that comes your way here at Main Break.
Yeah, it was a really, really challenging final. It changed the conditions between the men's final and the women's. We saw a little bit more wind come up out of the southerly, and you know, Carissa kind of put a tactician hat on there at the end and just went to work. She had a couple of, you know, good scores, but yeah, just holding priority there at the end and made some smart decisions.
Yeah, the numbers, Rich, I think, looking at both finals, kind of tell the story about the conditions and how they were starting to deteriorate.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Gabriel Medina didn't get anything below a 7 and just kept building and then dropped, you know, 9s and 8s, and he was all over it. So Griffin had moments as well, getting into the excellent range, but yeah, Medina just pulled too far ahead.
Let's have a look at what we were facing today. The women's Bailey Ladders bracket was unbelievable from the quarterfinals onward. Big matchups. The Bronte Macaulay story was one we were following really closely, chasing that fairy tale finish here at home. Unfortunately, she was dealing with a knee injury as well, and I think you could see that in her performance.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there. I mean, she's had really good performances out here in the past, but she couldn't just quite get past that semi-final finish. I mean, she's going on to the Challenger Series event at Snapper, so we wish her the best and hope that, yeah, her knee's not giving her too much trouble.
Yeah, the second semi-final for me was one to really look forward to. The last time Tyler Wright surfed against Carolyn Marks, Caroline was 13 years old as a wild card at Trestles, and those two finally starting to get some opportunities to surf head-to-head. But the big story today was the run of Carissa Moore throughout this contest. She just built beautifully, was very composed, reliable with those big end section hits.
Yeah, like a champion, you know, well, this was the standout moment. This is when she just got that freakish barrel at the end of that ride, tagged it with a beautiful hit off the top. And you could almost feel like there was a real momentum shift in the way of Carissa Moore, and she was going to take it all the way to the final at this point.
Yeah, I love to see it. I mean, she's had a few challenges. She had that board swap that she had to do. That she had to pull a rabbit out of the hat. She did with that excellent score up against Lakey. And I feel like today she just went to work. I mean, there were really challenging conditions. We still had a lot of lump and bump from that front. And yeah, Carissa just looking so strong and in control.
Throughout this event too, I think it's got to be said, Carissa probably wasn't at career best form, but you know, it just goes to show how strong she is and just the edge that she holds performance-wise over a lot of surfers in the field.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, mate. And, you know, if you asked her, are you happy? She'd be going, I'm stoked I got the win. But are you happy with your performances? She'd say, there's way more that I can do, you know. And as a surfer, you want to come in feeling like you absolutely made no mistakes. You put in the best performance you could and you pushed yourself to the limit. So, you know, it was a very composed performance in terms of how she constructed all the heats and found a way to win. And again, like you said, talks to the maturity of her abilities.
Yeah, I think, you know, even just going through her highlights on that road through to victory, you can see there was some real standout moments. But, you know, when people made mistakes, when there was turning point moments in heats, Carissa was there, ready to capitalise, punish you for those errors and take the heat wins. And that's got to be the best feeling in the world, Rich.
Yes, absolutely. You know, the winner's chair up the sand or up the stairs in this case, nothing better.
Yeah, big congrats to Carissa Moore on what was a strong performance here in the West. Her third victory at this venue. There are the numbers. Not the biggest numbers for these two surfers. They did much bigger scores on their road through to the final, but still, a result's a result. It's going to help them solidify their place at the top end of the ratings. Let's see what Carissa Moore's got to say after getting a third victory here in the West. Down to you, Stace.
Thanks, Ron. Carissa, your third time being crowned champion here. How good does that feel?
It feels amazing. I think it's been 9 years since the last time I won this event, and I was beginning to think I couldn't do it. So, but you know, I really do have the best team behind me, including my local coach, Andrew Sheridan, and you know, all the love from Mitch Ross and my family here. Of course, my husband, all my family back home definitely gave me a lot of lot of confidence going into finals day.
I just saw you and Tyler let go a big sort of sigh of, I guess, exhaustion. That day's over. Or even though it was a short day, a lot went into it.
Yeah, I mean, we've been on, I've been here in Australia for about a month now, and it's been 5 days that we've been waiting for this finals day, so a lot happens in those days. You know, you're trying to stay on top of things, but also trying to relax, but you can't. So it's a sigh of like, okay, it's over, it's done, work's done, now we can go home and have a little reset.
Thank you so much for your time. We've got the presentation coming up, and well done from all of us in the broadcast team. Thanks, Carissa.
Thank you.
Yeah, she's buzzing and charging her way up that ladder again, just closing in on that top spot. It's just super impressive, and you know, those multiple world champs starting to make their move towards potentially the Rip Curl WSL finals. But yeah, she's a force at every venue.
Yeah, she definitely is, and it's amazing that she said it's been 9 years, because to me it feels like yesterday that she won here. But I just loved her performance this event. Like you said, maybe not her best surfing performance, but she's really capitalized on other people's mistakes. She's put her tactician hat on. She's made really smart decisions, and sometimes, like, you know, you can look at that performance and be like, yeah, actually that was really good, because I had to really think to get myself out of that, and, you know, rely on sort of, I don't know, think of it as a game of chess, I guess. And yeah, she surfed great throughout this event.
She sure did. Thinking about the men's event, we still had to get through quarterfinals this morning when we rocked up here to Surfers Point, and we'll have a look at the Bailey Ladders bracket for the gentlemen. And Gabriel Medina, Felipe Toledo, what an absolutely mouth-watering exchange to sit on over a few lay days.
Yeah, absolutely. That was, you know, one of the primo matchups of the bracket, no doubt about it. And, well, Gabrielle, this was early morning, just in attack mode, and difficult conditions as well, and bringing that brute strength to the fore.
Yeah, he looked like he just lifted his head off the pillow when he was running down for this first heat. I think the absolute hallmark of Medina's performances throughout this contest have been his ability to stay on his feet after hitting just the ugliest end sections that Main Break can throw at him.
Yeah, we've seen it time and time again throughout this event, and even that grab rail bottom turn that he's doing, so critical off the bottom. It just allows him to get so tight back up in the lip. And yeah, like you said, Ronnie, those finishing moves that he is putting together, I mean, you don't think he's going to make it, and then all of a sudden he's just comes exploding out of that whitewash, and he's still on his feet. And I mean, he's had some amazing claims during this event too. I mean, you can feel that he's coming back into his own.
Considering that Bell's and Margaret's back-to-back are probably his worst two events, oh, he's done well in these past two contests. And you think about his run from the quarters, it was the biggest uphill battle anyone faced today, up against Toledo in the quarters, Chianca in the semis, and then Griffin, who was on fire in the bottom half of the draw in the final. It was a magic performance, and he turned it right up in the final.
Yeah, he sure did. And you know, this is if John matches Margaret River's power on the forehand, then Gabrielle does it on the backhand, you know. And you can just see he's got a knack of making things happen, making every single turn that he goes for, and he's got that winning feeling again, and it's been a little while, so great to see him back in the circle.
Also been a little while since we've seen a goofy footer on the men's side take the CT win. You've got to go all the way back to 89. Dave McCauley getting a victory here back then. So Medina back on top. He hadn't had a CT victory since Rottnest 2021, so got a special little place in his heart, no doubt, for WA.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's a pretty special part of the world, but yeah, I love the surfing he's been doing. I love to see a goofy win. I love the kind of surfing he was doing on his backhand out there, and I like that comment, Rich, that you said, you know, if John matches the power out here on his forehand, Medina does it on his backhand. Yeah. Great.
Hindsight, Rich, a beautiful thing. I thought when I was watching the final that Griffin Colapinto had the opportunity. I thought he had the magic opportunity to potentially turn that final in the later stages. What happened there?
Yeah, that wave stood up, and it's, you know, things happen in a split second, blink of an eye when you're actually paddling in and riding a wave, and you know, looking back on it, could he have tucked in and gotten that barrel from the start, and then maybe done 2 or 3 big turns and gotten the score? Perhaps, you know. We're never going to know, and you know, Medina got the win, but surely Griff will be processing that now, because regardless of whether it's a final or not, these guys come in and they go, okay, what did I do wrong, what did I do right, and they just break it all down. So that's what Griff will be thinking about.
What do you think about Medina just heading into the back half of a season now that he's had a victory. What do you think about his chances at maintaining a place at the top?
Very good. Very good. You know, his reputation at Lemoore at the wave pool is incredible. You'd have to think that he's going to be top 3 there for sure. And then the other events that are stacking up behind it, you know, this is his primo leg that we're about to go into, which is real danger signs. And then we spoke about it today. If he is in that final, no matter where he's positioned, he's going to be a real threat, you know, and especially if Lowers turns on 4 feet and grinding right-handers, left-handers, he's going to be all over it.
I just see him starting to slip into the dream space of those surfers at the top end of the tour. Now Felicity, nightmares they're going to be.
Yeah, completely. I mean, I think Joe said it. It seems like he's back. You know, it's similar to that interview he gave. I forget what final it was, and he said, you know, I'm back, and I feel that energy from him too. You know, we saw how excited he was in the water with Kaipo and the claims he's been doing. I feel like today he's just coming into his own, and yet something pretty special is around the corner, I think. And like you said, we're coming into, you know, the back leg of the tour. It's his bread and butter. You know, there's some great waves there, so things are exciting.
They sure are. Let's check out the Boost mobile wave of the day. It was an easy pick. Gabriel Medina just coming to absolute life, just setting main break on fire, Rich, with this big backhand attack.
Yeah, and main break was a difficult riddle to figure out today, and Gabriel did it so well. Some of these backhand turns were the strongest we saw the whole event. How he recovered in that moment to get back on the lip and finish that ride, and that was the first time we've really seen those emotions boil up, and he did the, you know, no claim, like threatening to, you know, you better give me that score. Give me that score. So, you know, it was good to see. And one more quick note too, Gabriel's kind of changed his whole kind of act and doing it with different people and bringing some friends out. So still figuring out what works for him on the tour, and he's finding it.
Yeah, he's looking good. It's time to crown our champions here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. We'll throw it down to Joe Tapel.
Thanks so much, Ronnie. Thanks for everybody coming down. You guys are all incredible. Give yourselves a round of applause. That was really special, and you guys were a real major part of this event like you are each and every year. I'd like to introduce a very special human being, Zach Wallich-Webb, cultural custodian of the Wadandi people. Let's make him welcome like he welcomes us every year.
Thanks, Joey, and Kaya everyone. So it's Kaya Nyan Warach. So hello, I'm the white-bellied seagull. Nyan Mark, my family is Warandi. We're the saltwater people of the southwest here. And Kwaba Yananga Yaranga Warandi Boyare. It's good to see you all on country, on saltwater country. So for us, we'd just like to basically, welcome you all here. It's like to say, it's great to see you all here on country, and also we'd like to wish the best to all the surfers upon their journey and yourselves travelling back home. So when you leave Warani Boyara, whilst you leave there, we hope that you have a Kwaba Koreng Boyara, that you have a good time and safe travels back to your home country or back to your home, your Maya. So it's been a great year this year, and we hope to see you all back on Warani Boya for next year's saltwater country again. So I'll put you back on, Joey.
Thank you so much, Zach. You're an incredible person. Thanks for welcoming us so well each and every year. We'd like to practice as well, saying Kaya, meaning hello. The WSL acknowledges the Wadandi people as the traditional owners of the Margaret River region and thank them for welcoming us to their Buja, their country. We pay our respects to the Wadandi community and their elders past and present, and the WSL is committed to the ongoing learning about local history, culture, and language of Wadandi Buja, saltwater people's country. They have asked us all to walk together softly on country and respect the ocean and waterways, and we wish to also extend this acknowledgement and respect to other First Nations people who join us here in person and online. Thank you so much. Welcome, everybody, to the official presentation of the 2023 Western Australia Margaret River Pro. This event is always sensational because, well, we tend to score great waves. You guys gave us the best waves we've had all year on tour. We absolutely scored, and it feels great to be here at Margaret River, always dealing with some big, powerful surf, and it always comes at an important time because, as you know, last 2 years consecutively, we had that famous mid-season cut, so there's so much pressure, and this event needs to
be at a venue for the midseason cut that provides great waves and great opportunity for the best surfers in the world. Performances were always great. Jerem Forrest, Jack Thomas, round of applause for them coming out of the trials representing WA. And let's hear it for Bronte Macaulay. Wow. 3 years in a row making the semifinals. She belongs on tour. Let's get really behind her in the Challenger Series starting very soon at Snapper Rocks. Also a big event because we have Olympic qualification on the line. We were able to provisionally qualify a few athletes for Paris in 2024. A lot happening here in the West. So important to be here, and we can't thank you enough for providing this a great venue for us to compete on. Big thanks to Tourism Western Australia, our title partner for this event, hosting us so well. Also like to thank Shiseido, Yeti, Red Bull, True Surf, Surfline, Shire of Augusta Margaret River, Boost Mobile, Bonsoy, Harvey Norman, Bond University, Oakberry, Coopers, Rusty, GWM, Healthway, Bailey Ladders, Hydrolite, and BioGlan. Let's give a round of applause for all the support to make this happen. Again, thanks to Surfing WA. You guys work so hard behind the scenes. You really are the backbone of this event. You guys are amazing. Thanks for hosting us so well. The local community, sharing us all these amazing waves and lineups, and your beautiful restaurants as well. About our trophies, this is becoming a really awesome tradition, all done by local craftsman Gary Bennett from Jurok, creating these beautiful and unique trophies. The wine barrels, obviously symbolic and representative of this amazing region. And we have some incredible people up here on stage. We just heard from Zach Webb himself. Next to Zach, we've got Stuart Aubrey representing Scarborough. Thank you so much. And Renato Hickel, directors of tour and competition. He's seen a lot in his day on tour. We thank you for all the great work that you do each and every year, Renato. Now this man is staying true to himself. He's turned into one of the most popular athletes on tour for good reason. Let's hear it for your runner-up in the men's final, Griffin Colapinto. Two finals already this year, already with a great position in the WSL Final Five.
Thank you.
Let's grab your special trophy. Hold that thing up real quick, Griff. You be you. Just do you, right?
Yeah, just doing me.
No one does you better than you, man, and it really showed. What are you most proud of today?
Most proud, probably that heat against John. He got me last year in a pretty gnarly battle, and yeah, I kind of like surprised myself in that heat to beat him like that, and that was a little feather in my cap. So yeah, it was really good, and I think he's probably the GOAT out here. So yeah, it was probably the highlight of my day.
You said you had to kind of calm yourself down a little bit because that probably was an amazing moment for you, beating the best guy at main break. But you started off strong as well in the final against Medina with that big 8-point ride. Yeah, well, against him, you got to go all in. So that's kind of every section I got. I just wanted to go as big as I could, and that's kind of was my theory on that one. And the rest of the heat, I kind of started picking not the best waves, and he ended up on some really good ones, and obviously went huge. So yeah, congrats to Gabby. It's been super fun being on tour with him, and super psyched to have him back. And it's really good to see him, like, you know, he seems super into it and super psyched on competing and life and stuff. So it makes it fun for everyone else too, because you know when everyone's into it, you can feel the passion, and I don't know, it just makes everything really fun. So yeah, stoked to have him back, and congrats to Gabby. Inspiring words, inspiring performance. Enjoy the moment, Griffin. Thank you so much. Thank you. Might want to get a couple of those in preparation for what's to come very soon. I'd like to introduce your runner-up in the women's final, a two-time world champ, Tyler Wright. Well done, Tyler. Thank you. Grab your trophy here.
A very strong performance this season, but also very incredible Australian leg of the tour this year. Back-to-back finals, picking up another great final moment with Chris Moore. We try to put into words in the booth what it's like for you two to be sitting next to her in a final. I want to hear from you, though. When you see yourself in the draw with Chris Moore to go for a big title trophy, what does that mean?
You know, we've been doing it a long time now. It feels pretty familiar. So, no, and Chris has been an incredible competitor. To have another final at her with her was amazing. I'm pretty sure we almost had one 10 years ago, and I felt like the sets just came non-stop through that final too, and we had looked at each other going, oh, that wasn't really what we expected. And I kind of had the same feeling out there. It's like, this is not what we were paddling out to about 20 minutes ago. So yeah, it didn't go great for me in that final, but I've had a wonderful week, a wonderful Australian leg, and it's been amazing to be here on Wadandi Bujar, and it's been really nice actually.
Back in yellow, world number 1, heading into the surf ranch. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, that's I haven't been in that position for a long time, so but look, I really like what I'm doing at the moment. I really like how my team's worked with me throughout the last, year and a half to really position myself in the way that I want to be, and kind of just really values-based driven work. So it's been an amazing last few events, and just settling into kind of the whole process again. I haven't been in this position for a very long time, so I don't expect much. But I really enjoy doing this work.
Well done, Tyler. Enjoy the moment. Congrats on being number 1 in the world, and help yourself to a couple blue ones. You know what's coming next. This man has never been past the quarterfinals until today, never been in the semifinals, and now accomplishing his first win. One of the best to ever do it, a 3-time world champ, and now the champ of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Let's hear it for Gabriel Medina. Gabriel Medina takes it out. "17 championship tour wins now, equal on the all-time win list with Mark Richards and Barton Lynch. Enjoying that new class update. I know you're always trying to check in with surf history and know all the records that came before you. What does it mean to crawl up that ladder and join those big names of the sport?
Yeah, it means a lot to me. It's pretty special to win here. It's an event that I always struggle to make hits, really, and felt good, to have waves, to get a few waves with another guy out there, and to have that stats, it's pretty good.
You said something when you came into the beach where you're like, yep, I'm feeling it. Comp mode is on. I remember talking to you at J-Bay that one year where you said, I'm back. Is this a similar type of feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling better now, just feeling I'm in the rhythm again. I love to compete against these guys, and against Griff, we always have good battles, it's always fun. He pushed me so much, and I just love it. That's what we're here for, and to get the win, it's amazing. As I said, it's a really hard wave to surf, and that was really challenging me, and I'm happy with my improvement. Yeah.
Hey, it was really fun. Oh yeah. I really enjoyed the heat that you had with Joao Chianca. The young guy on 22, you're the 3 champ, decorated athlete as yourself, taking on the younger guard, the younger generation. That got pretty exciting, especially out of the gates. What do you think about Chianca and where he sits today?
Yeah, I was really fired up to just waking up today. I felt I was in a good vibe, and first I started the day with Felipe, which was a pretty good one, and then I got João in the semis. It's just great to see all these Brazilian guys coming up. It's good because we try to push each other. We're having a good momentum on tour, and it's been just a lot of work, and friendship, and just trying to make the most of it, because you know, the year is so long, and we go to everywhere, and you go ups and downs, and to have like friends and people helping you along the way, it's really important. That's why we take care of each other, and yeah, it feels amazing.
Muito obrigado. And quickly to all your friends and family, a lot of people can speak Portuguese out there.
Obrigado a todos os brasileiros. Obrigado a todo mundo por ter vindo assistir, torcer. A gente sentiu o suporte e o carinho de vocês. É sempre maravilhoso, tenho orgulho de ser brasileiro e mais uma vez deu Brasil e estou muito feliz. Obrigado. I don't know how I'm gonna take this home, but but thanks, guys.
I know a guy. Don't worry. Congratulations. Enjoy the moment. Parabéns. Gabriel Medina, now number 7 in the world and winning this event for the first time in his career. Now let's welcome a very familiar face, a 5-time world champion and your champion of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, Carissa Moore. Here we go. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
We're going to finish today. Well done.
Carissa Moore now with 27 championship tour wins. This one feeling very special. I was telling Gabriel where he sits on the all-time win list. Now you are equal with the great Lane Beachley, second all-time. What does that mean to you?
Wow, I wasn't keeping track, so that's a pretty cool stat. I'm so honored to be a part of that list.
You had a lot of great moments. I could tell you about them, but I think we want to hear from you. The heat with Lakey, the board change before that. What really stands out?
Yeah, it was a crazy week, and it's been a crazy month being away from home, and you know, all of us on tour. I think every one of us in life, we have so many. It's a roller coaster. It's ups and downs and everything in between. And I have to say, just before coming here, I think the doubts were starting to creep in a little bit. But I really felt the love and the joy from this community and the sacredness of this place. So I just want to say thank you, because I couldn't have done it without that good energy.
Wow, that's really special, Riss. We really feel it from you every time you perform. It looked like a sigh of relief when you used priority on your last wave of the final and looked back and saw Tyler. What were you going through in that moment?
Honestly, I actually didn't see Tyler's wave, so I was kind of like, oh no, like I kind of wasted my opportunity. I fell, and I was just like, there's a minute left. I'm not going to make it back out, but it's up to the universe at this point.
Congratulations, Carissa. Another incredible performance. Number 2 in the world. Best of luck from here on out.
Thank you, and I just want to say a thank you to my team, Andrew Sheridan, Mitch Ross, and my wonderful husband, Luke. Thank you.
Awesome. Enjoy the moment. Congratulations, everybody, and congrats to our champions, Carissa, Gabriel Medina, and our amazing finalists here in West Oz. Can't wait to see you next at the Surf Ranch as we'll send it back to Ronnie Blakey on the post show.
Thank you, Joey. Fantastic job, of course, with the results here at stop number 5. We've seen a bit of a shift up on the Championship Tour rankings, and we are going to be talking about what's unfolding on the women's leaderboard at the moment, because Tyler Wright now moving into that number 1 position, assuming that top spot heading into stop number 6, Felicity, and very deserving of that position, seeing as she's having such a fantastic year.
Yeah, I feel like she's had her eyes set on it from the beginning. I mean, I actually was privy to a bit of time with Tyler at the beginning of the year in Hawaii, and she just looked ready. There was something that had changed about her, and now there she is. She's sitting in that number 1 spot, and I think it's going to be hard to get the lead off her from here.
Rich, it's going to be the same story when we bring up the rankings for the men. Those champs, the world champs, are starting to make their push towards the top end.
Yeah, they certainly are. And just looking at the women's rankings there, you could see Steph and Tatiana. There was a couple of usual suspects that we're normally seeing right up the top. They're not quite there yet, so it's game on in these next few events.
Yeah, Stephanie Gilmore too, heading to a couple of venues where she's got fantastic opportunities, and she'll be looking to seize on those right-handers, obviously.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a really, really exciting finish to the tour, and the back end has got some really exciting waves. I'm looking forward to watching the Surf Ranch, the next event. It's such a different event, and then I'm also looking forward to watching the women at Jopu again. I love that the women are back there, and it's going to be good to watch.
Yeah, it was interesting too to see on the women's rankings. There was a bit of shuffling at the back end of the top 10, but for the most part, you know, those who came in here with a position above the cut line managed to reserve that spot as we head into the back half of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, still a couple of fresh faces there that did enough and got their position on tour. A couple of, you know, usual suspects that are not on that list as well that we'll be seeing going back to the Challenger Series. So, you know, that's the nature of the tour now. You just have to perform in this front half. You have to.
You do. We'll be talking about those individuals as we move further into the post show. But let's bring up the men's rankings now. And like we said, the multiple world champs are closing in now. Gabriel Medina, the big mover, jumping 9 spots to get to 7th position. John Florence just hanging around the final 5 at the moment. But Jack Robinson, we missed him from this contest, but he only fell 1 spot. That's how strong his other 4 results were with the throwaway considered.
Yeah, I mean, it must be hard for Jack, you know, sitting at home or in Brazil with this injury and watching on. I mean, this event is his bread and butter. And, I mean, he has only fallen 1 spot, but with conditions like this, you just know how well he performs. So, I mean, hopefully, you know, we wish him a speedy recovery and looking forward to seeing him at the next event.
Joao Chianca, though, Rich, you've got to give him props. Wearing that yellow jersey, very comfortable, composed performance. 4th time out of 5 events he's gotten himself into the semi-finals.
Incredible result for someone who's only done the tour for the 2nd year. And when I look at that top 7, it is so stacked with amazing surfers, and they're exactly where they need to be. And Zhao's the kind of unknown talent right now. What's he going to do? How's he going to handle the pressure coming into this back half of the season? He seems to be just taking it on board, and it's definitely surfing extremely well. And but the pool will be something new for him, so we'll see how he goes there.
Yeah, the Surf Ranch, the next stop. It brings a different level of kind of stress and anxiety for the competitors. It's, you know, you don't get opportunities to clean up your mistakes, really. And yeah, Medina and Felipe Toledo have had a real stranglehold on the contest when you think about the men's event. The Shaper rankings, you know, Johnny Cabianca's got to be just sitting at home going, oh, well, I've got 1 rider in the mix and he's finally come to life. So he'll make his way up the rankings, but here's the top 5 when we look at it.
Yeah, and it's DH up the top there. So obviously had a really good run with Ethan down at Bells, and then so a couple of riders, you know, Bronte, etc., doing extremely well here. And then Mayhem, well, Carissa got the win for Matt Biolis today, and obviously Griffin making it through to the final as well. So, you know, doing really well. Sharp Eye, he's been up the top there for a while, shifted down a couple of spots. Channel Islands always strong again. Jalchenko on the CI program, and a couple others, and John Pizell, well, John and Tyler. So those top shapers are in, you know, really position themselves with some of the top riders and top surfers. So it's going to be a great, you know, matchup through the back half of the year as well. There's ratings, excitement everywhere.
Yeah, Darren Hanley in the yellow jersey for the first time as well. And you just know, even though we're only at the halfway mark of the season, he'll probably send it. It's going to be a week-long bender for DH.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. You know, we know what he's like.
We've got the top 5 moments of the event coming up. We're also going to be talking about the Challenger Series and the next stop on the Championship Tour, the Surf Ranch Pro. Don't miss the opportunity to get your tickets for the Surf Ranch Pro. It kicks off May 27th, Memorial Day weekend. It's going to be huge. Big party, no doubt. And the form will be incredible from the competitors that have made the cut. But unfortunately, we talk about people who have made the cut. We've got to also talk about those that fell below the line. But here's the lineup for the back half of the year and also into the 2024 season. Stellar cast.
Oh, absolutely stellar cast. And yeah, I mean, one person I'm really looking forward to seeing the back half of their year, I'm actually really looking forward to seeing Liam O'Brien. I feel like he was a standout competitor here at Margaret River. I mean, he put together some excellent scores. The flow in his surfing was great, and I'm stoked he's made the cut because I can't wait to see him surf the back end of the year.
Yeah, Gabriel Medina was a big mover on the rankings, but Barron Mamiya, he was the only surfer that climbed from below the cut line and got himself above the line heading into the back half of the season. These are the competitors that made the cut on the women's tour. It's going to be just an incredibly fun race to watch, watching these competitors battle it out for a final five finish.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a good mix of you know, not old school, but sort of the seasoned legends of the sport with some of the young upstarts like Caitlin Simmers and Betty Lusakura Johnson and Gabrielle O'Brien. They've sort of made their mark, starting to make their mark against some of the seasoned world title campaigners. So it's going to be a fantastic back half of the year.
Well, they've been winning those heats, those big exchanges against, you know, multiple event winners, multiple world title winners. So we'll see if they can kind of reclaim that big energy, that big push from the next generation, because they were kind of having their way with it through the first half of the season.
Yeah, they really were, and there's been a bit of shift in the last two events for sure to the more established, but you know, they'll be bouncing back. They've got a lot of energy, these newcomers, and they're fiery too.
Let's just talk quickly about who we're going to be missing through the back half of the season. Surprise names that fell below the cut line, a couple of really seasoned campaigners on the men's side especially. Kelly Slater fell below the cut line, of course. The news is out. Slater's been given that wild card opportunity, so he'll be competing through the back half of the season. Miguel gets the wild card for the new year. But yeah, look, we lost some big names, and some of those surfers were just sitting right there on the bubble when we came to this venue. Under the cut on the women's side, these are the big upsets for me.
For me as well. I mean, it's shocking, I guess, for people like Sally Fitzgibbons, Courtney Conolog. I mean, we got Isabella Nichols. She won this event last year. I mean, Sally and Courtney, we're so used to seeing him, you know, in that even top 10, top 5 conversation. You know, they've both been runner-up in the world, and you know, for them to fall underneath the cut, I mean, it's big news, and I'm excited to see them go through to this next Challenger Series event and give it a nudge, and can they get back on?
That's the question. So, Rich, what are your thoughts? I mean, you've got to overcome so much emotion just to turn up and put together a great performance at that first stop, May 6th, that kicks off the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro.
Yeah, a couple of names on the women's side first. Sally's one who I just know will never give up. You know, she's not done yet. She'll go straight back, tap into that energy of the CS and really give it a nudge. I think, you know, Isabella came super close to making the cut, and unfortunately she's out again, but I feel like kind of on her home break, as well as Macy, they're going to do extremely well. And there's something about coming from the Championship Tour back to the Challenger Series. You go back there with just so much confidence. It's like going back to preschool and just bossing everyone around, you know what I mean? It's, you know, they're going to have the lion's share of it all, in my opinion. And then on the men's side, for me, it's Kolohe. Jackson Baker was a big surprise to see him not make the cut, because I feel like his surfing's been incredible. But I think the best thing that could happen to Kolohe is about to happen. He's going back to college and get that fire, get that winning feeling again, and I think he'll do very well.
Let's have a look at the Challenger Series schedule, and we can continue this conversation about these competitors. I feel it's a little different. I feel like you're not going into the Challengers with confidence. You've got surfers who've qualified regionally, who've been on a winning streak, and they're coming into the schedule. The experience is going to be obviously in favour of the Championship Tour competitors, but they're dealing with a lot.
Yeah, they are. I mean, and it's a tough thing. This event has a lot of pressure here at Margaret River, and if you're not making the cut, like, it can affect your confidence. It just depends on what kind of person you are. And look, you're not defined by the moment that happens here. It's how you pick yourself back up after that. So this first event's going to be really telling, and we're going to know if, the first few heats get underway at Snapper, who's in the right mindset and who's not?
On the men's side, no CT surfers who fell off to perform that great at the first Challenger Series stop last year. On the women's side, Molly Picklum got a second place finish. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting to watch. But one thing I know from doing some of the regional qualifying series events is that the standard of surfing is high. I've spoken to people from different regions, WSL regions around the world, that they're saying the same thing. So seeing it all come together on the Challenger Series is going to be awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. I'm looking forward to it.
Bring it on. We have still got to get through our top 5 moments from the day. And of course, we've still got highlights coming your way. Carissa Moore and Gabriel Medina, the champions here this year. Welcome back to the WSL Post Show here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. We're going to dive straight into it. Our top 5 moments from the event, starting at number 5, Italo taking to the sky.
That was just unbelievable. Took flight, and Italo just doing crazy backside full rotation air on one of the most gnarliest end sections on the entire tour, and huge score.
Yeah, worthy. He's back, Italo. He's got that mojo back. Number 4, Carissa Moore, the buzzer beater barrel against Lakey Peterson.
Yeah, absolutely loved it. Number 4, Carissa Moore, run so good. I mean, she was in such a pressure cooker. She needed to make it happen. And yeah, just far out. I mean, it was one of the best barrels of the event. It was incredible.
It was, just came from nowhere, and this was really the big turning point moment for Carissa in the contest. Went on to get a 3rd victory here in the West. Absolutely buzzing. Coming in at number 3, this guy had a fantastic event. Griffin Colapinto just continues his amazing form this season. On fire, Rich.
Yeah, surgeon-like performance here from Griff, the young man from San Clemente, really starting to find his place in the top echelon of the tour. And it's with surfing like this, very mature. He's got it all. He's got the power, got the rhythm, got the flow, and he's got the explosiveness too.
To get to that final 5, you've got to beat the world champs, and Griffin, he did the seemingly impossible here at main break. Coming in at number 2, what a performance from Gabriel Medina. Hasn't had great results here in the West in the past. We haven't seen a goofy footer take a victory here since the contest really started to focus on the rights. But 2 excellent numbers in the final, and he got the job done.
Yeah, he certainly did. And Flick, you'll be happy about that, the goofy footers. But the beast is back. The cyborg is back. And look out, because he's got that winning feeling again. But, you know, just have a look at this backhand mastery at Margaret River main break. You know, was there anyone who powered off the top quite as hard on the backhand, who took more risk? Debatable, but anyway, he got the win, and it's amazing to see him back on top.
He was figuring out the formula throughout those earlier rounds, put it all together in the final for a strong performance, and incredibly a 17th championship tour win, matching Mark Richards and Barton Lynch. What an effort. But at number 1, Carissa Moore, her 3rd victory here in this championship tour event. Just a classy performance, Felicity.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, the conditions changed in this final. Things got a bit more challenging, but Carissa, I mean, with all that knowledge over the years, she's won out here a couple of times, and, you know, it really shows. I mean, just absolute, just going to work, you know. It was a challenging final, but, yeah, made it count when she needed to, and, yeah, she's got a 3rd win.
And a free trip up the stairs, which is always appreciated here at an event which requires so much from the athletes, all of whom performed incredibly well throughout the contest. But there can only be 2 winners, Carissa Moore and Gabriel Medina. It was their turn this year, but it was an amazing event. We always do love our time here in the West. Got to say thank you to Rusty for the shreds, keeping us looking sharp throughout the contest. But we've got amazing highlights. Of course, you can tune in and watch the Challenger Series event unfold. That starts on May 6th. Otherwise, we'll see you at the Surf Ranch. It's the next spot on the CT. Enjoy your time, and here's some highlights. We are here at stop number 5, the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. The cut is looming, and we are looking at beautiful conditions.
First day of the waiting period, and it's on.
The local hero, Bronte McCauley.
Tyler up and riding. Beautiful first turn off the top, releasing those fins there.
Caitlin Simmers going dry on that inside shelf. The opening round for the men, anticipating even bigger surf. Liam O'Brien.
9.07.
Attacks this first section.
Unbelievable. The Dolphins getting in on the show.
Leaps into the air.
Felipe setting himself up.
Absolutely laying the board on rail there.
Canella trying to stay on tour past this mid-season cut. The 51-year-old, 11-time world champion, Kelly needs a 7-7.
He has left nothing on the table.
And Kelly Slater has not made the cut. Had his hands full with Liam O'Brien. And some big names that will be sent to the Challenger Series. Kolohe Andino, Zeke Lout, a lot of our favorites.
Out of here. Screaming down the line here, looking for it.
Massive backside reverse, like a whole new level of commitment.
The Monarch, the King, the Emperor of main break. 9.43. He's still the man to beat. Carissa Moore into the 9s, under priority to take out Lakey Peterson. Chianca, world number 1. He started off with a 2-bride, 7.83 out of the gates. All Brazilian matchup to kick off the quarterfinals with Medina and Toledo.
Semifinal number 2, John Florence taking on Griffin Colapinto.
Searing turn out of the top. He is giving thanks.
Medina, nice solid opening snap. How does he stay on that surfboard?
There's our champion, Joe.
That's right, Gabriel Medina. Carissa Moore taking on Tyler Wright. Carissa Moore takes out the Western Australia Margaret River Pro.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.